Chapter 131 No explanation, no way to leave.
Fortunately, other store clerks heard the noise and rushed over, and immediately took out their cell phones to call the emergency center. Just then, an anxious voice rang out, followed by a short and fat man in his 30s rushing over.
Wife, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Poisoned, you Lu Yancha poisoned.
Your milk tea is poisonous.
It poisoned my wife to death.
As soon as the man came up, he put a tall hat on Lu Yan's brown head. The customer who had just received the milk tea was immediately frightened by the man, and the milk tea in his hand instantly lost its fragrance.
Milk tea is poisonous? No way. Could it be that some complex chemical raw materials were mixed into the milk tea? If this is true, then this milk tea is really not drinkable. However, only a few people think this way. After all, no one has any evidence to prove that there is anything wrong with this milk tea. What if it was just a misunderstanding? The woman lying on the ground looked extremely weak.
Usually, they either don't exercise or are used to eating too much meat and fish. It's very likely that this guy just had a sudden heart attack or a stroke. It is very normal for such a fat person to have such a thing happen.
The woman is also very fat.
He doesn't look tall, only about 1.5 meters. But his weight is at least 130 kilograms, or even higher. Therefore, no one spoke immediately, but just stood aside and watched indifferently.
People nowadays have learned to be indifferent. Sometimes, indifference is not a bad thing.
After all, there are many cases nowadays where people do bad things with good intentions. It was you who saved others, but in the end, they accused you of harming them.
There are many cases of repaying kindness with enmity.
Anyway, someone from the milk tea shop has already called the emergency center. Just wait for the ambulance to come.
They are not medical staff and no one can rescue.
However, the onlookers still took out their mobile phones to record the event.
Such a good opportunity to post on WeChat moments, why not show it off?
However, the spectators can ignore it, but the employees of Lu Yancha milk tea shop cannot just stand by and watch.
They did a pretty good job.
Although we don't know how to rescue the patient, we have completed all the procedures, such as calling the emergency number and the police. Even if someone blames them later, no one will blame them for not helping the person in need. However, even if you do it too well, it will still attract criticism.
For example, the woman's husband, the middle-aged fat man.
Sir, don't worry, we have already called the emergency center.
The hospital is very close to here. It will take at most 5 minutes to get there.
The waiter in willow-colored clothes patiently calmed the fat man's emotions.
I was afraid that the fat guy would get excited and do something extreme.
After all, it was the fat man's wife who was in trouble, so it was understandable that he did something. But the waiters also have to maintain the image of the store and stabilize the emotions of the customers. After all, it happened in front of their store. The man also insisted that his wife was harmed by their milk tea shop.
In this case, how could it not be explained clearly? What emergency center? Is it the emergency center's problem? It was your poisonous milk tea that killed my wife.
I'm going to file a complaint against you and have your store closed.
The man said angrily.
He firmly believed that this matter was related to Lu Yancha. No matter what the clerk said, he thought it was Lu Yancha's problem.
For a moment, the shop assistants didn't know what to do.
Fortunately, the lobby manager heard the news and rushed over at this time.
The lobby managers are all senior lobby managers with rich experience.
When he came, he first apologized to the fat man, and then began to explain that there was nothing wrong with their milk tea and bread. After all, so many customers before have eaten it.
If there really was a problem, why weren't those customers fine?
Therefore, there is a high probability that the woman herself is allergic.
If you are not allergic, then it is malicious.
Sir, we have called the emergency center and the police.
We will keep your cup of milk tea until the police arrive and hand it over to them in person.
If it really is a quality issue with our milk tea, we will definitely cooperate actively. The most urgent thing is to take care of your wife first.
After the lobby manager finished speaking, the crowd around him quieted down.
Anyone can see that the lobby manager's handling of the situation was very good. If you are still not satisfied, it only means that the fat couple was indeed causing trouble.
Impossible. I want an explanation right now.
If you can't make the decision, call your boss out.
The fat man sneered and continued. Isn't it just a milk tea shop? With such a big incident, your boss is still unwilling to show up? Why are you so arrogant? This is something that harms people. If you don't do anything about it, wouldn't that mean you are looking down on them? Okay, sir, don't get excited. The ambulance will be here soon.
Once you send your wife to the hospital, our boss will immediately go with you to check on the situation. The lobby manager tried his best to make his tone soft and polite. Her intuition told her that this middle-aged man must be pretending.
If it was true, how could he watch his woman twitching by the window? Unless the woman is pretending.
The man was also deliberately causing trouble.
At the same time, the ambulance arrived. Who's twitching and where? The ambulance guy yelled. Here. The lobby manager waved to the paramedics in white coats.
When the paramedics saw this, they rushed over.
Quick, first aid.
The paramedics rushed over and became nervous when they saw the person twitching.
There's something wrong with this person. If a convulsion really occurs, emergency rescue must be carried out as soon as possible.
Those who come to pick up people will all provide first aid.
So, there is no problem at all.
However, just when they wanted to rescue him, the fat man stopped the doctor and pointed his finger at the lobby manager.
No. Your boss must come out and give me an explanation right now. Otherwise, my wife and I will not leave today. Fraud. Seeing this scene, how could the lobby manager not know that he had encountered a scammer? Any normal person would choose to save his wife at this time and think about how to get justice for his wife.
The prerequisite for justice is that people are still alive.
The person is dead. Even if justice is sought, how can the dead know? This thing is made for living people to see. So, there is definitely something wrong with this fat guy. Many people present also noticed the problem. But none of them took action. When you are out, it is better to do less than more. This is an eternal truth.
Chapter 132. Let us get rid of him first. As for whether the woman lying on the ground was really unconscious, perhaps only they themselves knew.
However, the effect of the man's disturbance was still very obvious. The people around were talking about it. Although no one came up to help, many people took videos. Once this kind of video is uploaded to the internet, it will definitely cause a lot of heat. Some people just want the world to be in chaos.
Moreover, Lujian tea color is so popular now, although it has received rave reviews. Anyone who has tasted Lujian tea products will hardly give any negative reviews. But if a milk tea shop is so popular, there will definitely be a lot of discordant voices.
The world is so big, there are all kinds of people. Naturally, there are many jealous people. You have to queue for half a day to get a cup of milk tea and a cake. Many people would think this is unnecessary. Some people have even been mocking the news since the first day it came out. Once these people see that something has happened to Lu Yanxia, all kinds of weird attitudes will definitely appear. This is probably the man's purpose.
As long as they create some bad public opinion, the purpose of their trip will be achieved. Even if they are finally found to be fine, at most they will just apologize privately, which will not have any significant impact at all. The man was playing tricks here, and even though the medical staff came, there was nothing they could do. The other party didn't allow them to take the other man's wife away for examination and treatment, and they couldn't just go up and rob her.
It was taken away, cured, and everything is fine now. Of course, everyone is happy. If the patient cannot be cured and something happens, it will be the responsibility of their hospital. The pressure on hospitals is still very high. This is why hospitals always ask patients or their families to sign before treating them. There are too many medical disputes and they have no idea what to do. So, at this time, the medical staff and the ambulance could only watch. Fortunately, at this time, Su He and Lu Wanrong, who heard the news, also came out. Although Lu Wanrong relaxed her vigilance these days, Su He was keeping an eye on her all the time. It was Saturday and both domestic and international markets were closed. Su He no longer had to keep an eye on the stock market, so he came to the cake shop to stay with Lu Wanrong. The most important thing is that Su He realized that Lu Jinhai was not a broad-minded person. It is understandable that such people do any immoral things. According to Su He's guess, if Lu Jinhai really wanted to do something, he would definitely choose the weekend. After all, this day is the busiest time for both the milk tea shop and the entire shopping mall. What's wrong? Did something happen? Lu Wanrong walked out with a frown on her face. Now she has quite the dignity of a boss lady. He walks with great vigor and momentum. Boss Lu, it's like this. The lobby manager briefly recounted what had happened. Could it be an allergy? Lu Wanrong was slightly startled and wanted to walk up to the woman to see if she was allergic.
Although their milk tea and cakes do not contain common allergens, people's physical fitness is getting weaker and weaker.
There are many allergens. Things like peanut allergies and melon seed allergies are considered normal. There are also people who are allergic to milk tea or even to air. If it is really an allergy, it is not a big problem. After all, their cakes and milk tea are fine. It's just that this customer himself has an allergic constitution. However, no matter what the reason is, the most urgent task is to send this woman to the hospital first.
What the problem is and whether it is an allergy will be known after a doctor's examination. Sir, you should send your wife to the hospital first.
Lu Wanrong walked up to the middle-aged man and said calmly.
If this continues, even if your wife is not poisoned, her life will be in danger because she will miss the best time for treatment.
If you need it, I can pay for the rescue.
Allergies can be a big or small thing. For small ones, you may just get lumps on your body and feel itchy. Even just redness, not itching.
For example, some people turn red all over after drinking alcohol.
Some people think that this is due to poor alcohol metabolism.
But in reality, this is an alcohol allergy. But it's not particularly serious. As for the other type of allergy, it is more serious. It may even cause fainting and death.
If the woman lying on the ground was not pretending to faint but really fainted, it would be very troublesome if she did not seek medical treatment in time. If the allergy is really caused by drinking milk tea, then the milk tea shop must be blamed.
Therefore, Lu Wanrong insisted that the hospital take this woman away.
This way, at least they won't be blamed for not helping someone in need.
As for the tiny bit of rescue cost, it was nothing to Lu Wanrong. Just think of it as humanitarian help. As soon as Lu Wanrong spoke, the other shop assistants also spoke up. Many of the onlookers around also stood on Lu Yincha's side and started talking. The ambulance is here. What problem can't be solved by saving the people first? That's right. What if the person was originally fine but got delayed because we didn't snatch him away in time? That would be a big problem. Why do I feel like these two people are here to scam me? I feel the same way.
If it were my wife, I would have been taken away by the hospital a long time ago. That man looks pot-bellied, and he doesn't look like a good person. Hurry up and let the medical staff take her away, otherwise your wife will really be dead. Although no one spoke to Lu Yinchase, they were all persuading the man to take the person away. However, the man was completely indifferent and shouted angrily.
Shut up, everyone. What does it have to do with you? Today, my wife was poisoned by Lu Yan's tea-colored milk tea. As long as there is no compensation, we will never leave easily. If anyone keeps nagging me, I'll kill him first, believe it or not? Hiss. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. This middle-aged man is very fat.
Although he looks a little weak under his eyes, fat men have an absolute advantage in strength. If a fight really breaks out, 3 adults will not be able to pin him down.
We are all here to have fun, so it's better to have less trouble than more. For a moment, everyone took a half step back.
Only Suhee, Lu Wanrong and a few waiters were present.
Except Suhee, the rest are girls.
The waiters were all timid, but they still surrounded Lu Wanrong and prevented the middle-aged man from getting close.
As for Suhee, he directly protected a group of girls led by Lu Wanrong behind him.
If this fat man really dares to take action, he will definitely let the other party know why the flowers are red.
After genetic modification, Su Yang's physical fitness is very strong. This kind of fat guy can be knocked down with just a wave of the hand. Chapter 133. We have already called the police. What do you mean, will you give me compensation or not?
If you can't make the decision, call your boss over.
I can't talk to you people.
When the fat man saw that everyone was scared away by him, the smile on his face became even more smug. In his opinion, he has the overall situation under control.
From now on, isn't it up to you? This is our boss, Mr. Lu.
The lobby manager at the back saw that the fat man didn't know that Lu Wanrong was the boss, so he quickly explained.
You are the boss? A little girl?
The fat man was obviously a little surprised. He didn't expect that such a young, beautiful and lovely girl in front of him would actually be the boss of Lu Yinchase.
That's right. So if you have any requests, just tell me directly. Lu Wanrong nodded lightly and continued. However, no matter what you ask, I suggest you send your wife to the hospital first. As long as the person is okay, we can talk slowly. As for the compensation issue, we can talk about it after your wife is out of danger. Our store is here and it won't leave. As the boss and legal representative, I won't leave either. You can rest assured about that. After Lu Wanrong finished speaking, she secretly winked at the lobby manager. The lobby manager also secretly responded with an OK gesture. At the same time, several shop assistants with cameras sneaked into the crowd and secretly recorded it. In fact, they were already there from the beginning and had been filming. The purpose is to record the entire process of the incident. Now is the era of the rise of short videos. If you don't shoot the entire process yourself and wait for others to piece the story together, you will be in a passive position. Good. The boss lady said it well. After Lu Wanrong finished speaking, the employees behind her immediately started to make a noise. The rest of the onlookers who were hiding not far away and watching the fun also started shouting one after another. That's right. Send him to the hospital first. If someone dies, you as a husband will probably also be held responsible for not helping, right? We've called the police. Let's see what you say when the police arrive. Call the police? Hearing this, the fat man's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He was not afraid of other things, but he was really scared of calling the police. They were here to cause trouble. If I call the police, I really won't be able to explain myself. Thinking of this, the fat man kicked the woman on the ground inconspicuously, indicating that she could wake up. The woman was pretending, so she could hear clearly what the people present said. She knew that if she continued to pretend, she would most likely be taken away when the police came. If you wake up, then there is a reason. She could have said she was fine. Even if the police come, they will only treat it as an accident and will not conduct a detailed investigation or inquiry. So, after receiving the instructions, the woman began to show off her acting skills. Oh, I feel so uncomfortable, what's wrong with me? Honey, why am I lying on the ground? The woman pretended to be in great pain and struggled to sit up from the ground. But after trying for a long time, he still couldn't sit up. Seeing this scene, the fat man quickly squatted down and helped his wife up. Honey, are you okay? Did you get poisoned by the milk tea you drank just now? The fat man deliberately led the topic to poisoning. The woman had obviously worked with the fat man many times and immediately understood what he meant. Well, there's something wrong with this milk tea. I felt uncomfortable as soon as I drank it. The woman frowned at the right moment, as if she was really feeling very uncomfortable because of the milk tea. Look at this, and you still say it's not the milk tea's fault? My wife has already said there's something wrong with this milk tea. The fat man immediately took advantage of the situation. At this time, you need to be as arrogant as possible. It doesn't matter even if the police come. They are victims, and the police are here to mediate. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. They also realized that maybe the couple was really wrongly accused of this matter. Maybe the woman really fainted because there was something wrong with the milk tea. Some medicines may cause you to faint quickly and recover quickly due to dosage issues. So, it is really possible that it is because of milk tea. Of course, many people at the scene drank it and were fine. It may also be because they have good resistance. This is also very obvious. The woman looked thin and weak, and it was obvious that she was malnourished. Therefore, it is normal to faint after drinking some toxins. Just when everyone was confused, the police arrived. After the police learned what had happened, they began to maintain order. There are so many people here that it doesn't matter if you have to queue up to buy milk tea. Although there are many people, everything is in order. But now there is a group of people crowded together, and if a stampede occurs, the police will also be held largely responsible. Therefore, it is certain that the problem must be solved as soon as possible and the crowd must be evacuated. However, Lu Yanchai's shop will definitely not be open today. The police directly asked Lu Wanrong to close the store first. Seeing this scene, the fat man and the woman looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. Obviously, this is the result they want. However, after seeing the store door closed, the two men still refused to give in and insisted that Lu Wanrong give an explanation. What it means is that you won tea leave unless you pay compensation. Okay, we'll know if you're poisoned if we go to the hospital for a checkup. Suhi snorted coldly and continued. Comrade police officer, all the milk tea in our store meets health standards and can withstand laboratory tests. Please send this lady to the hospital for a checkup. We can pay all the expenses first. As for the milk tea, I'll have to trouble your forensic doctor to conduct an examination.
After the inspection, as long as it can be confirmed that there is something wrong with the milk tea, we are willing to accept any punishment and compensation. If there is no problem, then it is the woman's own problem, and we will hold her accountable. Sui directly said what he had prepared. If it really is a problem with the milk tea, compensation is appropriate. But if there is nothing wrong with milk tea, Sui will not let the woman go. He just saw with his own eyes that the man kicked the woman who was pretending to be asleep. Although it was very hidden, Sui still saw it. He believed that the hidden cameras must have recorded it. It won't be too late for him to take action against these two people after the identification report on milk tea comes out and confirms that there is no problem. Well, you're right, that's it. We have sealed up all the finished products of the milk tea she just drank. The leading police captain nodded and continued. As for you, since the emergency center is already here, go along and get checked out. If you don't go, I can only suspect that you are deliberately trying to scam me. Then don't blame me for taking both of you back for investigation. Chapter 134. Can it be dug out? The fat man and the woman were immediately shocked by the police's words. The woman even agreed directly and went to the hospital with the medical staff. Since the checkup doesn't cost any money, there is no harm in going for it. At worst, I can just say that I didn't eat breakfast and fainted due to hypoglycemia. After this thing recovers, it cannot be detected anymore. The police won't really investigate this case. But if we continue to make trouble here and the police take it seriously, we will be in trouble. Once you are brought back to the police station, no one can withstand the massive memory recovery technique. They came here intentionally to cause trouble, and if they were found out, they would definitely be in big trouble. So, the two of them compromised immediately. They compromised, and Sui had no good way to deal with them. I can only accept this matter as a failure for the time being. There is definitely no problem with the quality and safety of their products. There will be absolutely no harm. Can withstand the inspection of any department? Sui firmly believed this. Hubby, these two guys are so mean, they are just here to make things difficult for me. Are we really going to let this go? Lu Wanrong gritted her teeth. The little girl is very kind, but she is not the kind of person who can be bullied by anyone. People have already come to bully her, and if she remains silent, it would be really cowardly. Don't worry, this matter is most likely Lu Zhenhai behind the scenes. Since he is unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Su He sneered. There would be no one else except Lu Zhenhai who would cause trouble for Lu Yanxia and use such despicable means. Su He has not been idle during this period. He asked someone to investigate Lu Zhenhai carefully. Aside from the fact that this man does have some abilities, he is also insidious and cunning in doing things. He is a man who will never give up until he achieves his goal. Moreover, they will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. It is normal for such people to use this method to embezzle the reputation of He Lu Yanxia. However, Su He was not completely unprepared. Since Lu Zhenhai intends to deal with Su He will naturally have to retaliate in his own way. The reason why Lu Zhenhai is so arrogant is that he controls a listed company. That is Haijin Investment Group. Haijin Investment, like Sui's Hengsu Capital, is engaged in financial investment. His market value is approximately 9 billion. In Sui's eyes in the past, such an enterprise was absolutely a behemoth, and he could not afford to offend such people and enterprises. But now it's different. He has already seen the risks that Haijin Group will face in the next 7 days on the stock market chart. As long as Su He intervenes slightly, the other party's stock will definitely plummet. If we encourage it further, the stock price might continue to fall until it is delisted. Although delisting does not mean bankruptcy. However, once such an investment company delists, it is no different from bankruptcy. Therefore, Sui only needs to make good use of this practice to make Haijin Investment pay a huge price with the least amount of money. Well, husband, you must be careful then. Lu Wanrong warned. This Lu Zhenhai should not be a simple person either. Starting from scratch and achieving what he has today, even if Lu Zhenhai really did things in a despicable way, his strength is unquestionable. It is definitely not easy to deal with such a person. Well, don't worry, I know what's going on. So he touched Lu Wanrong's little head and gave her a reassuring look. Lu Wanrong nodded vigorously. She has always trusted Su He unconditionally. On the other side, Hengsu Capital. After a week of trial, all employees of Hengsu Capital tasted the sweetness. They invest strictly in accordance with Sua's investment plan. Even the front desk and finance staff couldn't help but start learning about relevant investment plans.
Lu Jianting did not refuse either. This is a good thing.
As an employee in a financial investment lawsuit, even if you are a cleaning lady, you should have your own investment vision. In just 1 week, Hangsu Capital used 100 million yuan to create 500 million yuan in profits for Su Yang.
This is because the financial markets have been relatively calm recently.
Once there are drastic fluctuations, with precise sniping, one can make tens of billions of dollars in a week from 100 million.
Sui's goal of 10 billion yuan will become particularly simple here. Of course, Sui did not provide this investment information endlessly. He couldn't guarantee that the system would always follow him. Sui is a reborn person who has lived 2 lives as a human being and has read many novels about systems. The systems in those novels naturally disappear after the host grows up. Therefore, Sui must train his team into a real financial iron army. Even if there is no profit trend chart in the future, they can still make accurate attacks based on their own judgment of the financial market. Of course, this kind of sniping is definitely risky. But that's the market. No one can win all the time. As long as you rely on yourself, you win. After a week of development, Hangsu Capital had 600 million yuan in its account.
This also gave Sui some confidence in sniping the Haijin Group. At the same time, at the headquarters of Haijin Group,
Brother Lu, I sent people to Lu Yinchase to cause trouble once. It does work. There are already some negative reviews online about the quality of willow tea.
Huang Xihai came to Lu Jinhai with a smile like a dog and reported the progress. As a loyal dog, of course he would report good news but not bad news.
Even if things go wrong, you have to say something good about it. Yeah, not bad. How's the progress of recruiting people? Can we poach the milk tea maker and cake maker behind them? Lu Jinhai asked. Brother Lu, this is not easy to handle.
Huang Xihai smiled bitterly. He didn't dare hide this matter and could only report it truthfully. The milk tea chef behind them is called Zhu Danqing, and the baker is called Che Qinshui.
Both of them have very high incomes at Loyanka, both are over 1 million. Moreover, that Lu Wanrong also gave them a certain amount of shares.
It's very difficult to dig them over. Huang Xihai did send people to investigate the identities of the 2 people and also communicated with them.
He did go there with sincerity. But unfortunately, they were all rejected by the other party.
It seems that Sui had already anticipated that someone would poach him.
Lu Jinhai sneered.
If it were him, with these 2 outstanding talents, he would also try his best to keep them.
The best way to retain talent is to give them money. In addition to income, there are various shares.
As long as the money is in place, it is impossible for people to leave even if they want to.
Chapter 135 Action taken.
Yes, this Sui is indeed courageous. It is said that the 2 women hold a lot of shares in Lu Yin Tea. As Lu Yin Tea grows bigger, the dividends they get will also increase. It's very difficult to dig them over.
Huang Xihai nodded. Now both Lu Yin Tea Store and its 2 branches can earn hundreds of millions a year.
These 2 milk tea makers and cake makers receive tens of millions in dividends each year.
Plus the salary.
It can be said that they have initially achieved financial freedom. In this situation, it is difficult to bribe them with money. Of course, if you have enough money, it is not impossible. For example, just spend tens of billions. But it is obvious that Lu Jinhai does not have such courage.
Spending billions to hire 2 people who make milk tea and snacks, isn't that crazy?
Even for high-end national defense technical talents, I am afraid that few countries are willing to pay such a high price to poach them.
Therefore, this matter can only be dropped. Well, in that case, let's use the second plan and imitate it directly.
Although their taste is unique, it shouldn't be difficult for a professional milk tea maker to imitate it.
We will win by volume and expand our stores across the country. Lu Jinhai has already planned to confront Su He and Lu Wanrong. It's just opening a milk tea shop.
Even if you expand it across the country, the cost will only be a few hundred million.
Lu Jinhai can still afford to invest several hundred million. He just wanted to compete with Lu Yincha maliciously. Let Lu Yincha say give up.
Besides that, don't stop with the little tricks.
Create fly incidents, cockroach incidents, and the like. Even if we can't kill them, we have to make them stink. Flies and cockroaches are absolutely taboo in the food industry.
As an internet-famous milk tea and cake shop, Lu Yin Tea would definitely face a major blow if something like this happened.
It's not just Lu Yanchase, it's the same for any internet celebrity store.
People nowadays attach great importance to food safety and hygiene.
It can be said that Lu Junhai's move was absolutely insidious. Okay, Mr. Lu, I'm good at this kind of thing. A sinister smile appeared on Huang Xihai's face. He is indeed very good at this kind of thing. This is what he usually likes to do.
As for setting up a milk tea shop, that is not something he can do.
That requires professional business talent.
However, Huang Xihai is also very happy to be able to do these little things.
At least it proves that he is not a useless person. Well, remember to do it well. Good.
After Huang Xihai left,
Lu Junhai took out another report. This report is about Haijin Group's future investment plans. The report shows that Haijin Group's next investment will be soybean futures. Soybeans are about to mature.
According to market estimates, the future soybean futures market will not be very good. The bottom line is that this year's soybean harvest was a bumper one.
The bumper harvest led to oversupply.
Coupled with inventory from previous years, demand this year has been greatly reduced.
With lower demand, soybean futures prices will naturally fall.
Therefore, this time they plan to make a lot of money on soybean futures and short soybeans. To this end, Lu Junhai also took out 2 billion yuan to short soybeans. These 2 billion are basically all the cash flow of Haijin Group.
If soybeans really plummet as they expected, they could at least double their money.
Of course, as a professional investment company, Haijin Group is naturally aware of the relevant risks.
The biggest risk in this matter is extremely bad weather.
For example, floods caused by heavy rain. However, today's weather forecasts are very accurate. Plus historical weather analysis of soybean fields during harvest periods. The probability of encountering heavy rain is very low. It can even be said that there is no possibility or there is only a few % probability of encountering heavy rain.
As long as there is no heavy rain or flood, soybean prices will not rise. This probability of several % is definitely there and is acceptable.
Even if you deduct a few %, the success rate is still over 90%.
The probability of this happening is already quite high.
If they still don't dare to take a gamble, their company might as well go bankrupt sooner rather than later. So, next they are ready to short soybeans with all their strength. The same thing happened at Jin2 Group. Lu Wanru also set her sights on soybean futures and reported the matter to Jin Yuxing. Mr. Jin, based on the above, I think soybean futures will definitely fall sharply. Today I found that there were several large short orders in soybean futures. It is definitely not too late for us to enter the market now.
Lu Wanru's tone was very firm.
For so long, she has been holding a grudge in her heart, wanting to surpass her sister in Suhi. But their milk tea cake shop is doing very well and is even becoming more and more popular.
It is really difficult to surpass them.
Fortunately, Lu Wanru discovered soybean futures as an investment project this time. Once the investment is successful, she will have a considerable bonus.
With this money, she can definitely make a comeback.
This time, Lu Wanru planned to mortgage her BMW and get 100,000 yuan for further investment. Of course, the most important thing is to convince the company to participate in soybean futures investment. And she is in charge.
Only in this way can she get the bonus.
Well, there is indeed a high probability that soybean futures will fall in the future. Jin Yuxing read Lu Wanru's report and nodded seriously. However, he suddenly changed the subject and asked seriously.
But, Wanru, how can you be sure that there won't be extremely bad weather that day?
You know, the reason why extreme weather is called extreme weather is because it comes very suddenly.
Even the weather forecast cannot be accurately predicted. If that happens, soybean prices will definitely skyrocket.
By then, it will be too late for us to get out.
Feelings are feelings, and business is business.
Jin Yuxing is a clear-headed person in this regard.
Although he likes Lu Wanru, he also wants to get her for free. But the prerequisite is that Lu Wanru will not harm his own interests. If his own interests conflict, he will never stand on Lu Wanru's side.
Therefore, if Lu Wanru wants to invest in soybean futures, he must act impartially.
Boss Jin, you can rest assured.
My data also includes the weather conditions of soybean fields during the period of maturity over the past 50 years.
Lu Wanru was obviously well prepared.
As she spoke, she opened a document. For the past 50 years, the weather in the soybean field has been very stable. The worst years were just a little rain. There isn't a lot of rain in the main production areas, so the probability of extreme weather is very low.
Chapter 136 Gambling Agreement.
Based on my analysis and judgment, soybean prices will definitely surge this time,
Lu Wanru said firmly.
She now just hopes she can be given a chance. As long as she gets the chance, she will be able to make a great comeback.
Okay, our top management needs to discuss this issue. If it's feasible, I'll give you this opportunity. Jin Yuxing smiled and nodded. If soybeans are really worth investing in, then you can definitely give it a try.
The only concern now is whether there will be extreme weather.
However, this is a very small probability. As mentioned before, if you are not willing to take even this little risk, then there is no need to work in the financial industry. Okay, Mr. Jin, I'll wait for your good news.
A sweet smile appeared on Lu Wanru's face, which made Jin Yuxing infatuated.
Of course he had feelings for Lu Wanru. However, Lu Wanru's attitude of wanting to refuse but also to accept is really annoying. However, Jin Yuxing is patient. He believed that as long as he worked hard, he could grind an iron rod into a needle. As long as you are honest, you will be able to catch up with Lu Wanru sooner or later. Therefore, at work, Jin Yuxing will more or less give Lu Wanru some help within his ability but without breaking the rules. This is exactly what Lu Wanru wanted.
For example, this time, if Jin Yuxing is willing to recommend soybeans and let Lu Wanru take charge, then Lu Wanru's goal will be achieved.
Well, go ahead.
Jin Yuxing smiled and waved his hand.
He is a very smart man and will never show excessive intimacy with Lu Wanru in the company. Feelings are feelings, work is work, they cannot be confused. After Lu Wanru left, Jin Yuxing sorted out the relevant information and reported it. At the same time, he also prepared a sum of funds of his own. If it is really feasible after discussion among the company's top management, he can also invest some money. After all, no one can resist making money. The discussion at Jin 2 Group was quick, and the investment plan was finalized in just half an hour. This time, we are preparing 100 million to short soybean futures. 100 million is not a lot, but if you are only shorting soybeans, it is not a small amount either. It is considered a relatively large short position. However, the senior management was still hesitant about the selection of the trader. After all, Lu Wanru had made an error in entering the amount of money before. Although the subsequent performances were good, the top management was still a little hesitant. Fortunately, Lu Wanru's performance has been quite good during this period, and her work has also improved. With Jin Yuxing's recommendation, they finally agreed and let Lu Wanru handle this investment. Of course, there are conditions. If she makes a wrong decision again this time, Lu Wanru will have to resign. This is considered a relatively large punishment. After all, although this investment plan was proposed by Lu Wanru, it was decided by all the senior executives together. If the investment fails, all the responsibility should not be placed on Lu Wanru. However, this should also be considered a test of Lu Wanru by the top management this time. Considering the two major decision-making mistakes, such a person really has no investment vision. Even if I get fired, it won't be any loss to the company. Of course, the most important thing is that the top management just wants to find a scapegoat. 100 million is not a small investment. If they suffer a loss, they can also have an explanation. Wanru, I think you should think about whether you want to continue this. If I take it on, the pressure will be quite high. It's not easy for you to get into Jin 2. If you get fired, all your hard work will go to waste. After Jin Yuxing told Lu Wanru about this condition, he also gave her some advice. This condition is indeed difficult. If you don't agree and behave yourself, you may earn a little less, but you will not be fired. As for future opportunities, just grab them later. There is no need to prove yourself at this time. Manager Jin, I know what I'm doing. Lu Wanru shook her head and continued. You don't need to persuade me. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. This is an important opportunity for me to turn things around. If the investment is successful, I will be able to get a large commission, and then all my debts will be paid off. Even if I fail, I'll just lose my job. At worst, I can sell my car and pay off most of the loan. Lu Wanru's tone was firm. Sometimes, if you don't push yourself, you won't know how great your potential is. Seeing Su-hee and his sister's lives getting better and richer, Lu Wanru must be unable to bear it. Therefore, she must make herself grow up. Even if I can't surpass Su-hee and my sister, I can't let them look down on me. Therefore, she had to make this investment, even if it meant losing her job. Okay, in that case, I won't persuade you anymore. Please sign this gambling agreement.
Jin Yuxing nodded, took out a gambling agreement and placed it in front of Lu Wanru.
This gambling agreement was signed between Jin 2 Group and Lu Wanru. The content is very simple.
As long as Lu Wanru's investment is successful this time, she can get a commission according to the highest share ratio. Of course, if the investment fails, Lu Wanru must resign on her own initiative and give up all unpaid bonuses and salary for that month.
The company does not want to fire Lu Wanru. Although Lu Wanru is a new employee, she has signed a labor contract and has been working for several months.
If she is fired, she should be given severance pay.
The company is unwilling to do this. Most companies are capitalists. If you can spend less money, you will definitely spend less money.
Therefore, if Lu Wanru resigns on her own initiative, a lot of trouble can be avoided.
This bet agreement is definitely unequal. But the company's meaning is also very clear. Whether to sign the contract or not depends entirely on Lu Wanru herself.
If Lu Wanru is unwilling to sign, the company will not force her, but the project will not be given to her. Therefore, the final decision still lies in Lu Wanru herself.
Good. Lu Wanru nodded, picked up the gambling agreement and took a look at its contents.
After a few seconds of silence, he resolutely signed his name on it. As she herself said, fortune and wealth are achieved through risk.
If you don't try, how do you know you will lose? Okay, Wanru, since you have signed the gambling agreement, the 100 million will soon be deposited into your account. It's up to you to decide when to start the operation. The company will not interfere anymore.
Jin Yuxing put away the gambling agreement with a smile and gave Lu Wanru a look of satisfaction. It must be said that this woman is indeed quite courageous. If it were another woman, she might not be able to do it to this extent.
Chapter 137 Expensive Western Restaurant. Well, thank you, Mr. Jin.
Lu Wanru smiled sweetly. Although she was under a lot of pressure about this matter. But Lu Wanru believed that she could complete this task perfectly.
We are all family, it's too formal to say that.
Jin Yuxing smiled and waved his hand, then asked.
Wanru, are you free tonight? I want to treat you to dinner.
Jin Yuxing knows that the goddess is hard to pursue, so he is very patient.
Well, okay. It just so happens that I have nothing to do tonight. Lu Wanru readily agreed. Jin Yuxing helped her so wholeheartedly, she should give him something in return, right? It's okay to have a meal or something. Okay, then I'll book a restaurant and have dinner together tonight. Okay. Honey, let's go out for dinner tonight. I know a Western restaurant that's pretty good.
Suhee invited his wife with a smile. Although he doesn't need to rely too much on the cashback system now, he still needs to grab the cashback he deserves. So, whenever he has time, Suhee will take his wife out for a meal.
Okay, there's nothing going on at the milk tea shop. Lu Wanrong agreed immediately.
Of course she was 100% willing to date her husband.
Well, shall I go and book a restaurant? Good. At 4:30 in the evening, Suhee and Lu Wanrong went out. Honey, what restaurant did you book? Why do you want to go so early? Do we have to queue? Lu Wanrong asked curiously.
There are many internet famous restaurants now, and many of them are using hunger marketing.
Queuing and all that is normal. Yes and no.
Suhee smiled and shook his head.
This store is one of the better ones. You'll know when you go there. Good. 10 minutes later, Suhee and Lu Wanrong arrived at the restaurant. Oh my god. Blue Whale Western Restaurant? Honey, food here is expensive, right?
When she saw the name of the store, Lu Wanrong exclaimed.
This Blue Whale Western Restaurant is very famous in Shanghai. It is one of the few Michelin 3-star restaurants.
However, he is not famous for how good the food is, but because of the price. Here, any meal starts at 5,000 new Taiwan dollars per person. If you eat better or have a better bottle of red wine, it would easily cost hundreds of thousands.
It is precisely because of the high price that many ordinary people are unable to afford it.
The reason Lu Wanrong knew about this place was because she heard about it from her classmates when she was in school. There are rich second generations in every school, so naturally some students have come here to eat. Although Lu Wanrong is not as materialistic as Lu Wanru, she will still remember such luxurious places after hearing about them. That's why she was so surprised when she saw her husband bringing her here to dine.
Well, it's okay. We always have to change our taste.
Sui said with a smile.
Of course it's expensive to eat here. Moreover, he must eat today's meal no matter how expensive it is. The more expensive the food, the more money you make. No, husband, a meal here costs 10,000 yuan, what a waste. Let's go home and eat, okay? I'll cook for you. Don't you want to eat the food I cook? Lu Wanrong shook her head.
She really felt very uncomfortable eating here.
Might as well go home and do it yourself. Eat healthily and eat with peace of mind. Ah, wife, I love the food you cook.
Sui smiled and continued. But we've made money now, and we probably need to spend it. We are still just middle class now, but we will definitely become a wealthy family in the future. So, before we become wealthy, we need to see more of the world. See more of the delicious and fun things in this world. That way, when we become a truly wealthy family, we won't look so unsophisticated when we meet other wealthy families. In fact, it's all nonsense whether it's rustic or not. The most important thing is to have seen the world. When you have seen a lot of the world, you will not be particularly curious when you see something new. It won't make people feel like you have never seen the world. Is that so? Then let's go and try it? Lu Wanrong hesitated for a moment. She knew that what Sui said made sense, but she still felt reluctant to leave such an expensive place to eat.
She has decided to follow the lowest standards once she enters. There's no need to see the world. Okay, I've already reserved a spot, let's just go.
Sui said with a smile.
Lu Wanrong nodded.
Now that we've come this far, there's no point in saying anything to spoil the fun.
Come in and take a look.
As they were talking, they arrived at the door of the restaurant. It was almost 5 o'clock when they arrived, and it was almost time for dinner.
This restaurant is very famous and there are many people eating there.
When the two arrived at the door, there were already people queuing up.
There were waiters on the scene, but when they saw the two people coming over, no waiter took the initiative to greet them. The waiters here only exist to maintain order, unlike Hedi Lao, who are warm and welcoming to customers. Of course, they also treat people differently based on their personalities. If you are a VIP of the restaurant, it will naturally be different. Sui didn't care and took the initiative to take Lu Wanrong towards the waiter.
At the same time, Lu Wanru and Jin Yuxing also came here.
Boss Jin, you want to take me to eat blue whale? It's very expensive here, right? Lu Wanru was very surprised when she saw Jin Yuxing bringing her to the entrance of Blue Whale.
She had heard of the place called Blue Whale when she was a freshman in college.
But the opportunity never came.
This kind of place is not something that a poor person like her, who relies on Suhi for support and has only a few hundred yuan for living expenses, can come to.
Even after graduation, Lu Wanru didn't dare to imagine this place.
Later, when she lost money, this place disappeared from her mind. Who would have thought that Jin Yuxing would actually bring her to this place for dinner?
Well, it's not bad, the average consumption per person starts at 5,000.
Jin Yuxing said with a smile. A restaurant with an average per capita consumption starting from 5,000 is already very upscale. He knew that Lu Wanru was a gold digger, and this kind of place would probably be very attractive to her.
Oh my god. It's so expensive. Boss Jin, this meal is really too expensive. Why don't we eat somewhere else? Just eat a little bit. Lu Wanru pretended to be reserved.
Of course, she didn't want to save money for Jin Yuxing, and she knew that even if she said that, it would not change Jin Yuxing's decision to eat here. The reason she said this was just to make Jin Yuxing think that she was not so materialistic. This is a green tea technique, and Lu Wanru was a master at using it.
Ah, it's okay Wanru, it's just a meal. Let's go, no need to save me money. Also, you don't have to be so polite to me when you're not in the company, right? Just call me Yuxing.
Jin Yuxing laughed loudly, and with just a few words he narrowed the distance between himself and Lu Wanru.
Chapter 138 Still need to queue. Yeah, Yuxing.
Lu Wanru smiled sweetly. In fact, she also knew that she was too cold towards Jin Yuxing. In fact, Lu Wanru had already become close to Jin Yuxing before, but when she saw how outstanding Sui had become, she began to look down on Jin Yuxing. But now think about it, although Jin Yuxing is not as good as Suhi, he is also very outstanding after all. Whether it is work or family, they are much better than ordinary people. If you miss such a person, you may really regret it. Being with Jin Yuxing, at least I can be considered middle class or above.
As for becoming a member of the upper class? Like Suhi? That requires opportunities. Maybe, after the two of them are together, their magnetic fields will match and their fortunes will flow? It's not impossible. Didn't Sui start to become successful only after he got together with his sister Lu Wanrong? My younger sister has the physique that brings good luck to her husband, so it makes no sense that she, as the older sister, doesn't have the same physique, right? Hearing Lu Wanru's name, Jin Yuxing also smiled, and then the two of them walked towards the hotel. At the same time, Sui took out a golden membership card and handed it to the waiter. "Hello, I have a reservation, here is my membership card." Blue Whale has a membership mechanism. Ordinary members are silver members, and they need to recharge 100,000 to activate it. Silver members do not have any special privileges, except for a 10% discount on meals. There is also a senior member, which is the gold member. Gold members can enjoy a 30% discount on meals and can also skip the queues for reservations. This is something that silver members do not have. Silver members who come here to dine have to wait in line like ordinary people. However, the requirements for gold membership are very high. Then you must recharge 1 million at one time. Moreover, this 1 million cannot be refunded. In other words, if you recharge 1 million, you must spend some points. And it must be consumed within 1 year. If the consumption does not meet the requirements within 1 year, you will still be downgraded to a silver member. Spending 1 million a year on food at one restaurant is something only the richest people can afford. However, for the top wealthy people, 1 million is nothing. It is possible that they will spend more than 1 million at a time. This is all normal. You know, a bottle of wine in such a high-end restaurant may cost hundreds of thousands. It's not difficult to spend 1 million on a meal. Is that Mr. Su? Okay, I'll take you in. When the waiter saw the gold card in Sui's hand, a smile immediately appeared on his face. In addition to gold and silver cards, their store also has platinum cards. However, a platinum card cannot be activated by simply recharging a certain amount of money. There are only 5 of these cards, and they are only used for giving away. Only those guests whom the boss considers to be the most distinguished can open a platinum card. Therefore, platinum cards are basically not seen. Since you can't see the platinum card, the most powerful one is naturally the gold card. There aren't many gold card members in their store, only about 100 in total. Therefore, everyone is the most distinguished guest. The waiters were naturally cautious when facing these distinguished guests. Well, thank you for your hard work. Su-hee nodded. It's my duty. The waiter smiled and then took the two of them in. Just then, a surprised voice rang out. Su-hee, Wanrong, why are you here? Lu Wanru frowned and looked at Su-hee and Lu Wanrong. Is Shanghai so small? How come I can meet them everywhere? This made Lu Wanru feel helpless. She really didn't want to see these two people. Sister? Why are you here too? Lu Wanrong obviously didn't expect to meet her sister here. The consumption in this place seems to be incompatible with my sister's financial strength, right? However, after taking a look at Jin Yuxing behind her sister, Lu Wanrong immediately understood. I guess my sister caught a sucker and made him pay. But this is normal, Lu Wanrong knows her sister very well. Isn't my sister just a gold digger? Otherwise, she wouldn't have kicked Su-hee, who had loved her for 4 years, away. Let's come and eat. What? You're the only ones allowed to come to Blue Whale, but we're not? You're not the only ones with money in this world. Lu Wanru started to retort directly. She really felt uncomfortable seeing her sister living so well. So, whenever she gets the chance, she will immediately start to taunt. Sister, what are you talking about? Our money didn't come from the wind. It was earned by Su-hee and I working hard together. Why are you targeting us everywhere? Lu Wanrong said unhappily. She really couldn't stand her sister being so snobbish. They have obviously achieved their success through their own hard work, so why should you look down on them? Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Lu Wanru ignored her sister and said directly to the waiter. We are members, please take us in first. In Lu Wanru's opinion, members should all have priority. There are so many people waiting outside now. If they queue up, I don't know how long they will have to wait. Fortunately, they are silver members, so they shouldn't have to queue, right? Although Lu Wanru knew that Su-hee and his sister were very rich, they were nouveau riche and it must be their first time to come to such a place. I guess there won't be any members here either. Therefore, Lu Wanrong was ready to rush into Blue Whale first,
which could be considered as a way to vent her anger.
Ah, ma'am, are you also a gold member? The waiter was stunned. Normally, you only encounter one gold member a day.
After all, there are only a few gold members, and they are all rich people.
Rich people don't eat out every day. The richer you are, the more you like to eat at home.
There is a nanny at home who cooks for us, and everything is fresh and clean.
In this case, why should we go out to eat?
When eating out, it is most likely for social events. So, it is possible that you may not encounter a gold member for several days.
It's really rare to meet two of them at once like today. Gold member?
I don't even know what membership this is. Lu Wanru said this as she took out her membership card. Just now, in order to show his generosity, Jin Yuxing directly gave this membership card to Lu Wanru. However, Lu Wanru didn't know what the specific use of this membership card was. Seeing the silver card in Lu Wanru's hand, the waiter felt a little contemptuous.
It's just a piece of silver, why are you showing off? However, out of professional ethics, the waiter did not show it on his face.
He just smiled and rejected Lu Wanru.
Hello, ma'am.
I'm so sorry, you have a silver card and you still need to wait in line according to the regulations.
You can sit for a while. I'll give you a number. It will be your turn in an hour at most. Chapter 139. Have you thought about your parents?
The waiter's tone was still very polite. She could see that Lu Wanru and Jin Yuxing in front of her seemed to be friends of Su He and his friends. Since you are a friend of the precious gold member, you deserve the most basic courtesy.
But why didn't they just let them sit with Su He?
The gold members haven't even asked for an invitation, so as a waiter, I naturally can't make the decision on my own.
What? Members have to queue for more than an hour. What kind of store is this?
Lu Wanru curled her lips. Members have to wait in line for so long, so it makes no difference whether you are a member or not.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Silver members can enjoy a 10% discount on all dishes except drinks, but they don't have priority in the queue.
The waiter's tone remained calm. They have encountered many such things. For customers who can dine at this time, spending 100,000 yuan to become a silver member is really nothing. For example, among the customers queuing outside, except for a small number of internet celebrities and individual customers who came to check in, most of them are silver members.
Here, silver membership is nothing rare at all.
Since everyone is a member, there is naturally no advantage in queuing. Just like doing business in a bank, the unit prices are all combined, so you as a VIP will not have any advantage in queuing.
Of course, bank VIPs are also registered.
For example, private banking clients with more than 8 million yuan, wealth management clients with 2 million to 8 million yuan, and financial management clients with 200,000 to 2 million yuan. Depending on the customer level, you can naturally enjoy different VIP services. For example, the quantity and quality of gifts received during the Chinese New Year will also be different. As for handling business, high-level customers can also experience a faster business processing speed than low-level customers.
This is true for banks and also for restaurants.
They are all made by capitalists, so of course they are the same.
How could this happen?
Lu Wanru curled her lips and then set her eyes on Su He and Lu Wanrong.
What about them? How could they get in early? I think they should have arrived at about the same time as us.
Lu Wanru pointed at Su He and her sister and said dissatisfiedly. In her opinion, the most Su He and his sister had was a silver card membership. Her thinking was still very limited, and she would never have thought that Su He actually had a gold membership.
Ah? Are you talking about Mr. Su? The waiter was stunned.
Mr. Su holds a gold membership in our store.
The waiter was a little confused and didn't understand what the relationship between Lu Wanru and Su He was. They are friends, right? But how can a friend not understand his friend so well? Moreover, if they are friends, they will most likely dine together at this time.
After all, it's just a matter of 2 more pairs of chopsticks. They are not friends, but they clearly know each other.
This kind of relationship is really complicated. Gold membership? You've mentioned this membership twice. What's so great about it? Can't we afford it? Lu Wanru frowned. In her opinion, it's just a membership card, why should it be so complicated?
Although they are silver members now, the worst that can happen is that they can just upgrade.
It's probably only tens of millions of dollars at most, right? It's nothing at all. It can be done, ma'am. Gold membership only requires a one-time top-up of 1 million.
The waiter explained with a smile.
How much? Lu Wanru wondered if she had heard it wrongly.
She seemed to hear 1,000,003 words.
Could it be that I was hallucinating? Just when she was wondering if she was hallucinating, the waiter repeated. Ma'am, it's 1,000,000.
As long as you top up 1,000,000, you will be a gold member for a year. The balance of 1,000,000 can be used within 1 year.
But after 1 year, the balance will be cleared. If you want to maintain your gold membership, you need to continue to top up.
The waiter explained patiently.
What? 1,000,000 a year? Are you crazy because of poverty? Lu Wanru screamed in surprise. Recharging 1,000,000 in one store in 1 year, what kind of rich person would do this? Lu Wanru's voice was so loud that it attracted other people around.
For a moment, everyone looked at her.
This made Lu Wanru feel a little embarrassed. Everyone present was a person of status and position. It was indeed a bit impolite for her to speak so loudly and question the rules of other people's store. Sorry ma'am, this is indeed the case for our store's gold members. Your friend, Mr. Su, is a gold member.
The waiter always had a faint smile on his face, not wanting the other party to find anything wrong with him. If a woman like this were caught, it would be very troublesome.
What? You mean they charged 1,000,000? Wanrong, are you crazy? Charge 1,000,000 in a restaurant? You spend money so recklessly, aren't you afraid that your parents will scold you if they find out? Lu Wanru couldn't help but act like an elder sister and wanted to teach Lu Wanrong a lesson. Put. Sister, are you kidding me? I'm already married. How my husband wants to spend money should have nothing to do with our parents, right? Lu Wanrong burst out laughing and continued. Besides, even if our parents knew, what would it matter?
We earned our money through hard work, not by stealing or robbing, so we can spend it however we like.
Don't even mention recharging 1,000,000.
Even if I recharge 10,000,000 now, my parents won't say anything. Lu Wanrong knew that her sister was a typical gold digger, and what she feared most was others pretending to be rich in front of her.
Lu Wanrong didn't want this to happen originally. They are sisters and there is no need to do this. However, my sister's snobbery is really uncomfortable to watch. That's why Lu Wanrong was so angry. Now she no longer cares about spending money or not. As long as I can save Sui's face, what does it matter if I spend some money? You. Lu Wanru was so angry when she heard what Lu Wanrong said.
She never imagined that her sister, who used to be so obedient to her, would be so merciless when speaking. However, she was obviously very angry, but she had no excuse to refute. Who made her unable to make money as well as her sister?
His current assets may be worth hundreds of millions. Recharging 1,000,000 does not seem to be a big deal. Sister, I'm hungry, so I won't talk to you anymore. Su-hee and I will go in and eat first. Sorry, we booked a small table, so we won't invite you to join us for dinner. Hubby, let's go. After Lu Wanrong finished speaking, she dragged Su-hee into the restaurant without even looking back. This cold attitude once again made Lu Wanru very angry. Chapter 140 Prodigal Behavior. Damn it, this Lu Wanrong is so disrespectful. Lu Wanru was so angry.
She never expected that her sister would treat her like this.
Ma'am, can I get you a number now? You should probably wait about an hour. The waiter obviously understood the relationship between these people.
When it comes to love, an elder sister gets jealous when she sees her younger sister getting married so well. Although the waiter is just a waiter, he himself disdains such behavior.
Sisters can actually be jealous of each other because the other is living a better life. What kind of sisters are these? If they were biological sisters, wouldn't that be a bit too outrageous? However, even if the waiter doesn't like Lu Wanru, as someone in the service industry, he still needs to do his job well. An hour? What the hell? I'm not going to eat anymore. Lu Wanru cursed out loud. In an hour, everyone finished eating and came out. But they haven't gone in to eat yet. Isn't the contrast too big? In any case, Lu Wanru didn't have the nerve to continue staying here to eat, as it would only make her feel that the gap between her and Su-hee was getting bigger and bigger. This is something Lu Wanru doesn't want to see. After saying this, Lu Wanru turned around and was about to leave. Wanru, wait for me.
Jin Yuxing took his membership card from the waiter and hurriedly chased after him.
Wanru, why don't we wait a little longer? Maybe it won't take so long.
Jin Yuxing advised.
Sorry Yuxing, I'm just not in the mood today. Lu Wanru took a deep breath and looked at Jin Yuxing's sincere expression. She still patiently replied. Seeing that my sister is doing so well, she can even take out a membership card worth millions just for a meal. How could she eat at a time like this? How about we change stores? Jin Yuxing suggested. Although she didn't know what happened between the sisters, she had finally made an appointment with the goddess, and she didn't want her to run away like that. Okay, Yuxing, let's just find a random restaurant, one where you don't have to wait for a table, not one that's this fancy. What is the use of high-end restaurants? Anyway, even if they go, they are just low-end consumers in high-end restaurants. Based on Lu Wanru's understanding of her sister will definitely post on WeChat moments tonight. The wine, sex, food and other things would definitely be better than what they eat. Therefore, even if she went to a high-end restaurant tonight, she would not post it on WeChat moments to show off. In that case, it would be better to save some money and leave a good impression in Jin Yuxing's heart at the same time. At least you can't let the other person think you are a gold digger. Okay, I'll arrange it then? On the other side, Su-hee and Lu Wanrong also came to the second floor under the guidance of the waiter. Hello, sir and madam, this is our menu, you can take a look. The waiter respectfully handed 2 menus to the two of them and said, Do you need me to introduce you to? The waiter knew that Su-hee was a golden customer, so he was particularly respectful to him. Golden customers are also very rare here. I'm afraid there is only one golden customer like this tonight. No need, let's take a look first, I'll call you later. Lu Wanrong shook her head and signaled the waiter to leave first. Okay ma'am, feel free to let me know if you need anything. The waitress nodded, she knew that the customer needed some time to think alone before placing her order. Some customers are like this. If there are people around, they may not be able to order anything. The waiter often sees such things, so he doesn't think it's strange. Hey man, husband, did you really charge $1 million here? Lu Wanrong glanced around and said in a low voice. Yes, and it was charged in your name. Sui said with a smile. You can get cash back on your purchases by recharging in the name of Lu Wanrong. As for the card, it is still in Sui's hands. From now on, whether he is eating alone or bringing Lu Wanrong or other clients to eat, he can use this card. If you are out of money, you can continue to recharge at Sua and still get cash back on your purchases. This was a routine he had just discovered. Sometimes, the money doesn't have to be spent on Lu Wanrong, it can also be spent on other reasons. Hubby, you're charging too much, aren't you? I just heard what the waiter said. This $1 million is non-refundable, and must be spent within 1 year. Lu Wanrong curled her lips. Spending $1 million in a restaurant, isn't this the behavior of a spendthrift? Unless it's a banquet, it's a stupid act no matter how you look at it. Don't worry, we can definitely spend it all. We can spend most of it on one meal today. Sui smiled and waved his hand. Isn't it just $1 million? If you really want to work hard, it will only take a meal. There is no need to worry about not being able to spend it all. I don't mean to clean up. I mean to say that spending $1 million on food is too wasteful. Lu Wanrong curled her lips and continued. 1 million. If we cook for ourselves, it will be enough for our family to eat for 10 years, right? With a food allowance of 100,000 yuan a year, one can already eat very well. On average, it is 273 yuan per day. With 273 yuan a day for a couple, wouldn't they be able to eat deliciously? But now, if 1 million is spent on food in a restaurant, if converted into daily expenses, it would be 2,730 yuan a day in food expenses. 2730 is enough for eating out for delicious food every day. With this money, why not go out to eat? Why go to such an expensive place? Lu Wanrong roughly calculated that a meal here would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars, right? With $1 million, I can only come here to eat 10 times at most. The price-performance ratio is really too low. Oh, wife, you can't calculate like this. Su-hee sighed helplessly. Why can't the little girl change her consumption concept? We are now the wealthy class, and as a wealthy class, we must have the consumption concepts that this class should have. There is nothing wrong with being frugal and thrifty. It is also a good traditional virtue. But for our family, the more we save, the more money we lose. We have to spend more money, so that we can make more money. Su-hee is telling the truth. He is the master of the system. How can you make a lot of money if you don't find ways to spend money? In fact, this also applies to ordinary people. You won't make a lot of money just by cutting costs and saving money. Those who really know how to make money are also those who know how to spend money. Since the money they have cannot support their higher consumption, they will think about earning more money. Over time, you will become richer and richer. Of course, diligence and thrift are also necessary. It's just that consumption depends on your financial resources. There is no contradiction between them. Chapter 141 Daily Consumption of 10,000. Humph. Wrong logic, you just want me to spend more money in various ways, right? Lu Wanrong rolled her eyes at her husband and instantly saw through the little man's thoughts. In fact, Lu Wanrong had already known her husband's psychology. My husband seems to have a habit of spending money on himself like crazy. Other husbands would only feel distressed when they see their wives spending so much money. But my husband is different. The more money he spent, the more excited he became. If this isn't a quirk, what is? Who is happier the more money they spend? I'm afraid there's no other man like my husband in the whole world, right? Hey, no matter what, we have to learn how to spend money. Suhi smiled and continued. From today on, your biggest task every day is to spend at least 10,000 yuan. You can't go to bed until you spend enough money. 10,000 a day, that is 3.65 million a year. It seems like a lot, but for Suhi, this amount of money is really too little. Even if all of these 3.65 million trigger a tenfold cashback, it would only be 36.5 million. At this rate, how long will it take him to become a 100 billionaire or even a trillionaire? However, Suhi decided not to be too hasty and had to take it slow. First, set a small goal for Lu Wanrong, spend 10,000 a day. Once she gets used to this consumption, she can come to gel to achieve small goals. For example, spending 100,000 a day. Later on, small goals can become medium goals, such as spending 1 million a day. In fact, the first thing I think about after waking up every day is how to spend 1 million, which is also a very distressing thing. No, husband, isn't this too much to ask? How can I spend $10,000? Lu Wanrong's little head was suddenly full of question marks. 10,000 a day? How is it possible to spend so much money? How can I spend so much money? You have to figure it out on your own. But I allow you to overspend. However, the overspending amount cannot be deducted from the next day. Do you understand what I mean? Suhi asked with a smile. Can't it be deducted for the next day? Lu Wanrong was stunned for a moment and then quickly understood what her husband meant. What he means is that you can spend more than 10,000 today. For example, if you buy a bag worth more than 20,000 yuan, but you only have a quota of 10,000 yuan today, the excess amount of 10,000 yuan is naturally allowed. However, this does not mean that you will have 10,000 less to spend tomorrow. On the second day, you still have to spend 10,000. Otherwise, you can't sleep. So, this is a disguised way of asking you to spend more money, and the more you spend, the better. Isn't this torture? Honey, this is too difficult, isn't it? How can I spend so much money? Lu Wanrong smiled bitterly. Originally, she was thinking of buying a few more bags so that she wouldn't have to worry about spending money for several days or even a month. Now it seems that she seemed to have thought too much. Ha ha ha, it's not difficult. It's just 10,000 yuan. It's easy to spend. If it doesn't work, just buy gold bars. This thing at least holds its value. Suhi said with a smile. Buying gold bars is indeed a very good idea. Although the price of gold is a bit expensive now. But they have plenty of money. Moreover, buying gold bars not only preserves value, but also earns cash back on purchases. For example, Suhi bought a gold bar worth 1,000 yuan for Lu Wanrong, triggering the minimum double consumption. Then, Suhi can not only earn 1,000 yuan. This gold bar worth $1,000 can be sold for more than $900. In other words, Suhi could earn at least 1,900 yuan from this trip. This can be said to be a system bug. If all the money for a year was used to buy gold bars, that would be 3.65 million. The minimum cashback is 3.65 million. Add in the sale of gold bars, and you can make at least 7 million. It's so cool. Buy gold bars? That's a good idea. Hubby, you are such a clever little fellow. Lu Wanrong's eyes suddenly lit up. If you buy gold bars, it may seem like you will lose a little in the short term.
After all, there is a price difference between buying and selling gold bars. But in the long run, it will definitely maintain or even appreciate in value. Moreover, if you buy one every day, you don't have to worry about how to spend the money. You don't even have to go buy it yourself. Just contact a gold shop or bank and ask them to send you gold bars worth 10,000 yuan every day. Alternatively, you can pay every day and the gold bars will be delivered to you in a month. This way, you can save trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Wanrong suddenly no longer felt that this was a bad thing. She even thought it was a very good way to avoid risks. If you save 3.65 million worth of gold bars in a year, if the company goes bankrupt due to poor management in the future, you can sell these gold bars and get more than 3 million. With this much money, you won't starve even in Shanghai. Ha ha ha, then feel free to spend boldly. The more you buy, the better. Don't limit yourself to 10,000. Sui said with a smile. The more money Lu Wanrong spent, the happier he was. It would be awesome if you could trigger multiple cashback. Well, husband, I will try my best. Lu Wanrong nodded vigorously. Okay, let's start spending today. However, the goal for today's meal is 500,000. If the consumption is less than 500,000, we are not allowed to go out. If you only spend tens of thousands of dollars in this store, you really won't be able to experience the good things around you. At most, it's just a few desserts or some food that's not that special in quality. Only if you spend more than 100,000 yuan can you eat really delicious food. 500,000? Honey, isn't that too much? Lu Wanrong curled her lips. A meal worth 500,000 yuan? That's enough to buy a Mercedes-Benz. Of course not. Eat it with confidence. Your husband and I have plenty of money. Sui said generously. With no other options, Lu Wanrong could only start ordering. However, when she counted to 100,000 yuan, she couldn't go on. These dishes are horrible. One dish costs tens of thousands of dollars. Are you sure it's worth the price? However, there are more expensive ones. There are even millions of dishes. For example, yellow croaker, century-old ginseng soup and the like. Lu Wanrong even doubted whether these things were true. For example, the 100-year-old ginseng soup, is there really a ginseng that is more than 100 years old? Is this a scam? It is said that rich people are easy to be fooled. If you say a ginseng is 1,000 years old, people will believe it and rush to give you money. However, Lu Wanrong would never order these dishes that cost 1 million each. No matter how rich she is, she doesn't want to be taken advantage of. Honey, I'm almost done. Let's just eat these few dishes, right? Lu Wanrong closed the menu. She had already ordered dishes worth 100,000 yuan, which was almost enough for 2 people. Chapter 142, Shorting Soybeans. Well, I'll go ahead and order 2 more. These dishes are not enough for me alone. Sui smiled. The portions of dishes here are not large, and the main feature is that the ingredients are rare and expensive. Therefore, these dishes may not be enough for one person to eat. Of course, there are also ordinary dishes, and the prices are not too outrageous. However, how could Sui order ordinary dishes? Isn't this a waste of money? Thinking of this, Sui ordered 7 or 8 more expensive dishes. After ordering, I also ordered a bottle of Romane Conti. Romane Conti is a high-end brand of red wine. Similar to the status of Mutai in liquor. Sui ordered the 1978 Romane Conti. Wine of this vintage is naturally not cheap. Just one bottle costs almost 300,000. Although Sula has gold membership, the member discount does not include alcohol. Especially for this kind of top-quality red wine, basically one bottle less is one less. It took a huge amount of manpower and resources for the store to get it. Therefore, it is basically impossible for them to give you a discount. However, what Sui wants is no discount. If there is a discount, he will lose a lot of money. Soon, the waiter brought a bottle of red wine. After Sui confirmed that there was no problem, the waiter opened the red wine. Drinking red wine requires a certain style. Decanted red wine tastes much better than undecanted red wine. However, ordinary people certainly cannot taste it. Only those who are professional wine drinkers can taste it. Of course, since we are drinking red wine, especially such expensive red wine, it would be meaningless if the sense of ritual was not strong. This thing may not taste good, but its main feature is the mood. Girls in particular like this kind of mood the most. The meal was very warm. Although it cost a lot of money, Lu Wanrong also came to terms with it.
Isn't money meant to be spent?
Now the willow color has started to develop. The two stores can make a net profit of hundreds of thousands every day.
With so much money, I will definitely never be able to spend it all.
So, it doesn't matter if you spend a little now.
After dinner, Soo-hee went home with his wife.
On the other side, Lu Wanru also finished her dinner.
The restaurant where Lu Wanru and her friends ate was not far from Blue Whale.
And when they were eating just now, their car was parked near the Blue Whale. So, after dinner, the two sides happened to meet again.
Sister!
When Lu Wanrong saw Lu Wanru, she couldn't help but shout out.
After all, she is my sister.
Even if there are conflicts between us, it is not impossible to reconcile them.
Lu Wanrong still understood her sister. My sister is just a little materialistic and wants to marry a rich man. She's not a bad person at all.
Of course, worshipping money is not a good virtue.
Emotionally speaking, Lu Wanru is still a scumbag. But at least, she won't do anything illegal or criminal. It's immoral at best. Well, are you done eating? Lu Wanru nodded lightly.
After finishing her meal, she was obviously in a much better mood. However, although she was greeting her sister, her tone was still very cold.
For her, what happened today can be said to be extremely shameful. It's not something you can just forget.
When facing Soo-hee, her expression was still very cold.
Yeah. We're done eating and are ready to go home now. Lu Wanrong nodded. Good. Lu Wanru responded, then turned around and was about to leave.
However, after taking 2 steps, Lu Wanru suddenly turned around and stared at Soo-hee with sharp eyes.
Sister, what's wrong?
Lu Wanrong saw her sister staring at her husband and her brows immediately furrowed.
Soo-hee, let me ask you, are you still doing futures now? Lu Wanru suddenly asked. Futures?
When Lu Wanrong heard her sister's words, she looked curiously at her husband.
Lu Wanrong knew that Soo-hee had investments in the financial market.
Because Soo-hee told her that all the startup capital for their family was earned by Soo-hee in the financial market.
Soo-hee even set up a financial company. Then the legal person of the financial company is Lu Wanrong.
Therefore, Lu Wanrong was very clear about Soo-hee's investment in the financial market. However, Lu Wanrong did not study finance in college, so she doesn't know much about this. However, learning never stops, and she is already learning relevant knowledge. Later, you will slowly understand it.
This is the advantage of Lu Wanrong.
She would always chase after Soo-hee and would never let Soo-hee stand still and wait for her. Nor would he let Soo-hee charge into battle alone. A new home must be built through the joint efforts of 2 people. It would be too tiring to run a new home alone.
Well, I do trade futures.
Soo-hee nodded to his wife.
Sister, Soo-hee is doing futures, what can I do for you? Lu Wanrong asked. Hearing her sister's answer, Lu Wanru couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Soo-hee, do you really hate me so much? You don't even want to answer the questions I asked you in person? However, Lu Wanru did not say anything.
She had to bear the consequences of her own sins. Thinking of this, Lu Wanru said lightly. According to the information we have, this year's soybean production is high, but the demand has decreased.
So, if you are doing futures, I suggest you buy some.
Short soybean futures.
Get in the car now, it's not too late. By the time the main institutions come in, it will be too late. Lu Wanru actually doesn't want Soo-hee to make money.
The reason why she told Soo-hee the news was just to show off her influence. After all, the information you get when working in a financial institution is much more comprehensive than that you get in other places. This is also why, for the same stock, institutions can make money, but you can only be trapped by the stock market.
Mastering information is equivalent to mastering all the information about making money. No information, just one person working until death. You want to short soybean futures?
This time, Soo-hee did not ignore Lu Wanru. Instead, he frowned and looked at her with some amusement.
This woman has really bad luck. I always like to dance on the graves.
Judging from the current situation, shorting soybean futures is indeed a good investment option.
Although you may not make a fortune, you can still make some money.
But unfortunately, Soo-hee knew that soybean futures would definitely rise sharply.
Because the production area will experience a once-in-a-century rainstorm.
This heavy rain far exceeded the weather forecast and the farmers' expectations. Protection will bring huge losses to soybeans. At the same time, soybean futures will naturally surge. If you want to short soybean futures, you will probably lose everything you have.
Chapter 143 I want to go long on soybeans. Suha has a stock market trend chart, so the information about the future is naturally very clear.
He can also make the most accurate judgment.
But he can do it, while others can't. Even the top financial masters cannot accurately predict all market conditions that may occur in the next 7 days. Even if their wealth can interfere with the entire financial market.
But he couldn't interfere with God. At least, with current science and technology, no matter how rich you are, you cannot interfere with the occurrence of extreme weather. If it is only a short period of rain and clouds, you may be able to use a cloud dissipation system. However, large-scale extreme weather is currently beyond human control. So, once heavy rain occurs, it will be useless even if you have the down payment. At that time, the stock market was bound to fall.
No one can stop it.
That's right, Sui, I'm still in charge this time. And it has been reviewed by our company's senior management. Soybean futures will definitely plummet this time.
If you can seize this opportunity, you will definitely make a lot of money. Lu Wanru said confidently. This opportunity is also very precious to her.
In fact, she didn't want to say anything more to Suhi at first.
After all, there is no need.
The better Suhi lived, the unhappier she was.
However, Lu Wanru just wanted to tell Suhi this news.
It seemed that by doing so, she could prove that she was stronger than Suhi. If Suhi really invested and made money, she could also say that the other party made the money because of her.
This will also make Lu Wanru feel better. Yes, Mr. Su Wanru is right.
There is indeed some profit in shorting soybeans this time.
Everyone in the industry is basically ready to go short this time.
Jin Yuxing on the side said with a smile. Suhi is also a big customer of their company. He naturally had the obligation to tell Suhi the news. As for whether to invest or not, that is their own business.
They can't interfere.
However, Jin Yuxing certainly also hopes that Suhi can invest. They are an investment company, and it is definitely okay for clients to use their money to buy financial products. But the best thing is that this money can be invested in the stock market or futures market. After all, when entering these places, the commission will naturally be much higher.
That's why Jin Yuxing took the initiative to speak for Lu Wanru. Forget it.
Sui smiled and shook his head, then glanced at his wife beside him, hesitated for a moment and spoke. I want to be short soybean futures, I'll be long.
I'm optimistic about the price of soybeans.
Seeing such a good opportunity to make money in the futures market, Sui has no intention of missing out.
Soybean prices are bound to skyrocket.
Even if he doesn't make money from it, someone else will. In the financial market, there is no such thing as making money from national disasters.
Since this mechanism has been set up, someone has to make the money. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the bad weather.
There was a heavy rain during this harvest season. Since Suhi knew the news in advance, he had no reason not to invest. This time, he planned to let Hangzhou Capital invest all of the company's more than 100 million yuan and add 10 times leverage. Presumably, just by going long on soybeans this time, one can earn no less than 1 billion yuan. The futures market is very scary. Once it soars or plummets, it is very easy for people to become rich overnight.
What? Suhi, you want to go long on soybean futures? Are you crazy? Do you understand financial markets? Lu Wanru almost laughed out of anger. Long soybean futures? What kind of brain circuit can come up with such a thing?
This year the weather was good and soybean production soared, so the price of soybean futures naturally fell.
This is financial common sense. Suhi is a top student majoring in finance, so it's impossible that he doesn't understand such a small principle, right? Lu Wanru felt that Suhi was deliberately going against her.
When she bought on the rise, Suhi bought on the fall. When she buys when the price drops, Suhi buys when the price rises.
Lu Wanru even suspected that Suhi was long on gold futures because he was against her, and then he accidentally encountered a fight. In other words, it was an unexpected success? Before, Lu Wanru might not have believed it.
But now, she felt it was possible. But soybeans are not gold. Soybean futures are not gold futures.
Lu Wanru could not predict the war. After all, if people wanted to fight, they would fight and no one could stop them. However, weather conditions can still be roughly calculated.
The entire soybean producing area has enjoyed good weather during this period.
Not to mention rain, there wasn't even a cloud to be seen. Soybeans can be harvested in less than a week. Under such circumstances, how could soybean futures still soar?
1. Even if it does rain a little, it will not affect the soybean yield. Therefore, if SUA goes long, it is simply throwing money into it, and the money will be lost.
I really don't understand.
However, as your former boyfriend, I still suggest you go long on soybean futures. If your wrong decision causes the company to lose a large amount of money this time, you may lose your job.
Soo-hee smiled faintly.
He didn't mean to remind Lu Wanru with good intentions. No matter how much you remind someone who has lost himself, it will be useless.
However, Soo-hee couldn't stand Lu Wanru's arrogant attitude.
If we break up, then we break up. Just don't interfere with each other. But this woman wants to prove that she is doing better than Soo-hee, so she makes comparisons whenever she can.
This is really annoying.
At least, Soo-hee felt very annoyed. So, in front of Jin Yuxing, he directly told him about his past relationship with Lu Wanru. Sure enough, when Jin Yuxing heard Soo-hee's words, his whole brain was stunned.
He never thought that Soo-hee would be Lu Wanru's ex-boyfriend.
No wonder Lu Wanru has that attitude towards her sister and brother-in-law.
It seems that the younger sister stole the older sister's man? Of course, this is what most people think. The ex-girlfriend is the older sister, and the boyfriend is now with the younger sister.
Unless the elder sister dies, the brother-in-law helps take care of the younger sister. Otherwise, it would be that the younger sister stole the older sister's boyfriend, which is what most people think at first glance.
Of course, this also includes Jin Yuxing.
However, Jin Yuxing still admires Soo-hee very much. This man was able to marry both sisters, and he also got the approval of his father-in-law and mother-in-law.
Isn't his strength a little too strong? Even Aquaman probably can't do this, right?
Jin Yuxing even wanted to ask Soo-hee how he did it.
This is simply unbelievable.
These are sisters, and stunningly beautiful sisters at that.
How could they be won over by just one man? Chapter 144. I guess she won't listen. Impossible. Lu Wanru sneered. Soo-hee, the same thing will never happen again. Last time, you were lucky, but it was also due to the environment. I just don't believe that you can be so lucky every time. Lu Wanru gritted her teeth. It's normal for a person to have good luck once. But is it always this good? How is that possible? Do you really think you are the child of destiny? Can you keep your luck at its best at all times? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I will go long on soybean futures this time. My suggestion is that if you really want to do this, you should only invest the company's money and not your own money. If you really lose everything, your parents won't have the money to help you anymore.
When Lu Wanru shorted gold futures before, she borrowed money from friends and from micro-loan companies.
Later, the investment failed and my friends were anxious for money. In desperation, I had to take the money from my parents. However, this money can only be taken once.
After all, Lu Wanru's parents don't have much money themselves. Apart from their own savings for retirement, they gave the rest to their 2 daughters as dowries.
Lu Wanrong has already put away her part. She doesn't need this money at all now and doesn't need it. But Lu Wanru is different.
Her money has been used to pay off debts. Although I get paid as usual every month, there is not much left after deducting the rent and car loan. So, if she really makes a fool of herself again, she will borrow money from friends to invest. Even if you continue to borrow money from micro-loan companies for investment, you may really lose everything. What Soo-hee and Lu Wanrong are most worried about is that this woman will continue to ask her parents for money. Although the old couple only had 100,000 yuan in savings, Lu Wanrong and Soo-hee had transferred a lot of money to their bank accounts over this period of time.
It is absolutely no problem to take out 2 million from your bank account now.
Although they don't know whether Lu Wanru knows about this matter. But this woman is very smart and she must be able to guess something. If you really have no other choice, I guess the 2 elders will not just sit there and do nothing. That's why Soo-hee gave this woman a heads up in advance, asking her not to disturb her parents. After all, her parents are old and can't stand any more hardship.
That money was also given by Soo-hee and Lu Wanrong for their retirement support. Don't worry, I definitely won't lose money.
Lu Wanru rolled her eyes at Soo-hee, her tone full of confidence. If she loses money again this time, she will simply resign and never work in the related industry again.
What if you lose money? Won't you go ask your parents for money again?
Suhee raised his eyebrows. He had to make Lu Wanru promise in person that she would not go to her parents even if she had to pay compensation.
Lu Wanru is a very proud person and she will strictly carry out what she says. So, Suhee forced Lu Wanru to speak. Suhee, I know what you mean. Lu Wanru glanced at Suhee calmly. First of all, I will never make a mistake in investing. Secondly, even if soybean futures prices really skyrocketed as you said and I suffered huge losses, I would not ask my parents for help. Lu Wanru is indeed a very proud woman at heart.
She had already spoken to her parents once before.
This time, I will never speak again.
Even if you lose everything and break your teeth, you have to swallow it.
Okay, I hope you remember what you said today.
Suhee looked at Lu Wanru seriously. Now that the woman has said it, he doesn't have to worry.
Don't worry, I'll keep my word. After Lu Wanru finished speaking, she turned around and left. Wanru, wait for me, I'll take you home.
Jin Yuxing hurriedly chased after them, and then the two of them disappeared from Suhee's sight.
Honey, will soybean futures really skyrocket? As soon as the two left, Lu Wanrong couldn't help but ask. She doesn't know anything about futures. But my sister's team is a professional one. Can my husband really be more accurate than a professional team? That's right.
There will soon be extremely bad weather in the soybean producing areas. In terms of futures, there is a high probability that prices will surge.
Suhee explained. It's okay to tell Lu Wanrong this. My wife is not the type to talk nonsense.
Besides, it doesn't matter even if Suhee said there would be extremely bad weather. He could have easily said that it was predicted by a meteorological expert. After all, weather is something that has always been predicted. Most experts predict good weather, but a few will predict bad weather based on local conditions. However, such experts are a minority among the minority, and even if they make predictions, they will not be recognized by the mainstream media, let alone reported. Suhee only needs to say that he has seen what the expert said and believes in the other party's prediction, which is why he made such a decision.
Doesn't that mean my sister will lose a lot of money again this time? Lu Wanrong's eyes also showed worry. After all, she is her own sister. Before her sister broke up with Suhee, the relationship between the two sisters was still good. Now she has to watch her own sister fail in her investment and may even go bankrupt and be fired by the company. It would be a lie for Lu Wanrong to say that she is not worried. Alas, there is nothing we can do about it.
Suhee sighed. I have warned her, but she doesn't believe me at all.
Suhee did remind Lu Wanru. But his reminder would be worse than no reminder.
After all, Lu Wanru already hated Suhee very much and was very confident in her own judgment.
How could such a person believe what a hated person said?
She just thought that Suhee was jealous of her and couldn't stand her getting rich.
Well, then we can only leave it to fate. Lu Wanrong was also helpless. My sister knows my family best.
If my sister is determined about something, no matter how they try to persuade her, it will be useless. Just like when my sister insisted on breaking up with Suhee.
With so many of them trying to persuade him, is it any use?
Obviously it has no effect.
Well, now I just hope she doesn't borrow money to invest like last time. Suhee reminded. Borrow money to invest? Hearing this, Lu Wanrong became even more worried.
Based on her understanding of her sister, it would be difficult for her to give up this opportunity to get rich. Therefore, it is likely that my sister will continue to invest this time.
This is very troublesome.
If you continue to invest, you may really lose everything.
Well, it depends on her own luck. She is no longer willing to listen to advice. I guess she won't listen. I guess so. Chapter 145 Extremely Low Probability. Lu Wanru's appearance had nothing to do with Suhee and Lu Wanrong's mood. After the two finished their meal, they went strolling in the nearby pedestrian street. On the other side, Lu Wanru also went back in Jin Yuxing's car.
Yuxing, please take me back to the company.
My car is still parked there. Lu Wanru's tone was still a little bad.
Every time she sees Suhee and her sister, she feels very unhappy. But there is no way, who made her live worse than her sister? You have to accept the reality that you are not doing as well as your sister.
Wanru, have you really been in a relationship with your brother-in-law? Jin Yuxing couldn't help but ask.
He didn't expect the relationships in this family to be so complicated. Although I admire Suhee, I still don't quite understand the relationship here.
So, he wanted to get to the bottom of it.
However, what Jin Yuxing didn't know was that this question was extremely difficult for Lu Wanru to talk about. After all, it was she who dumped Sui because she despised the poor and loved the rich. Even if Sui is with his own sister, he has no right to blame him. She didn't even have the face to say anything bad about Sui in public. She was unwilling to discuss this topic. After all, she was the ungrateful one. Once discussed, it would only expose her poor character. At the same time, bringing up this matter in front of her is like dancing in a minefield, where thunder may burst out at any time.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jin, this is my personal matter and I don't want to talk about it. Lu Wanru's tone turned cold and she was no longer so polite to Jin Yuxing.
The address also changed from Yuxing to Mr. Jin. She has her own principles. No matter who mentions this kind of thing in front of her, it is not allowed. Now that Jin Yuxing already knows about it, Lu Wanru naturally has to keep an absolute distance from him.
Okay.
Jin Yuxing also realized Lu Wanru's indifference towards him.
He regretted asking the wrong question just now. But it seems a little late now.
But it doesn't matter, it's never too late to mend the situation.
Just shut up now.
Then, Jin Yuxing sent Lu Wanru directly back to the company.
Wanru, get to work on time tomorrow.
Next we will start shorting soybeans.
Jin Yuxing reminded. Yes, Mr. Jin, I will be there on time. Lu Wanru nodded indifferently. This opportunity is rare, she must seize it. Okay, then go home and be safe. I'm leaving first. Okay, Mr. Jin.
After Jin Yuxing finished speaking, he drove away.
After a brief silence, Lu Wanru also returned to the company's parking lot and drove away.
The next day, Sui arrived at Hangzhou capital early in the morning. Starting today, various major players will enter the soybean futures market and prepare to short sell. Of course, there will also be long entries. The early stage is a process of mutual testing, and everyone wants to take advantage of each other. However, in the long run, the bears will definitely have the upper hand. After all, the price of soybean futures is no longer optimistic. On the first day, Sui did not enter the market immediately. The price of soybean futures is still very high now, so even if you enter the market, you won't make the most money. Let the bears run for a while.
However, Lu Wanru could no longer hold back.
They are short sellers, and the earlier they enter the market, the more money they will make. This time, the funds she controlled were 1 billion.
This is a very large amount of money.
It was also Jin Yuxing who applied for Lu Wanru. If this operation is successful and the company makes a lot of money, Lu Wanru's commission will be at least hundreds of thousands. Of course, if the investment fails, Lu Wanru might really be fired.
Therefore, this time is very important for Lu Wanru. Also entering the market is Haijin Group.
Lu Zhenhai of Haijin Group also entered the market and shorted soybean futures for 2 billion. This time he is also optimistic that soybean futures will plummet.
However, this is also the mainstream idea in the market now.
Although soybeans will fall sharply, because there are too many people sharing the pie, the money they make in the end will definitely not be as much as they imagined.
But it doesn't matter. As long as you can make money, that's enough. After all, the risk this time is very low.
3 billion in capital is already a huge sum of money in soybean futures. Such a large influx of capital triggered a sell-off by bulls. After all, it is now clear that soybean futures are going to plummet. If they continue to hold positions, they will eventually face forced liquidation due to insufficient margin.
In this case, it is better to clear out the inventory and run away as soon as possible. Even if you lose money, you can lose less. 2 days later.
Boss Su, the soybean futures price has reached this year's lowest point.
Can we enter the market now?
Soybean futures prices are already very low, and the probability of them continuing to fall is low.
If you enter the market and go long now, you can still make a profit. No rush. Let's talk about it in the afternoon. I guess there will be another wave of people leaving.
Suhi smiled faintly.
The story trend chart shows that heavy rain will occur at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In just half an hour, a severe flood was triggered. But it would take at least an hour for the message to be delivered. That is, it will only be reflected in the futures market starting from 2:30 p.m. The fluctuations in futures will be huge, so Suhi must ensure that after his more than 100 million yuan of funds enter the market, it will not cause short selling pressure.
Once the short sellers continue to inject funds and suppress the market frantically, their margin may not be enough to support the time when the news is reflected in the securities market.
Therefore, you must not be anxious at this time. Boss Sue, is this really okay?
The 100 million we're investing this time is not a small amount, Lu Jianting said with a frown. The company has made a lot of money during this period according to Sua's investment plan.
There are about 400 or 500 million in the account.
However, Lu Jianting was still very worried.
100 million is nearly 1/5 of the company's liquid cash. If this fails, the loss will be huge.
After all, Sui still needs to use 10 times leverage this time. 10 times leverage requires a deposit. I don't know how long their deposit of around 400 million yuan can last.
Don't worry, Jianting, I know what's going on. Even if I really lose, the worst that can happen is that I can start over again. Su Yang is full of confidence. Even if he really loses money, he can make a comeback.
With a stock market chart in hand, there is no need to worry at all.
Well, it's just that Mr. Su, how can you be so sure that there will be heavy rain in the production area? Is it because of that expert's analysis? Lu Jianting asked curiously.
So many experts say that the production areas will have good weather this year, and the weather forecast shows no signs of that. Even though the production area is covered with dark clouds today, according to the weather forecast, the probability of precipitation is not high.
As for extreme rainstorms, that is even less likely. To describe it in terms of probability, it seems to be only 0.1%.
It seems a bit impulsive to bet hundreds of millions of dollars on a probability of 0.1%.
Chapter 146. The rainstorm is coming. That's right. Fortune and wealth come from risk. I think there's a high chance of heavy rain today.
Besides, it may be a torrential rainstorm that only happens once in 100 years.
Su, he said confidently. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll start trading soybean futures at 2 p.m. Lu Jianting nodded.
During this period, Sui has already made them taste the sweetness. Each of them also earned their own share of money. As it turned out, Sui's guess was indeed very correct.
Maybe it will really rain heavily today. In that case, let's give it a try. Even if you really lose, the worst that can happen is you can start over again.
On the other side, Gene 2 Group.
Wanru, the higher-ups have told us that soybean futures have basically hit bottom. Keep watching, and you can close your position tomorrow morning.
Jin Yuxing came to Lu Wanru and patted her shoulder. This time the company invested 1 billion yuan, and so far, it has made more than 100 million yuan. It can be said that this investment was very smooth.
After clearing their positions, they will be able to get at least 1 million yuan in bonuses. This is not a small amount of money. No problem, Manager Jean. A smile appeared on Lu Wanru's face again.
With this bonus, she can not only pay off all her debts, but also make a fortune. In fact, no one knew that Lu Wanru had obtained another 200,000 yuan from the microloan company this time. Moreover, she also increased the leverage tenfold. Now, Lu Wanru has earned millions. Including the bonus, once the clearance is complete, she can even get a loan to buy a house in the city center.
Thinking of this, Lu Wanru felt very happy. I was able to get a loan and buy a house in the city center just a few months after graduation. Such strength is beyond doubt. In fact, Lu Wanru was also a little hesitant at this time. The company's funds can wait until tomorrow to liquidate. But is it possible to consider selling her own money now?
The tenfold leverage has already made him 2 to 3 million. Now that she has closed her position, she has already made a lot of money. However, Lu Wanru was still a little greedy and wanted to earn a little more.
Maybe it will continue to fall in a while?
2 or 3 million is not a small amount, but she still feels it is not enough. After all, Sui recharged 1 million yuan in a restaurant 2 days ago. 2 or 3 million is just pocket money in his hands. This amount of money really doesn't make Lu Wanru interested. So, she wanted to try again to see if she could make more money. Thinking of this, Lu Wanru continued to stare at the futures chart. At this time, any little change will affect the overall situation, so she must be careful. On the other side, Lu Zhenhai looked at soybean futures and a smile appeared on his face. This investment made him earn 700 to 800 million yuan. Sure enough, seizing one opportunity can make more money than 100 ordinary investments.
Soon, it was 2 o'clock.
At Hengsu Capital, under the operation of Lu Jianting, 100 million yuan began to be used for long operations in batches. 100 million yuan is not a small amount of money, and it also caused the futures price to rise slightly.
However, neither Lu Zhenhai nor Lu Wanru took it to heart. The current market cannot be influenced by the influx of 1 or 200 million yuan of capital.
Unless something major happens, soybean futures prices are unlikely to rise during the week.
Boss Su, all our funds have been invested, and the margin has lost 10 million. At this rate, my margin may be completely lost by tomorrow afternoon.
Lu Zhanting said with a frown.
The short sellers are too powerful now.
Just as they entered the market, they lost 10 million.
Moreover, this number is still growing. Their deposit will definitely not last long. Well, don't panic.
It should have rained in the production area.
Sui glanced at the weather forecast on his phone.
The real-time weather forecast shows that it is already raining in the production area. It is estimated that in a few minutes, extreme rainstorms will arrive. Thinking of this, Sui frowned. Extreme rainstorms are disasters, not good things.
But, he is just an ordinary person. Even if I want to remind them, no one will believe me.
Just like the meteorologist who said there would be extreme rainstorms, no one would believe what he said. Therefore, we could only watch this disaster happen.
As for Sua's choice to go long on soybean futures at this time, some would say it is making money from the national crisis.
But in fact, it is not the case.
The financial market has its own rules. If you don't go long, there will be other markets that go long. Rather than letting others take advantage of you, it is better to take action yourself.
Once we make money, we can naturally return part of it to the disaster area.
This is much better than sitting in front of the computer and being a keyboard warrior. Really?
After hearing Sui's words, Lu Zhanting immediately took out her mobile phone to check the weather forecast. Sure enough, it was already raining at the place of production. However, Lu Zhanting was worried and immediately contacted her old classmates at the place of production.
Zhanting, it's raining heavily here. It's really heavy. What? 100 years of rainstorm? Okay, I'll be careful. Boss Su, it's raining heavily at the production site. If it's really as you predicted, there will probably be a heavy rainstorm soon.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhanting immediately reported to Suhi what he knew.
It's true.
It is estimated that a heavy rainstorm will come soon.
Suhi nodded.
In this kind of extreme weather, the trend chart will not be wrong. Whatever he says will happen, it will happen.
Sure enough, within a short while, the news got out. At about 2:15, the netizen posted a short video.
In just 15 minutes, the water on the road was almost up to the knees.
Moreover, it is still rising.
At the same time, farmers in producing areas also began to harvest soybeans.
But it's too late now. There are simply not that many machines and equipment at the production site.
The rain was also falling very heavily. Even if all the machinery and equipment are mobilized, it will take several days to harvest all the soybeans.
But with the heavy rain now, it is obviously impossible to give you a few days. I'm afraid that in about an hour, most of the soybeans will have to be soaked in water. As for machinery and equipment, only a small portion could be purchased. It's not just soybeans, all agricultural products in the producing areas have suffered.
By 2:30, the entire city had become a water city. Those who could take shelter have done so, and the rescue team has already set out. At the same time, the heavy rains also reflected in soybean futures. Soybean futures, which were originally falling slowly, suddenly began to soar after reaching a certain point in price.
In just 1 minute, it rose to today's opening price.
The speed of the increase directly scared Lu Wanru.
She didn't know what was going on. Why did soybean futures suddenly start to soar? Chapter 147, Skyrocketing Futures.
However, although she was wondering why soybean futures suddenly skyrocketed, Lu Wanru did not panic, but reported the news to Jin Yuxing as soon as possible. Jin Yuxing is her direct leader, so naturally he should be informed of such matters.
It suddenly skyrocketed?
Jin Yuxing was also stunned for a moment.
He hadn't noticed it just now. How come it suddenly skyrocketed? This shouldn't happen, right? Yes, Mr. Jin, I don't know what's going on. Should I report it? Lu Wanru's intuition is not very good.
Although she still didn't know why soybean futures had skyrocketed, based on her experience with gold futures last time, Lu Wanru felt that something must have happened that she didn't know about.
Well, don't worry too much, maybe it's just a technical adjustment.
Jin Yuxing frowned and said.
Technical adjustments? Lu Wanru also frowned. Technical adjustments are very normal. If it is really a technical adjustment, then it's okay and there is no big problem. However, with this adjustment just now, she lost tens of millions in an instant. It cannot be said that tens of millions were lost, it's just that part of the money earned was lost. Therefore, Lu Wanru was still very worried about the so-called technical adjustments. If she continued to adjust, she might lose all the money she had worked so hard to earn. Don't worry, Wanru, we'll keep paying attention, it shouldn't be. Jin Yuxing wanted to comfort Lu Wanru, but before he could finish his words, he heard Lu Wanru exclaim. Oh my god, it's bad, there's an extremely heavy rainstorm in the production area. Extreme heavy rain? Hearing this, Jin Yuxing was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. Hurry, Wanru, clear out the stock. As a senior investment company manager, Jin Yuxing knows very well what extreme heavy rain means. Especially when soybeans are about to be harvested. Extreme heavy rains mean that soybean production will suffer a devastating blow. This year's harvest will be greatly reduced. At this time, soybean futures will soar. By the time they learned the news, it had already been pushed to them by the software background. In other words, the news has spread across the country. Now, it is definitely too late for them to ship the goods. Good. Lu Wanru did not dare to delay and started to clear her inventory immediately after hanging up the phone. On the other side, Jin Yuxing hung up the phone and rushed into the operation room. At this time, it is definitely too late for one person to do it, and everyone must work together to close the position as soon as possible. It's bad, Mr. Jin. The price is rising too fast. We don't have time to close our positions. Lu Wanru was almost crying. In just a few minutes, the price of soybean futures rose to the price at which they shorted. But up to now, they have only paid a total of more than 300 million. There are more than 700 million in the account. As news of heavy rain spreads more and more widely, shipping will become increasingly difficult. After all, everyone knows that shorting soybean futures now is a suicidal act. Taking over at this time would definitely be courting death. Without short sellers to take over, it would be impossible for them to sell their short positions. Even if the price is very low, the speed of sale is very slow. All the traders in the office became busy. They need to close all of the company's soybean futures short positions as quickly as possible to minimize losses. At the same time, something happened at Lu Zhenhai's Haijin Group. However, Lu Zhenhai was obviously more unlucky. He was just a little slower than Lu Wanru when shipping the goods. But just this short moment made him miss the best time to ship the goods. By the time he started shipping, the price had risen to the price when he established the position. In other words, he started losing money before he made any money. Moreover, Lu Zhenhai has more funds. It is not easy to withdraw 2 billion yuan of funds all at once. As for Lu Wanru, at least the first 300 million that escaped was profit. How much is left depends on her fate. Now, the only one who can laugh is probably Su He. Ha, President Su, you are simply a prophet. Soybean futures really skyrocketed. In just half an hour, we made more than 100 million. 100 million plus 10 times leverage is 1 billion. A 50% increase is truly terrifying. Well, that's good. I think there is still room for growth. Don't worry, take your time. Su He smiled confidently. Good. Lu Zhanting smiled sweetly. Well, when this is over, everyone will get a bonus. Su He said with a smile. He has always been very generous when it comes to bonuses and will never be stingy. If you want the horse to run fast, it must be well fed. How can a horse work hard for you if it is hungry? Thank you, President Su. I will definitely ask everyone to keep a close eye on it. A smile also appeared on Lu Zhanting's face. Starting today, she really admired Su He. It is said that wealth and honor are achieved through risk. If you want to get rich, you must go to some extremes. However, there are really only a few people like Su He who can go to such extremes. Moreover, he seemed like the son of destiny. Even if you go to such extremes, you can still walk steadily. For example, this time we went long on soybean futures. No one is optimistic about soybeans, so soybean futures will definitely fall. But Su He believed the prediction of a certain meteorological expert that heavy rain would definitely occur. So, he went long on soybean futures. As a result, Su He made a lot of money. Lu Zhanting felt that her decision to follow Su He and leave Jin Tu was definitely the right one.
She even had a vague feeling that under Sui's leadership, their investment company would even become one of the most powerful investment companies in the world. Its strength is not even inferior to that of the investment company of the US stock god. However, thinking about this, Lu Jianting felt that he was thinking too much.
The company's current assets total only a few hundred million.
Compared with the stock god, it seems a little too far away. After all, this amount of money may only be one day's profit for the stock god. But don't be in a hurry, take your time.
Every company is built step by step. It is obviously unrealistic to achieve success overnight.
They earn a lot now, but the money they earn is enough to cover their food and accommodation, and everything else doesn't matter. However, Lu Jianting still has a strong sense of crisis.
Not only that, the company's employees are all professional.
The more Sui promised them, the more they felt a sense of crisis.
This is also a very normal thing.
After all, so far, Sui has not had many opportunities to use them. It seems that they are creating profits for Sui, but in fact they are just skilled technicians.
Just follow Sui's instructions.
This kind of technical work does not require any technical skills, you just need to be obedient.
If one day Sui no longer needs them, they will be replaced at any time. Chapter 148 Lu Wanru's Choice. Lu Jianting is not worrying for no reason. In fact, there are many employees who think like her.
This is a career crisis. When you are of no use or can be replaced at any time, capital will naturally kick you out.
If you want to be retained by capital, your best bet is to demonstrate your value. Moreover, it must have commercial value.
Otherwise, in the eyes of capital, you are of no use at all and will naturally be replaced.
However, in Sui, staff members like Lu Jianting were obviously overthinking it.
What Sui wants are obedient people.
As long as they are obedient and can strictly carry out his orders, they are good employees. As long as the trend chart exists, Sui will not dismiss good employees at will. But if the employee is disobedient or even wants to go against Sui, he will not be polite.
Those who should be dismissed will still be dismissed, and we will never show mercy.
Well, John Ting, let us do our best. Once we make money, I will let everyone try it on their own. As a team, we can't always rely on me,
Sui said with a smile. Even if you have a system in hand, you can make money in the stock market 100%.
But relying on the system to make just quick money.
A truly top-notch investment company will never grow by making quick money or taking shortcuts. Therefore, the traders under him must not only be traders, but also become professional investors.
Especially long-term investments.
For some stocks, you may not see any gains in the short term, but if you hold them in the long term, you may get returns of dozens or even hundreds of times.
For example, Maozi's stock was only a few dozen yuan per share at the beginning. But what about now?
It has risen to more than 1,700 yuan per share.
And this is not even the highest price.
The peak price even reached more than 2,000 yuan per share.
This price is very scary.
If you bought it when it was dozens of dollars per share and sold it now,
then you can earn about 50 times. What does 50 times mean?
The 10,000 yuan I spent on buying it has now turned into 500,000 yuan. Even taking inflation into account, it is still a huge profit. If the money is a lot, 100,000 yuan, then it would be 5 million directly.
Of course, this time span is very long. There are definitely not many people who can stick to it.
Even institutions may not be able to reach this level.
However, it is not impossible. What Sui wants is some truly capable people who can work in the company for the long term.
At the same time, you can not only invest in financial markets, but also do angel investment.
Invest in industries that are just starting out. For example, the internet industry.
Don't think that the internet industry is now saturated or monopolized.
When Penguin was the only dominant player and occupied most of the internet, didn't Z2I emerge?
In just a few years, it surpassed Penguin with the help of mobile internet and short videos. It has become the largest internet platform in Daxia. Of course, the short video platform may not have as many users as Penguin, but their profits are not much worse than those of enterprises.
Therefore, there are still many opportunities on the internet. It depends on who can seize the opportunity.
However, after seizing the opportunity, you also need to meet a mentor.
Hengsu Capital in Sui aims to be such a mentor. However, that's all later.
The most urgent task is to use the stock market trend chart to make money and make more money. Only when they make more money will they have the capital and strength to consider the following things.
Okay, Mr. Su, we will work hard. Sui's words immediately brought a smile to Lu Zhanting's face. Sure enough, Mr. Su always has his own plans. If that's the case, then she can feel more at ease. As long as they are not being supported by Suhi for nothing, that's enough. Well, that should be it for today. Clear the warehouse immediately tomorrow morning at my price. Suhi reminded with a smile. There was no need for him to keep an eye on this kind of thing anymore. They are all professional traders and everyone knows what to do. Okay, Mr. Su, don't worry. Lu Zhanting admired Suhi more and more. This man is really amazing. On the other side, Lu Wanru felt terrible looking at the soybean futures that had already reached their daily limit. Of the 1 billion yuan in funds, 300 million yuan has already been lost. Although 300 million escaped, there are still 700 million left. If everyone could escape now, there would be no profit. But if you can't get it out, that would be very troublesome. If there is forced liquidation of 700 million yuan, the loss will be at least 400 to 500 million yuan. The only hope now is to use their powerful system to escape a little more during tomorrow's call auction. In this way, losses can be minimized. However, the most frightening thing is that the stock price directly reaches the daily limit during the call auction stage. This is the most terrifying thing. The price has reached the daily limit, which means that even if the bulls want to sell their stocks, they cannot do so. If the bulls don't sell their products, how can the bears sell their products? At this time, there was no trace of blood on Lu Wanru's face. This time, she might really lose her job. Wanru, are you okay? Jin Yuxing came over and asked with concern. Boss Jin, what did the higher-ups say? Am I going to lose my job this time? Lu Wanru smiled bitterly. Once again, such a big mistake was made, and this time it caused serious losses to the company. It is normal for the company to decide to fire him. Wanru, don't think too much about it. Wait until we clear the inventory tomorrow. Jin Yuxing patted Lu Wanru on the shoulder and comforted her. In fact, he also knew that this matter was very helpless for Lu Wanru. After all, this is a natural disaster, not a man-made disaster. Who can predict what God is thinking? Jin Yuxing also knew about the losses Lu Wanru suffered last time she shorted gold futures. Actually, Lu Wanru couldn't be blamed for that incident. Who knew that war would break out suddenly? After all, both of these things happened without warning. If it weren't for these two extreme events, both investments would have been very successful. If Jin Yuxing were the leader, he might not choose to fire Lu Wanru. I'm afraid it's too late. Lu Wanru smiled bitterly. This time, I estimate that the loss will be at least 300 or 400 million. I have already written my resignation letter, Mr. Jin, I'll give it to you first. Once the company issues an order, I will resign immediately. Dismissal and resignation are two different concepts. Although there is unemployment compensation after being dismissed, there will still be a stain on your file after being dismissed. This is something Lu Wanru doesn't want to see. Therefore, if she is really going to be fired because of this incident, Lu Wanru might as well just choose to resign. I'd rather not have that little bit of compensation. It's much better than leaving a stain. Chapter 149 Regret. Lu Wanru must have been very unwilling to hand in her resignation letter. How sad must she feel to lose like this and leave the company she once longed for the most in disgrace? However, Lu Wanru knew that she would definitely not be able to stay this time. Even if Jin Yuxing, her direct leader, pleaded for her, it would be useless. Considering the impact, the company will definitely not fire her openly. But there is nothing wrong with marginalizing her. As long as Lu Wanru is not allowed to get involved in related business, she can even become an administrative person. The salary and benefits remain the same, but there is no bonus. By that time, I'm afraid Lu Wanru will think about leaving herself. It would be embarrassing to leave like this. Therefore, the best choice is to leave on your own initiative now. This is the best ending. Wanru, don't worry, the company has no intention of firing you. At least not yet. Jin Yuxing hurriedly tried to keep him. He hasn't even caught up with Lu Wanru yet, how could he let her leave now? If Lu Wanru left now, wouldn't he all his time working in vain? Boss Jin, you don't need to persuade me. It's inevitable that the company will fire me. Before shorting soybean futures, I also issued a military order to the company. Now that the investment has failed, I have to leave for both emotional and logical reasons. Lu Wanru shook her head.
She knew that even if she continued to stay in Gene 2, she would not be reused. In that case, it's better to leave and find another job.
Okay, since you insist, I won't persuade you anymore.
Hurry up and clear your soybean futures positions. The more the losses can be reduced, the better.
Gene Yuxing sighed. He couldn't help with this kind of thing.
If he were the richest man in the world, he could definitely help Lu Wanru fill this hole.
But unfortunately, Gene Yuxing is not.
All he could do was comfort her verbally. However, after Lu Wanru heard Gene Yuxing's words, her expression changed again. She quickly opened her futures account.
Lu Wanru's futures account was registered using her father's ID card.
Her job does not allow her to open a securities account or trade stocks on her own. However, as mentioned before, every policy has its own countermeasure.
I can't trade stocks, but I can't allow my parents not to do so, right?
Previously, when Lu Wanru shorted gold futures, she gave the money to Lu Xiaoyuan to operate it. However, Lu Xiaoyuan's misappropriation of company funds was eventually exposed, and he himself went in to operate the sewing machine.
Through this incident, Lu Wanru realized that Lu Xiaoyuan was unreliable.
It is not reliable to let others manage your money. So, she begged her father to open a securities account, and then used her father's account to trade stocks. This time, Lu Wanru invested 200,000 yuan to short soybean futures. Of course, it's all borrowed. 200,000 is not a lot, and even with a tenfold leverage it is not much either.
But the key issue is that Lu Wanru only has 200,000 yuan and the deposit is only a few thousand yuan.
If she catches the plunge in soybean futures, the margin will be sufficient and she can make a fortune.
But like it, soybeans have skyrocketed. After losing all the little money earned, the margin will be insufficient in just a few seconds.
So, when Lu Wanru opened her futures account, she found that the account had been forcibly liquidated. After the forced liquidation, only tens of thousands of yuan were left of her 200,000 yuan.
In fact, Lu Wanru also had a chance to escape from her personal account.
But it was a pity that she was so busy taking out the company's 1 billion at that time that she forgot to operate her own account. Now, Lu Wanru not only faces the risk of losing her job, but also the risk of having her apology debt pursued.
The microloan company that Lu Wanru borrowed money from is not a particularly formal company.
The monthly interest rate reached 2 points. 2 shares may not seem like much, just 2%. But please note that this is monthly interest.
Converted into annual interest, that is 24% annual interest. 24% annual interest rate is definitely usury.
You should know that bank loans and ordinary mortgage loans have an annualized interest rate of more than 3% to more than 4%. Even for a credit loan, it is only around 6% to 7%. On all the major formal platforms, those that include credit reporting agencies, the highest annualized interest rate is around 12%. Any higher, it is basically very rare, or it is not allowed to exist. Therefore, a loan with a 24% interest rate is absolutely usury and is not allowed to exist. The reason why Lu Wanru chose to apply for a loan from this company was because she had an unpaid loan before and other platforms would not give her credit line. All formal platforms require credit reporting, so other companies will definitely consider her when they see that she has outstanding loans.
In desperation, Lu Wanru could only start from an informal microloan company.
Although it is not formal, the amount they lend is really large.
And the payment is very fast.
The review was completed in just a few minutes and the funds were received, payable in installments over 1 year, with equal principal and interest.
Of course, some handling fees were also deducted. It's probably around 5,000.
So, in fact, Lu Wanru only got 195,000.
This is considered to be quite conscientious.
Some unscrupulous people will directly deduct 2,000 yuan from your account out of 10,000 yuan. However, even after deducting the handling fee, Lu Wanru is not worried.
As long as you make money from futures trading, these fees and interest are nothing to worry about.
Therefore, after getting the money, she immediately followed the company's short-selling operation and added 10 times the leverage. The above proves that she is indeed right. I made 1 or 2 million from 200,000 yuan.
This is definitely a highly profitable industry. But, until just now, Lu Wanru finally regretted it.
Every month in the future, she will not only have to repay the principal of more than 16,000 yuan every month. I also have to pay back 4,000 yuan in interest. In other words, the amount of money she had to pay back every month reached a terrifying 20,000 yuan.
What is the concept of 20,000 yuan?
Even in Shanghai, among people who have bought properties worth tens of millions with loans, few have monthly payments of more than 20,000 yuan. If you want to pay 20,000 yuan a month and not affect your quality of life, your monthly salary must be at least 40,000 yuan.
Otherwise, there is no way to survive. But how could Lu Wanru, a new employee, get such a high monthly salary?
Her basic salary is only about 7,000 to 8,000 yuan.
Only if the investment is successful like before, you can get a bonus of tens of thousands of dollars. But the probability of this happening is not high.
Moreover, this time the company lost hundreds of millions, and Lu Wanru may be fired at any time.
Once you are fired, you will lose your basic salary. What can I use to repay the loan?
As for borrowing money, as I said before, you don't have to think about it.
No company would lend her money again,
unless she pays back all the money she owed previously.
After some calculation, Lu Wanru now owes at least 300,000 yuan in principal. The interest alone is 4 to 5,000 every month. I can't handle it at all. Chapter 150, A Glimmer of Hope. Wanru, you actually shorted soybean futures privately?
When Jin Yuxing saw Lu Wanru take out her mobile phone to open her futures account, his brows immediately frowned. The company does not allow individuals to speculate in stocks or futures, as this is a violation of regulations. However, Jin Yuxing was not worried or wanted to scold Lu Wanru because she violated the rules. The reason why he was worried was that he saw that Lu Wanru had also shorted soybean futures. Before, Jin Yuxing also wanted to use part of his money to speculate in soybean futures, but he didn't know if he was influenced by Sui's word soybean futures will definitely rise. Later, for some unknown reason, he gave up shorting soybean futures.
He originally thought that Lu Wanru had no energy to manage her own account when she was operating 1 billion yuan of funds.
Who would have thought that this woman still insisted on investing in soybean futures?
Boss Jin, I will bear all the consequences myself. Lu Wanru's expression was very cold. If you report me to the company, I won't say anything. Lu Wanru was now completely disheartened.
Her futures account had been forcibly liquidated due to insufficient margin.
Now I only have 20,000 yuan left.
This amount of money can only support her to repay 1 month's loan principal and interest. In a month, she might be at her wit's end.
Wanru, what are you talking about? Why would I do this?
This is your own private matter, I won't tell the company. Jin Yuxing shook his head. He said this, but only he knew what he was thinking in his heart.
Lu Wanru nodded and said nothing more.
At this time, she only had 20,000 yuan left. In addition to the 300,000 yuan small loan, she also had a car loan. So, she planned to sell the car first. Although this would make her lose face, at least the pressure to repay the loan would be much less. When I bought the car, I paid tens of thousands of dollars as a down payment. Although there will definitely be a loss if she sells the car now, she doesn't drive it very often, so the loss won't be that big. At most, it's about 10,000 or 20,000. So, after selling the car, she can relax a little. The extra money should be able to support her for 2 or 3 months.
I should be able to find a new job in 2 or 3 months, right? In addition, the house also had to be vacated. The rent of the house she lives in now is too high.
Speaking of this house, Lu Wanru couldn't help but blame Lu Xiaoyuan. If he hadn't rented such an expensive house for her, she wouldn't have to pay so much rent every month. However, if I stop renting a house, I may have to commute farther to get off work in the future. After all, the house was no longer rented out, so Lu Wanru had to move back home. Her parents' home is too far from her workplace, and the round-trip commute takes 4 hours.
At this moment, Lu Wanru really regretted it.
If I hadn't broken up with Suhi, even if we didn't live as close as we do now, at least we wouldn't be that far away. Moreover, Suhi was really good to her at that time. Lu Wanru doesn't need to worry about rent, water, electricity, oil, rice, and instant noodles. But now, everything depends on her. Thinking of this, Lu Wanru regretted it so much that her intestines turned green.
However, it's no use regretting now.
What she needs to do now is to clear her soybean futures position as soon as possible. At the same time, he is also the contact person to sell cars. On the other side, Lu Zhenhai was not having a good time either.
His 2 billion plate is really too big. If you want to get out, it won't be possible in a short time.
So far, he has lost 500 million.
Moreover, the amount of losses is still growing.
I'm afraid that even if we succeed in taking it out this time, we will at least lose 700 to 800 million yuan.
This is 700 to 800 million yuan in cash.
Lu Xinhai's company is said to have a market value of tens of billions, but this is the only amount of cash that can actually be taken out. For a company with a market value of tens of billions, being able to come up with 2 billion in cash is already very impressive. For most companies, it would be difficult to come up with even 100 million in cash, let alone 2 billion.
Damn it! Isn't this too unlucky? We even encountered a once-in-a-century torrential rainstorm? It's impossible to clear the inventory now. Lu Xinhai gritted his teeth hard.
In fact, his capital is strong enough, and even if soybean futures soar, they will not continue to rise indefinitely. As long as he holds on until the end of the rise without selling, he will not lose too much in the end. After all, he had shorted soybean futures before they fell. As long as it can fall back to that price, it's just a matter of paying some handling fees.
But Lu Xinhai didn't dare to gamble.
No one knows how high the price of soybeans will rise.
Moreover, the waiting time will definitely be very long, possibly even until next year.
20 billion in liquid cash is not a small amount, especially for a company like his.
If we really have to wait until next year, I'm afraid the day lily will be cold. How could so much money be locked up in a single product for so long without being used? Mr. Lu, what should we do now? Should we continue to ship the goods tomorrow?
The traders are also very worried. Because of this operational error, the company might be left with no money. There is a high probability that the bonus originally promised by Lu Xinhai will be lost.
There may even be problems with the payment of wages. This is also a very normal thing. There is no money in the account, so I can't pay salaries even if I want to.
The traders lost their enthusiasm for work when they thought that they might lose all their salary for this month.
Many people are even considering whether to change jobs. This is not the reality of the trader, but the reality is like this. Haijin Investment is just a small financial company.
Such small financial companies may very likely be unable to recover or even go bankrupt due to one or two investments.
This is all normal. Their traders are just ordinary employees, not shareholders. The company can't even pay salaries, so isn't it normal for it to run away? Haijin is not Gene 2 after all.
As for Gene 2, even if Lu Wanru lost all the 1 billion yuan, she could not shake their foundation. After all, it is such a large investment company, and a loss of 1 billion yuan will just mean that everyone's bonus will be reduced a little. It will definitely not affect wages.
We must continue to ship.
If soybean futures continue to rise, it will be troublesome.
We can't afford to take the risk. Lu Xinhai gritted his teeth. This time, I will definitely lose a lot of money. But there is no way.
No one knows how much damage this rainstorm has caused to soybeans. Therefore, it is necessary to ship as soon as possible. Only in this way can they have a chance of survival.
Okay, Mr. Lu, I understand. Time quickly came to the next day.
The next day, bulls started shipping continuously. These bulls all made money and knew when to quit.
If bulls sell, bears will naturally have the opportunity to sell as well. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Xinhai and Lu Wanru also began to clear their positions quickly. However, their stocks are so big that even if they were to clear out their inventory, it would take some time to sell off all their shares. Chapter 151 Be My Girlfriend.
After a busy morning, all the soybean futures were finally sold.
However, the losses are not small. Lu Wanru lost more than 300 million yuan.
As for Lu Xinhai, he also lost more than 500 million yuan. This time, both of them suffered huge losses.
Lu Xinhai smashed everything that could be smashed in the office.
More than 500 million yuan was lost in just a few days, which is equivalent to several years of work in vain.
How can I not be angry?
Wanru, this is your salary for last month. The company wants you to resign on your own initiative and your salary will still be paid.
But if there's compensation, there's none.
Jin Yuxing put some money in front of Lu Wanru.
The damage has been done.
Lu Wanru definitely cannot afford to compensate for the loss of several hundred million.
Of course, the company will not ask Lu Wanru to pay compensation.
After all, the company's top management also reviewed and approved it before investing.
However, according to regulations, Lu Wanru will definitely lose this job.
This was a major business decision error.
However, the company still paid Lu Wanru last month's salary and allowed her to leave by resigning, which was considered to be giving her enough face.
If she was fired, then Lu Wanru would definitely not be able to find a job next time, especially a similar financial job.
As for the dismissal compensation?
You resigned on your own initiative, so where did the compensation come from?
Thank you, Mr. Jean. Lu Wanru took several thousand yuan from Jean Yuxing and a bitter smile appeared on her face. In the end, it's all in vain. Wanru, if you need my help, just ask. Your 200,000 should also be borrowed, right? Jean Yuxing looked at Lu Wanru and said.
Once Lu Wanru left, he would never have the chance to pursue her again.
If you can't catch her even if you live under the same roof, how can you expect to catch her in the future? Shanghai is not big, but not small either. Once we separate, we may never see each other again in this life.
Therefore, Jean Yuxing must seize this last chance.
Ah? Really? Yuxing, are you willing to help me?
That money of mine was indeed borrowed.
It's about 300,000 now.
When Lu Wanru heard Jean Yuxing's words, her eyes suddenly lit up and the way she addressed him changed.
300,000 is definitely a huge sum of money for Lu Wanru.
But she knew that this money was nothing to Jean Yuxing. He is a rich second generation, so it is definitely not difficult for him to come up with 300,000 yuan.
300,000? Did you also borrow money for the gold futures before?
Jean Yuxing was a little surprised.
He didn't expect that Lu Wanru, a seemingly delicate girl, would be so brave.
After losing once, he still dared to continue borrowing money to trade futures.
This is simply the mentality of a gambler.
Jean Yuxing had seen such people before. However, most of the people he saw were men. There are also women who trade in futures, but there are really only a few who are as crazy as Lu Wanru and borrow money to trade in futures. However, Jean Yuxing was only briefly surprised.
He originally just wanted to have some sex. As long as you get it, you will be content. As for helping? It's not like I'm giving them so much money for nothing. If you borrow money, you must pay it back. The main point is to get something for free.
My superior Yuxing, I owe a total of more than 300,000 yuan to a small loan company, with an annual interest rate of more than 20 yuan. At this time, Lu Wanru seemed to have found a savior. She no longer cared about her face and directly told Jean Yuxing about her own affairs.
The annualized interest rate is over 20? Wanru, you are really crazy. This is usury. Jean Yuxing was speechless. What kind of mentality does this woman have that allows her to gamble so much money? Yuxing, can you help me? I'm really desperate. Except for you, I really can't find anyone else to borrow money from.
When Lu Wanru said this, her eyes became red.
In fact, she was not really desperate. After all, she has a rich sister. From the lavish way Suhi and his sister spend money, it can be seen that they both have a lot of money. As long as she put aside her pride and asked, her sister would definitely lend her money. Lu Wanru knows her sister very well. Kindness is my sister's greatest strength. She would never give up her sisterhood and watch her own sister go from bad to worse. However, Lu Wanru really couldn't let go of her face. In her opinion, this was a serious insult to her dignity. Even if she died of poverty, she would never ask her sister for help. However, apart from her sister, Lu Wanru had no other friends who could come up with 300,000 yuan at once. So, at this time, Jean Yuxing is her last hope. No problem, Wanru, I can lend you the money. But can you please grant me a favor?
Jean Yuxing agreed immediately, but also took the opportunity to make a request.
Of course, he didn't say it was a request, but just said it in a euphemistic way. But any intelligent person knows that this request is definitely a demand. Lu Wanru hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Yuxing, you say. Hearing that Lu Wanru had given in, Jean Yuxing was immediately delighted and continued. Can you be my girlfriend? You know I've always liked you. If you agree, I will lend you 300,000 immediately.
When Jean Yuxing said this, the corners of his mouth curled up.
He believed that Lu Wanru, who was desperate, had no reason to reject him.
When Lu Wanru heard this, her face suddenly turned pale.
If it were before, she would have agreed without hesitation.
Jean Yu alien looks okay, although not as handsome as Su He, but also very energetic.
Moreover, he is very rich.
He owns a house and a car in Shanghai, and he has more than one house.
He is a typical second-generation rich.
Being with such a person, your life will definitely be guaranteed.
However, Lu Wanru had seen Sui's wealth.
Knowing that the ex-boyfriend whom she dumped has become so rich, even Jean Yuxing is rushing to flatter him.
Comparing Jin Yuxing and Su He together, Lu Wanru felt that Jin Yuxing was simply weak. So, she was not willing to be with Jin Yuxing like this. And it was all for 300,000. You know, the car Sui bought for his sister cost more than 300,000 yuan. And there is also a house, which is even more expensive and worth tens of millions. Lu Wanru heard from her mother that these were all written under her sister's name. Compared with the two, Jin Yuxing is simply weak. Even to borrow 300,000 yuan, he had to threaten her to be his girlfriend. So, how could Lu Wanru be willing to agree to Jin Yuxing just like that? Jin Yuxing seemed to realize that he had said something wrong and quickly changed his words. Wanru, I'm just asking, please don't resist. Even if you don't agree, I will still lend you the money. Chapter 152 President Su's Dominance. Jin Yuxing knew that he was too impatient. Any girl would be scared to hear what he just said. Although Lu Wanru has reached the end of her life, she may not necessarily commit herself to him for a mere 300,000 yuan. After all, for such a beautiful girl, it is not particularly difficult to earn 300,000. Really? Yuxing, are you really willing to lend it to me? After hearing Jin Yuxing's words, Lu Wanru became excited again. Yuxing, I can write you an IOU, and after I find my next job, I will definitely pay you back regularly. Lu Wanru is not planning to be Jin Yuxing's girlfriend. However, you still have to borrow money. Therefore, signing a promissory note is the best option. If you borrow money from Jin Yuxing, at least the interest rate won't be that outrageous, and it may even be zero interest. No problem. But, Wanru, do you really not consider being my girlfriend? Don't worry, I will definitely treat you well. Jin Yuxing still wants to fight for himself. I've already paid 300,000, how can I not have some fun with her? I'm sorry Yuxing, can you let me think about it again? I haven't made up my mind yet. Lu Wanru hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head and rejected Jin Yuxing. Okay, I won't force you. Jin Yuxing smiled. Then, Lu Wanru began to pack her things. Jin Yuxing promised him that he would lend the money to Lu Wanru within 2 days. Lu Wanru didn't think much about it. She could still wait for 2 days. Even if the annualized interest rate is higher, it doesn't matter this much. Then, Lu Wanru packed up her things and left the company carrying a box. Before leaving, she looked back at the company reluctantly. Once I leave, I may never come back. When she first came to the company, she was with Su He. Both of them are full of hope for the future. Later, she broke up with Su He, and Su He resigned from the company. Originally Lu Wanru thought that her life would get better and better after leaving Sua. Especially when you become a formal employee and receive your first bonus. However, what happened next was far beyond Lu Wanru's imagination. Instead of her life getting better, it got worse. After getting the first bonus, I bought a BMW. I thought I might be able to surpass Su He, or even most of my classmates in this regard. After all, apart from a few rich second-generation classmates, she was the only one who bought a car after graduating from their school. However, Su He immediately bought a Mercedes-Benz worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and killed her instantly. Later, her investment failed, but Su He made a fortune in the gold futures market. Later, my sister opened a milk tea shop and made hundreds of thousands of profits every day. The gap between them is getting bigger and bigger. Until today, Lu Wanru felt like she was dreaming. If I hadn't broken up with Su He at the beginning, would everything my sister has now belong to her? She might even get more. Lu Wanru knew very well how good Su He was to her in the past. She believed that if she had not broken up with Su He would definitely treat her better than his sister. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. Once you miss it, you miss it. There is no chance of a second chance. So, Lu Wanru could only take her suitcase and leave the place where her dream began in dejection. Hooray! President Su, we've made a fortune this time. In one day, I made 300 million. At Hangzhou Capital, Lu Zhanting and all the employees cheered. From yesterday afternoon to today noon, it was less than 24 hours, but they made 300 million. These 300 million were earned so easily that it could even be said that there was no suspense at all. At this moment, everyone was very happy and had a crazy admiration for Su He. They knew that without Su He, it would have been impossible to earn the 300 million so easily. Ha, it's only 300 million, not much. Su He said with a smile. In fact, we could have made more money this time. However, to be on the safe side, Su He left enough margin and did not invest too much capital.
After all, hundreds of millions of funds entering the capital market will definitely cause some chain reactions. If those capitalists reacted before the rainstorm and started to suppress Soo-hee, he would definitely not be able to cope with it given his current situation. Therefore, it is better to be cautious. John Ting, tell the finance department to take out 20 million and give a bonus to everyone in the company. Although not everyone participated in this sniping, this kind of big project is the result of everyone's joint efforts. Everyone should enjoy the dividends this time. Soo-hee is very generous. Although his company has now expanded to over 100 people, he still decided to distribute dividends to everyone.
20 million, each person can get about 200,000.
In addition, Soo-hee also rewarded several traders who were directly in charge of the trading with another 200,000 yuan.
Of course, this will be included in their bonuses later. Soo-hee has only one principle when employing people, and that is that they must be obedient. As long as you are obedient, you will definitely make a lot of money. Moreover, he is not the kind of capitalist who blindly exploits his employees.
If you make a lot of money, you should also set aside a portion of it to distribute dividends to your employees.
Soo-hee has always done this. This principle applies from milk tea shops to financial companies. Wow! President Soo is so generous. I want to thank President Soo on behalf of all the employees. Hearing this, Lu Zhanting was overjoyed. She didn't expect her boss to be so generous. You know, a bonus of 200,000 yuan is available to everyone, including her as the general manager. Lu Zhanting has been working in the workplace for many years. But to be honest, this is the first time I have seen such a generous boss. She is really glad now that it was definitely the right decision to follow Soo-hee and leave Jin2 Group. After all, coming here not only brings better salary and benefits, but also huge bonuses from time to time. How many financial investment companies in the world offer such good treatment? Immediately afterwards, Lu Zhanting told the company's employees the news. Boss Soo is awesome. Boss Soo is so domineering.
When the employees heard this, they all exclaimed. At this moment, the company's cohesion reached its peak.
How can a company lack cohesion when there is a boss who makes money with everyone?
Things like cohesion have never relied on team building, but on money.
As long as the money is in place, employees will naturally feel happy working in the company. In this case, are we still worried about the lack of cohesion among employees? Soo-hee was sitting in the office.
When he heard the cheers of his employees, a smile appeared on his face.
This company seems to be successful. Chapter 153 Sympathy. Honey, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together.
Soo-hee sent a message to his wife with a smile.
Husband, is there any good news? Lu Wanrong asked curiously.
Based on her understanding of her husband, he must have something very happy going on when he suddenly asked her out for dinner.
There is great joy.
Soo-hee couldn't stop smiling, and continued.
I'll pick you up in a bit, and we'll talk about it when we get to the hotel.
Soo-hee said with a smile.
No need, just send me the location and I'll go there directly. I always ask you to pick me up, but I can't even drive myself.
Lu Wanrong said with a smile.
No problem, I'll send you my location on my phone.
I'll wait for you at the hotel.
Good.
After class, Lu Wanrong first sent her roommate back to the dormitory, and then immediately rushed over according to the location sent by Soo-hee. Half an hour later, Lu Wanrong finally met Soo-hee.
Honey, what's the happy event? As soon as she sat down, Lu Wanrong couldn't help but ask. Look at this.
Soo-hee didn't keep the secret and directly took out his mobile phone and showed the bank card balance in front of Lu Wanrong.
Oh my god. Honey, how much money is this? Let me count, is it 400 million?
When Lu Wanrong saw the balance on her phone, she covered her mouth in shock. She knew her husband was rich.
If he didn't have money, he wouldn't have spent money so lavishly. But she was still shocked when she saw the balance in her husband's mobile banking account. 400 million, isn't this too exaggerated?
You know, in the whole of Dacia, there are not many individuals who can take out 400 million in cash deposits.
That's right, 400 million.
One of the 100 million is my own savings, and the remaining 300 million is what I earned from the soybean futures market this time. Soo-hee explained with a smile. Soo-hee did not intend to hide the money he earned legitimately from his wife. I even hope to share this joy with my wife. This time, more than 300 million yuan was earned in the futures market, which is definitely a considerable sum.
Oh my god, husband, did soybean futures really skyrocket? When Lu Wanrong heard this, she was overjoyed. As expected, her guess was right. If her husband said it would increase, then it really would. Yes, we made 300 million in one go. It's a lot of money, Sui said with a smile. Having made so much money, he was actually very happy. Although with the system, Sui knew that he would definitely earn more and more money in the future. 3 or 400 million is just the beginning. But when you really see so much money lying in your bank account, how can you remain indifferent? Wow! Honey, you're just amazing. You are truly the chosen one. Lu Wanrong couldn't help but sigh. She actually has some understanding of why soybean futures are rising. After all, the news of heavy rain in the production area has spread to all parts of the country. Moreover, everyone is organizing flood prevention and disaster relief efforts. Not only soybeans, but other crops in the producing areas have also been affected. Therefore, now the futures of all agricultural crops in the producing areas have been affected to varying degrees. Not just soybeans, but many other crops. However, the weather station did not predict this extreme weather at all. Only 1 or 2 experts predicted that this would happen. However, these 1 or 2 experts obviously cannot represent the entire media. In fact, in every day's weather forecast, there will always be 1 or 2 experts who come out to express opinions that are different from others. So, everyone has long been accustomed to it. But this time, what these experts said actually came true. Among so many people, only her husband believed it. If this isn't the chosen one, then what is? I'm not that great. I'm just an ordinary person. Suhi smiled proudly. In this world, no one else's recognition is as important as the recognition of your family. By the way, husband, if you make money, does that mean my sister is losing money? If she loses money, will she really lose her job as you said? Lu Wanrong suddenly became worried. After all, she is her own sister, so she definitely cares about her. However, what Lu Wanrong is most worried about is that her sister will return home and rely on her parents for support after losing her job. Since Suha has become developed, my parents' living standards have also improved a lot. Life started to get better. I am always smiling every day. If the eldest daughter comes home to rely on her parents for support, the parents, who have finally managed to live a better life, will probably feel uncomfortable again. Well, if she was short soybeans, she would have lost everything. Sui nodded, his eyes flickering slightly, and then said. However, if the company loses money, the most she will do is lose her job, which is not a big problem. I am more concerned that she may have borrowed money to short soybean futures. If that happens, our parents will be in danger. Sui also knows his ex-girlfriend very well. She is vain, strong-willed, materialistic, etc. All the words that describe vanity can be used to describe her. How could Lu Wanru be willing to accept this when she saw Sui doing so well? In addition, Sui deliberately provoked her that day, so she might take the risk. Once Lu Wanru borrows money to trade futures, she will definitely be left with nothing. She owes a huge amount of loans and has nowhere else to go. Shouldn't she go to ask Lu's father and mother for money? Mr. and Mrs. Lu have money in their cards now. After Suhi made money, he gave a lot of money to both sets of parents. There is no need to talk about Suma. Sui has already transferred 5 or 6 million yuan to his mother. I give my mother 1 million yuan in living expenses almost every month. As for his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Sui treats them equally. However, sometimes the father-in-law would transfer the money back to his daughter. But even so, there will definitely be no problem for my father-in-law to take out 1 million. Although Lu Tianchang and Bai Yuegue said that they were disappointed with their eldest daughter Lu Wanru, she was their own daughter after all. How could they not pity her? Usually, when Lu Wanru comes home, they would also mention the money Sui gave them. So, Lu Wanru knew that her parents were rich. In this situation, how could she not speak? Sui still felt a little uncomfortable when he thought that his money might be taken away by his ex-girlfriend. After he was reborn, he was completely disappointed with his ex-girlfriend. Therefore, even if his ex-girlfriend lived like a dog, Sui would not have any mercy on her. It's not that Sui is too cruel, but Sui in his previous life was really too miserable. It is true that Sui was reborn, but the world of his previous life will continue to develop on that timeline. When Sui thought about how desperate his mother in his previous life was when she looked at his cold corpse, it was impossible for him to have any sympathy for Lu Wanru anymore. Chapter 154, No Exploitation. Ah, then I have to go home today and get my parents' bank cards.
Your hard-earned money must not be taken away by my sister,
Lu Wanrong said quickly.
She was worried about her sister, but worrying about money had nothing to do with it.
Don't even think about taking advantage of them indirectly. Lu Wanrong knew how hard her husband worked to make money.
Even though my husband seems to make money easily now, he easily makes tens of millions or even hundreds of millions.
But Lu Wanrong knew that this was all a process.
The husband can make money by speculating in stocks, but the prerequisite is that he himself has money.
But my husband is just a child from an ordinary family, not a rich second generation. Where does his money come from? Wasn't he earned from working part-time as a delivery boy when you were in college? I attend classes during the day and deliver food at night. It is very hard to earn this money. In Lu Wanrong's opinion, this is how her husband's original capital came from. I am rich now, all because of my hard work in the past. If that was the case, how could she just watch her husband's hard-earned money being taken away by others? If it's a friend, just lend it to him.
But the one who wanted the money was the woman who had abandoned her husband.
Even if this woman is Lu Wanrong's biological sister, she will never allow her to have any contact with her husband. Ah, you are worthy of being my wife. You always think of me.
Suhi smiled with satisfaction. I really made the right choice in marrying this wife.
Marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. Marry a dog, you follow the dog. There is indeed some truth in this.
If a woman does not think about her new family after getting married, but instead asks her husband to suffer losses to help her brothers and sisters in her natal family.
If the brothers and sisters are reliable, then it doesn't matter.
But if your brothers and sisters are unreliable and you still try your best to help them by taking things from home, then it is better for you to divorce them.
Obviously, Lu Wanrong is not such a person. She knows this better than anyone else. This also made Suhi very satisfied. A woman who can think of you at any time and anywhere is a good woman.
After dinner, Lu Wanrong did not delay and rushed home immediately. At the same time, Lu Wanru also returned the house and drove back with the luggage.
If you return the house, you can get some of the deposit back.
While the car is still in hand, I can still make one more trip. If I have to wait until the car is sold and then take the subway to carry it back myself, it will be really troublesome.
Lu Wanru and Suhi arrived home almost at the same time. Lu Wanru was a little faster.
She parked the car and had just taken down the luggage when Suhi's car also stopped.
Lu Wanru didn't have much luggage, just a backpack and a large suitcase. However, it is still very heavy.
When we moved it into the car, I asked Jin Yuxing for help. However, Jin Yuxing did not come here with them. So, Lu Wanru had to move the suitcase from the trunk by herself with great difficulty. Next, I have to go upstairs, which is even more uncomfortable. She was a weak woman and it was really tiring for her to move the suitcase upstairs. However, just at this moment Suhi came over. When she saw Suhi, Lu Wanru's eyes suddenly lit up. In the past, Suhi would never let her carry such a heavy suitcase. As soon as he saw her, he would have snatched the suitcase away immediately. Although Lu Wanru and Suhi have broken up for some time, she is still subconsciously waiting for Suhi to come and carry her suitcase.
But she was obviously overthinking it.
When Suhi and Lu Wanrong came to her, they just glanced at her lightly and had no intention of talking to her at all.
It was Lu Wanrong who took the initiative to greet her sister. Sister, why did you bring your luggage back? Will you live at home from now on? Lu Wanrong asked with some concern.
Since my sister started working, she rarely comes home.
I used to rent a house with Suhi.
After they broke up, she rented a house by herself. Now that he suddenly comes back, even a fool would know what happened. It must be that my sister's investment failed, or even possible that she borrowed money to trade futures as Suhi guessed.
As a result, I have lost a lot of money and even lost my job. As a last resort, I had to cancel the rent and move back home. It must be said that Lu Wanrong's guess was really accurate.
If she told her reasoning publicly, she would definitely be awarded the title of famous detective Wanrong.
Well, I want to live at home. Lu Wanrong nodded and said.
Living at home is the most cost-effective way, and this is all she can do.
Okay, then you move slowly, Suhi and I will go up first. Lu Wanrong waved at Lu Wanru, then took Suhi's arm and left. From beginning to end, Suhi didn't say a single word to Lu Wanru, nor did he have any intention of moving goods for Lu Wanru. Lu Wanru could only watch Suhi and her sister leave, with bitterness on her face. She really regrets it now.
If she had not broken up with Sui, she would not only be able to live the life of a wealthy wife, but her sisterly relationship would not have changed.
But it's too late now. Lu Wanru could only drag the suitcase upstairs by herself.
On the other side, Suhee and Lu Wanrong quickly came upstairs.
Dad, Mom, open the door.
Lu Wanrong knocked on the door and shouted loudly. Come here, girl, why don't you bring your keys again? Bai Yuegui's complaining voice was heard from inside the house. Then, the security door opened.
Mom!
As soon as he opened the door, Sui shouted directly to Bai Yuegui.
Hey, Xiaosu, you're here too. Come in quickly, come in quickly.
When Bai Yuegui saw Suhee, a smile immediately appeared on her face. The more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the more she likes him. In addition, the son-in-law is also a very good person and has done good things for their family, so Bai Yuegui naturally likes him more and more.
Mom, why do you only have Suhee in your eyes and not me?
Lu Wanrong, who followed in, had a tone full of jealousy.
Sure enough, neither of the two sisters is as important as Suhee in the eyes of their parents.
However, Lu Wanrong was still very happy to see that her husband was valued so much by his parents.
Which girl doesn't want her husband to live in peace with her parents? Huh, girl, this is your own home. How do you expect your parents to greet you when you get home?
Bai Yuegui turned around, poked the girl on the forehead, and cursed with a smile.
Then, the door will be closed.
Mom, don't close the door in a hurry, my sister is back and she's right behind.
Lu Wanrong reminded quickly. Ah? Wanru is back too? Okay, then my door is open. Bai Yuegui nodded.
Mom, before my sister comes up, give me the card where my dad saves money.
Lu Wanrong quickly changed the subject to the main topic. Chapter 155. What happened? What's wrong? Wrong? Did something happen?
When Bai Yuegui heard that her daughter wanted to take the bank card, she immediately became worried. They saved all the money their daughter gave them and did not spend a penny. I'm just afraid that one day my daughter and son-in-law will be short of cash and can use the money in the card for emergency. So, even though Suhee and Lu Wanrong kept giving them money, they accepted it and deposited it all into one card. Originally, I thought that the two children might not need the money for a while, so it would be okay for them to save it first. I didn't expect my daughter to come asking for money so soon. Bai Yuegui was not afraid to give the money to her daughter, but was worried that her daughter and son-in-law might get into trouble. Nothing happened to me, but my sister may have lost money in futures trading. I'm worried that she will come to you to ask for money, and you will be soft-hearted and give her money. Lu Wanrong sighed helplessly. This kind of thing must be told directly to parents, which can also be regarded as a way to give them a shot of prevention. It's much better than waiting for the eldest sister to ask for money while the old couple knows nothing.
Ah? What did you say? Wanru is speculating in futures again? She lost so much money last time, why doesn't she know how to restrain herself? Hearing her little daughter's words, Bai Yuegui's brows immediately frowned.
They all knew that their daughter had lost money in futures trading. I originally thought that after my daughter learned her lesson, she would be more cautious in the future.
Who would have thought that someone would dare to do such a thing? They might even ask them to borrow money. It's not that Bai Yuegui is unwilling to help her daughter. The truth is that they don't have much money left.
At the beginning, I only had a total of 200,000 yuan in savings. He took out 100,000 yuan and gave it to his two daughters respectively. The 50,000 yuan belonging to the youngest daughter Lu Wanrong was taken away as a pretense. The eldest daughter, Lu Wanru, used the money to pay off her debts after failing in gold futures trading. In the end, only 100,000 yuan was left.
The 100,000 yuan is the retirement money for the old couple. They can give it to Lu Wanru. But what happens after giving it? They may even have difficulty guaranteeing the most basic living security. However, for the sake of the child, they might really give the remaining 100,000 to Lu Wanru. After all, he is your own child. If he really encounters a problem, how can you just ignore him?
However, Bai Yuegui still has her sense. They are parents, and it is understandable that they give their own money to their children. However, the money given to them by the younger daughter could never be given to the older daughter. After all, the younger daughter has no obligation to wipe the older daughter's butt. It doesn't mean that sisters have to be responsible. Yes, my sister is too anxious. So, give me the card first. I'm afraid you won't be able to resist giving the money to my sister. And give me your own card with the 100,000 yuan in it, too. I'll keep it for you first. I'll return it to you later. Lu Wanrong would never take her parents' money, and when she said she would keep it, she really meant it.
But if this money falls into Lu Wanru's hands, it's hard to say.
Yes, given your sister's personality, she might actually ask us to borrow money to continue trading futures. No one knows a girl better than her mother. It was obvious that Bai Yuegui knew her eldest daughter very well. Mom, please give me the card quickly, my sister will be here soon.
Lu Wanrong urged.
Although my sister was carrying a big box. But I guess he should be upstairs soon.
Well, wait a moment, I'll get it for you.
Bai Yuegui nodded, then turned around and went to get the card.
At the same time, Lu Wanru also came up carrying a suitcase. Dad, Mom, I'm back. As soon as she entered the house, Lu Wanru immediately shouted loudly. Oh, Wanru is back?
Lu Tianchang, who was watching the fire in the kitchen, heard the noise and hurried out. He didn't know what had happened to his eldest daughter, so he was a little confused when he saw her coming back with a suitcase.
Ruru, why are you carrying a box back? What is it? Lu Tianchang asked with a frown. It's nothing, Dad.
I just turned down the house offer and will move back home from now on.
Lu Wanru shook her head.
Seeing her father's concerned look, she felt a little sad. At this moment, she really wanted to vent all the grievances she had suffered and have a good cry. However, when she thought of her sister and Suhi who were also at home, Lu Wanru forced herself not to cry. She knew that if she cried, she would be looked down upon by these two people.
Especially Sua.
At first, she was dissatisfied with the bad life with Suhi, so she dumped him. I originally thought that after getting rid of her, life would get better and better. Who would have thought that instead of getting better, the situation got worse? If Suhi knew this, he would definitely laugh at her. Moreover, Suhi knew that she was shorting soybean futures. At that time, Suhi even reminded her. But Lu Wanru didn't listen, and even thought that Suhi was jealous of her getting rich. Now it has been proved that Suhi was right, and because of her arrogance, she not only lost a large sum of loans, but also caused the company to lose a large sum of money. Even my job was lost.
The loss can be said to be.
Therefore, she absolutely could not cry and could not let Suhi know that she was not having a good life.
Ah? Did something happen? Why don't you rent it out for no reason?
Hearing his daughter's words, Lu Tianchang suddenly became a little anxious. He thought his daughter had encountered some problem, so she decided to cancel the lease.
Without my dad, the rent is too expensive. It doesn't feel worth it. It's better to go to get off work by myself every day. Lu Wanru forced a smile and shook her head. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. If anything happens, just tell Dad, okay?
Seeing that his daughter was unwilling to speak, Lu Tianchang could only sigh helplessly.
Since his daughter didn't want to talk, he didn't ask any more questions. However, Lu Tianchang was still very distressed. Why did such an outstanding daughter become like this after leaving Sua?
Obviously, his eldest daughter was his pride. On the other side, Bai Yuegui found the bank card and immediately secretly put the card into Lu Wanrong's hand, then walked out of the room as if nothing had happened.
Wanru, you're back? Take a rest first, dinner will be ready soon.
Bai Yuegui said with a smile. She saw her daughter carrying the suitcase and didn't ask any questions. The truth is already known, there is no point in asking further.
It's better to pretend not to know so that both sides can save face. Good. Then I'll go back to my room first. Lu Wanru nodded.
Suhi and her sister were in the living room, and she felt very embarrassed there. Besides, she couldn't help with the kitchen matters, so she might as well just go back to her room and hide away. As for Su Yang, he was originally in the kitchen with his father-in-law. After the mother-in-law and Lu Wanrong came, they drove the two men out of the kitchen and started cooking themselves. According to my mother-in-law, these are jobs for women, and men should just be responsible for making money to support the family.
Chapter 156, Unfair.
Suhi was naturally happy to have some free time, so he went back to the living room and started chatting with his father-in-law. The meal was ready quickly. Then, the family sat together and started eating.
It's a rare opportunity for Suhi and Lu Wanrong to come back, so Lu Tianchang would definitely take Suhi out for a drink. Dad, stop drinking.
Suhi still has to drive soon.
Lu Wanrong glared at her old father. My father is the type who loves both food and drinking.
Although he can't drink much, he really loves to drink.
It's okay, you can just drive in a while. Can't you drive too? Old, little Sue, let's drink together.
As Lu Tiancheng spoke, he poured wine for Su-hee.
Wife, then I'll just have a drink with Dad, it's okay.
Su-hee said with a smile. His body has been systematically modified, so there is really no problem for him to drink a little alcohol.
Okay, drink it.
Lu Wanrong curled her lips and said helplessly.
Then, the two of them started drinking.
At the same time, Lu Wanru just lowered her head and ate, like an outsider. All the excitement was theirs, she had nothing.
However, Lu Wanru didn't say anything.
She will try harder after she pays off the loans.
Just when Lu Tiancheng and Su-hee were drinking happily, Bai Yuegui's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Who is this?
Bai Yuegui took a look at the strange phone number and picked it up.
Is it Bai Yuegui?
A cold voice came from the other end of the phone.
I'm Bai Yuegui, where are you from?
Bai Yuegui was stunned for a moment. The voice on the other end was unfamiliar, and she was sure she didn't recognize it.
You are Lu Wanru's mother, right? When will your daughter pay us back the money she owes us?
It's already the repayment period, but I haven't paid this month's installment yet. The tone on the other end of the phone was fierce. This sentence made Bai Yuegui stunned.
Oh, money? My daughter owes you money?
Bai Yuegui asked subconsciously. At the same time, he set his eyes on his daughter beside him.
Mom, give me the phone and I'll tell you.
Lu Wanru snatched the phone from her mother's hand and shouted at the debt collector on the other end.
What do you mean? Didn't I say I won't pay you back? Isn't the final repayment date coming yet? It's just a small amount of money, is it necessary to ask for it every day? I will transfer this period's money back tomorrow. Don't contact my family.
After Lu Wanru finished speaking, she hung up the phone. However, because of the phone call just now, Lu Wanru couldn't calm down for a while. His breathing was a little rapid and his chest kept rising and falling.
He was obviously very angry. Wanru, what's going on? How much money do you owe outside?
Seeing her daughter hung up the phone, Bai Yuegui couldn't help but ask.
Mom, it's not much money. I can pay it back tomorrow.
Lu Wanru shook her head and was not prepared to tell her mother about this. Anyway, she will be able to get the loan from Jin Yuxing tomorrow. Once she gets the money, she will pay off all her debts at once, and no one will come to her for help in the future.
Girl, don't think we don't know that you lost money investing outside. Tell us how much money you owe so we can be mentally prepared.
Lu Tiancheng slammed the table. He felt that he had really spoiled his daughter. Today, we must educate them properly.
Dad, I said it's not a lot of money. I can handle it myself. Lu Wanru said with a frown.
How do you solve it?
You've lost your job, how can you solve it? Lu Tiancheng glared at his daughter and his tone became stern. Dad, how did you know?
Lu Wanru was stunned, obviously not expecting that her father knew that she had been fired.
You took all your luggage home. If you're not fired, what is that? Lu Tiancheng is not a fool either. My daughter is a strong-willed person and has been living outside since she started her internship.
I used to live with Sui, but now I live alone. As long as she has a job, my daughter will not live back home.
Now that I'm back, the results are obvious. Dad, I'll find a job. Besides, even if I don't have a job, I can find a way to make the money myself. Lu Wanru secretly glanced at Su-hee and her sister. You must never embarrass yourself in front of them. What kind of job would allow you to pay off all your debts in one go? Lu Wanru, if you dare to do something immoral, do you believe I will break your legs? Lu Tiancheng was really angry this time. Because I drank a little bit of wine, my temper got aroused.
He was unhappy before because his daughter dumped Su-hee for being materialistic. But later, because of his eldest daughter's face and because his youngest daughter stood up to make up for Su-hee, he endured it. But this time, he really couldn't bear it anymore. There is something wrong with his daughter's moral character, and it is his fault as a father. So, today I must educate my daughter well and tell her that it is absolutely wrong to do this. Therefore, Lu Tiancheng made a harsh statement. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Even if I were to beg for food, I would never do such a thing. When Lu Wanru said this, her eyes became red. She didn't expect her father to see her like this. Lu Wanru does love money, but no matter how much she loves it, she would not sell out her soul and dignity.
Lu Tiancheng was speechless for a moment. He also knew that what he had just said was a bit too much. Although his daughter was spoiled by him, it was still because of him. No matter how bad it is, you wouldn't do such a thing, right? Okay, stop talking. Bai Yuegue rolled her eyes at her husband and then said to Lu Wanru. Okay, Ru, sit down and eat. Your dad cares about you too. Lu Wanru nodded and sat down in her seat again. After a moment's silence, he finally adjusted his mood a little. At this time, Lu Wanrong also spoke. Sister, if you are really in trouble, I can lend you money. Lu Wanrong actually couldn't bear it. She originally didn't want to care about her sister, but when she really had to watch her sister go down that path, she still felt a little reluctant. Just think of it as a sign of chastity. No need, I told you I can handle it, just live your life well. Lu Wanru said coldly. She wouldn't take her sister's money. Is that my sister's money? That's obviously Suhi's money. After taking this money, how can she hold her head up in front of Suhi? Okay, whatever you want. I'll only say this once. Lu Wanrong curled her lips. Since my sister doesn't want it, then let her do as she pleases. Anyway, just don't come to see her in the future. Looking at his angry wife, Suhi smiled helplessly, reached out his hand under the table, held his wife's small hand and squeezed it, while signaling her not to mind. If they get angry because the other person is not tactful, then wouldn't that be making the other person happy in vain? Chapter 157 How to Pay Back the Money? Wanrong, can you tell mom how you solved it? Bai Yuegue on the side hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask the doubts in her heart. This is 300,000, or even more. How is it possible to make so much money without doing anything illegal? Moreover, it is earned in a short period of time. This doesn't make sense at all. Mom, don't worry about my affairs. I still say that this money definitely doesn't come from any random place. Lu Wanru slammed her chopsticks on the table in annoyance, stood up, and continued. Take your time to eat, I'm going back to my room after I'm full. In this situation, how could she have the heart to eat? He turned around and went back to the room. This child, ah. Bai Yuegue looked at her daughters departing back and couldn't help but sigh. As the children grow older, they become less and less disciplined. Mom, don't be angry. Eat quickly, it's going to get cold soon. When Lu Wanrong saw that her mother was upset, she hurried over to comfort her. If the elder sister doesn't live up to her expectations, doesn't she still have a younger sister? I must be a daughter that my mother doesn't have to worry about. Seeing her little daughter, Bai Yuegue also smiled. My little daughter is still the best. She is sensible and well behaved. However, Bai Yuegue still didn't understand why they were born to the same mother but were born 1 year apart. We were educated together at that time. Why is the final gap so big? But fortunately, I still have a little daughter. If both daughters were traitors, the couple would be so angry that they would die. Next, Suhi and his father-in-law started drinking together. As for Lu Wanrong, she was telling some interesting things to make her mother happy. During this period, Lu Wanru never appeared in the room again. She really didn't want to see Suhi and her sister. But now she had nowhere else to go, so she could only turn a blind eye. After Suhi finished his meal, his father-in-law was already drunk. She herself was in pretty good condition. After Suhi's body underwent systematic transformation, it became extremely strong. It also has a good ability to decompose alcohol. Apart from the smell of alcohol on the body, the alcohol in the body has basically been broken down. Now he can take a breathalyzer test without any problem. Don't worry even if you encounter a traffic police checking for drunk driving. However, only Suhi himself knows about this matter. After all, if this news gets out, it would still be a bit shocking. How is there a person who can't get drunk even after drinking, especially white wine? So, when leaving his father-in-law's house, Suhi was obviously able to drive, but he still let Lu Wanrong drive. I sat happily in the passenger seat. It's a very nice feeling not having to drive myself. Hubby, do you think my sister can really pay off the debt? While driving, Lu Wanrong frowned and asked. Where does she get so much money? Lu Wanrong had some understanding of her sister's source of income. My sister has lost her job and even gave up the house she rented. In this case, where would the money come from to pay off the debt? It's very simple, 2 ways. Suhi smiled and then analyzed. First, sell the car.
She has paid off some of the loan for her car, plus the down payment. She should be able to get around 60,000 to 70,000 yuan after selling it.
Lu Wanrong's car is actually pretty much new.
Although it will definitely depreciate after it hits the ground, she has only driven it for a total of 1 or 2,000 kilometers, so overall it is still very new.
There was no scratch. If you sell it, a 10% discount will basically be enough.
So, after selling the car and paying off the car loan, there will still be 60,000 to 70,000 left. After all, the down payment was quite a lot.
Hearing this, Lu Wanrong nodded.
But my sister should owe more than this.
Lu Wanrong obviously knows her sister very well.
After 2 failed investments, there must be a debt of 3 or 400,000 yuan.
It's not easy to pay off such a large amount of money. Right, so the second possibility is that she borrowed money from someone else. Like a suitor or something like that. Goddesses have the advantages of goddesses. In terms of appearance and figure, Lu Wanru is similar to her sister. The two people can be described as equally matched. It's just that Lu Wanrong has a lively and cheerful personality and is very gentle to others. In real life, Lu Wanrong has many friends and besties. Moreover, they are all friends with whom you can confide. Lu Wanru, on the other hand, is somewhat arrogant and conceited, and not particularly friendly to others.
In real life, she doesn't have any particularly intimate activities. Therefore, it was difficult for Lu Wanru to borrow money from friends when she encountered trouble. He knew Lu Wanru's character, so he knew that she had no friends from whom he could borrow money. Even if you really borrow money, you will be required to repay it on time.
Moreover, you can only borrow it once. If I go to borrow it next time, I will definitely not be able to borrow it.
The fact was the same as He had guessed. Ever since Lu Wanru's friend got back the money he borrowed last time, he never lent money out again the second time Lu Wanru asked for it.
This is all normal. Last time, Lu Wanru just said that she needed cash flow, so people lent her money. However, when the deadline came, Lu Wanru did not return the money immediately.
Although I paid it back in the end, it was a long time before I did so.
In this case, how could they lend you money when you ask them for a second time?
So, Lu Wanru really couldn't borrow money from her friends.
The only possibility left is the pursuer. But society is not a school. After leaving school, Lu Wanru was no longer the school belle.
Even if you are beautiful, you will have limited suitors because of limited resources around you.
Moreover, to be frank, most of the suitors are losers. The kind that gets paid by the company every month.
This kind of person will of course say all kinds of things to you when pursuing you, and he would even like to pick all the stars in the sky for you. But once something happens to you and you really need others to do something to help you, they all become discouraged.
Especially borrowing money.
These suitors are usually very stingy when it comes to sending you a 520 red envelope, and at most they will buy you a bouquet of flowers.
If you ask me to borrow money, I definitely won't be willing to do that. Fortunately, there are still rich second generations. That is Jin Yuxing. This also made Lu Wanru feel relieved. Ah? A suitor? My sister wouldn't be with someone else so soon? That would be so unfair to you. Lu Wanrong gritted her teeth.
She felt especially sorry for He. Although He married her immediately after breaking up with his sister, it still seemed wrong. But that was entirely my sister's fault. Compared with what his sister did, everything He did was completely correct.
You don't want her anymore, so why don't you allow her to find a new life? This is obviously impossible. Chapter 158 No borrowing in the morning. It's nothing. This is her own choice.
It has nothing to do with right or wrong.
He smiled and shook his head.
If you really let go, it won't matter anymore.
Well, husband, I'm very happy to see that you have come to your senses.
Lu Wanrong smiled sweetly. She had always been worried about getting stuck in a rut. He married me just to piss off his sister. But after spending some time together, Lu Wanrong discovered that her husband had really let it go. Moreover, it seems that he has already come to terms with it a long time ago. Although Lu Wanrong didn't know how her husband came to terms with it, she was still very happy for him.
If you can think positively, it means that you have overcome the hurdle in your heart. This is certainly a good thing. Don't worry, I still have a big heart.
He chuckled.
Does he have a big heart? Maybe.
What else could a person who has died once have to worry about?
The next day, Lu Wanru woke up early in the morning. I glanced at the time and it was only 6 o'clock.
However, she was not going out to work, but wanted to call Jin Yuxing. We had agreed to transfer money to her today, and Lu Wanru was still looking forward to it. However, Lu Wanru estimated that Jin Yuxing must not have gotten up yet at this time, so she didn't dare to call him. So, Lu Wanru just held her phone and stared at the time.
And so I kept watching until 9 in the morning.
At this time, Jin Yuxing should already be in the company. However, there are definitely many things to do when you first start working, such as morning meetings. So, Lu Wanru waited for another half an hour, and when she thought Jin Yuxing had finished his work, she called him.
Hey, Yuxing. Lu Wanru's sweet voice sounded on Jin Yuxing's other end. Wanru, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?
Jin Yuxing asked with a smile. His tone was calm, without the joy that one would expect from a goddess calling him.
This is Jin Yuxing's routine. He knew why Lu Wanru called. However, he just didn't bring up this matter on his own initiative.
Only when the goddess proposes it herself can you feel the pleasure of conquest. Jin Yuxing just wanted to tell Lu Wanru that she is no longer a goddess, but someone he, Jin Yuxing, can manipulate at will. Now, it is not him, Jin Yuxing, who is pursuing you, Lu Wanru. But it is you, Lu Wanru, who is begging Jin Yuxing. Therefore, Jin Yuxing planned to take control of Lu Wanru first. It would be easy to pursue her only if you tear off the layer of dignity she has packaged. Hearing Jin Yuxing's question, Lu Wanru was silent for a moment. As a goddess, she really couldn't bring herself to say the word borrow money. It's okay to borrow money from friends or besties. After all, they are all women, so face doesn't matter. But it is really difficult to ask my suitor for a loan. She is a goddess. When I was in college, I had countless suitors. At that time, Lu Wanru rejected them all. On the one hand, it was because everyone knew that she was with Su He. If she broke up with Su He at that time and was with other suitors with better conditions, she would be ridiculed. On the other hand, it is also because Lu Wanru is arrogant and looks down on those suitors. You're just a college student, and you still want to pursue her? Therefore, even though Lu Wanru is not doing well now, she has never asked her former suitors for money. Lu Wanru felt that her dignity would be lost if she borrowed money from them. This time, although Jin Yuxing did not pursue him in college, he did pursue him in the company. Lu Wanru was still afraid that the other party would look down on her. This mouth cannot open. Wanru, are you still there? Seeing that Lu Wanru didn't speak, Jin Yuxing immediately asked with concern. Did something happen? What happened? How could Jin Yuxing not know? He was just acting. Lu Wanru knew that Jin Yuxing must be asking this question even though she knew the answer, but at this time, she had no one else to borrow money from except Jin Yuxing. Moreover, she swore in front of her parents yesterday that if she could get the money, she must get it. Face and other things are all fake, only real money is the real thing. Thinking of this, Lu Wanru bit her lips hard, and said with all her might, suppressing the grievance in her heart. Yuxing, you promised to lend me 300,000 yesterday. Can you give me the money now? Or, I'll come to the company and write you an IOU? Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back on time after I find a job. When I sell the car, I will pay you back tens of thousands first. Lu Wanru was afraid that Jin Yuxing would not lend her money, so her tone was very humble. Originally, Lu Wanru felt that since she had been so humble, Jin Yuxing would definitely lend her the money. After all, she is a goddess, a fairy. The little fairy has bowed her head, what else do you want? But it was obvious that Lu Wanru had misjudged Jin Yuxing. The moment she lowered her head, she was no longer a goddess in Jin Yuxing's eyes. Oh, Wanru, this is why you are so ignorant. Jin Yuxing's tone deliberately revealed displeasure. It's morning now. Even if you want to borrow money, you can't choose morning. Don't you know that it's very rude to borrow money in the morning? Especially for those of us who work in finance? Jin Yuxing was not talking nonsense. Whether borrowing money or being asked to pay back a debt in the morning, it is extremely unlucky. Especially for those who do business and speculate in stocks. They believe in luck very much. Therefore, whether it is borrowing money or collecting debts, it is best to do it in the afternoon. Especially borrowing money. Don't ask someone to borrow money early in the morning unless you really have an emergency to save your life. Otherwise, how could others pay attention to you? Ah. Yuxing, what do you mean? Are you unwilling to lend me money? There was some meaning in Lu Wanru's tone. She didn't expect that Jin Yuxing would come up with such an excuse.
Although she knew that what Jin Yuxing said made sense, it was clearly he who proposed to borrow money.
Now she, a goddess, has lowered herself to borrow money, and you treat her like this instead.
Isn't this disrespectful? Wanru, I don't mean anything else.
Jin Yuxing smiled and continued.
In the afternoon, can you call me again in the afternoon to remind me? Afternoon? Hearing this, Lu Wanru's eyes almost burst into flames.
But she still endured it.
Now, apart from Jin Yuxing, there is really no one who can lend her money. Isn't it just afternoon?
She wanted to see what excuses Jin Yuxing could come up with in the afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Jin, I'll call you again this afternoon. Lu Wanru gritted her teeth, said this and hung up the phone.
The way Jin Yuxing is addressed has also changed. At this moment, in her eyes, there was no difference between Jin Yuxing, Suhee and her sister.
Chapter 159 I don't want you to be my girlfriend. However, Lu Wanru still endured it. In any case, let us get the money first.
After saying that, Lu Wanru hung up the phone.
Wait until the afternoon to call again. However, we have to contact the car first. Car loans also need to be repaid every month.
Selling the car and paying off the loan will make things a lot easier.
Now she can no longer afford the monthly car loan.
Therefore, it is imperative to repay these loans as soon as possible. So, Lu Wanru started checking the prices of used cars online. She bought a BMW 1 Series. The price was not expensive when I bought it, so of course I can't sell it at too high a price now.
Fortunately, online car buying and selling is still very transparent.
After registering her information, someone will help her sell the car. Next, just wait for the buyer. Lu Wanru was in a hurry to sell the item, so she marked the price lower than the market price.
I guess I will find a buyer soon.
Although the BMW 1 Series only has the BMW logo on it, it is not strictly speaking a BMW.
But someone will still buy it.
Especially a nearly new car like Lu Wanru's will attract more people.
These people all want a BMW to show off.
Even if it is a series, it is still a BMW. If you encounter some doormen or security guards who look down on others, they may still look down on you when they see that you are driving a Volkswagen worth more than 200,000 yuan. But even if you drive a BMW worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, people will be polite to you. Therefore, some people will still choose the BMW 1 Series. After all, not everyone can tell the difference between BMW models. So, sometimes, even with a BMW 1 Series, some people want to show off. After hanging up the message, Lu Wanru felt a little relieved. Then she continued to wait in the room. At noon, she ate at home, and her parents also prepared the meal for her. Now Lu Wanru has no intention of going out to find a job.
It's a good time to adjust at home.
However, she had no plans to help her mother with housework at home.
Lu Wanru would never do such a thing.
In the past, it was the parents who did the housework, but later when they were together with Suhee, it was Suhee who did the housework.
As for her, just wait to eat and enjoy.
It has been like this for years, and Lu Wanru has long been accustomed to it and even takes it for granted.
So she just waited at home.
The time spent waiting always passes slowly.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Wanru estimated that it was about time. The stock market opens at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
By 2 o'clock, Jin Yuxing should have finished his break and is working. Thinking of this, Lu Wanru immediately took out her cell phone and called Jin Yuxing.
This time, the call was still connected quickly. Hey, Wanru, I have to go to a meeting. If you have anything to say, wait until after the meeting.
After Jin Yuxing finished speaking, he hung up the phone, leaving Lu Wanru alone on the other end of the phone in a daze.
Son of a bitch. Lu Wanru was so angry that she almost couldn't bear it anymore.
Of course she knew that Jin Yuxing was fooling her.
We agreed to pay in the afternoon, but he kept giving excuses again and again. What else could be the reason? However, Jin Yuxing did not directly reject Lu Wanru after all. I guess there's still hope for this matter. Lu Wanru was still looking forward to borrowing money from Jin Yuxing.
Thinking of this, she continued to wait.
By the time he gets off work, Jin Yuxing won't have any more excuses, right? Thinking of this, Lu Wanru gritted her teeth again.
She decided to wait until after get off work to make one last call to Jin Yuxing. If the other party still has excuses, then she can figure it out herself.
Isn't it just 300,000?
The car was sold and the money I got back was enough to last for a few months.
As long as I can find a job, I will be able to get through this crisis.
Thinking of this, Lu Wanru took a deep breath and then waited patiently again. Soon, it was time to get off work. Lu Wanru did not call Jin Yuxing immediately, but waited until 6 o'clock, and then called him, thinking that Jin Yuxing had returned home.
Hey, President Jin. Lu Wanru's tone was very calm.
This was the last time she bowed her head, and it would only be this once whether she succeeded or not.
So, she doesn't care anymore. Wanru? What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Jin Yuxing's laughing voice came again.
However, his tone was a little dazed, as if he had been drinking.
Lu Wanru could naturally hear it as well. Could this guy be socializing?
However, whether it was a social event or not, she had to say it. Boss Jin, you promised to lend me 300,000 yuan yesterday.
Is it convenient for you to transfer it to me now? Lu Wanru went straight to the point.
Oh, yes.
You see, I was so busy today that I forgot about it.
Jin Yuxing suddenly realized and continued. But Wanru, 300,000 is not a small amount, I can't lend it to you for nothing. Jin Yuxing is ready to put forward conditions.
300,000 yuan would leave 9,000 yuan in the bank in a year. What kind of relationship can allow someone to give so much money casually? Therefore, he must make Lu Wanru pay something. After all, he doesn't want to be a bootlicker.
Precisely because of the conditions, Jin Yuxing did not talk about this matter in the company.
Instead, he chose to go home and have a drink.
In this way, once Lu Wanru gets really angry, he can say it was just drunken talk and can smooth it over later.
Pay something? Lu Wanru was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously asked. What do you want? What do you want? Jin Yuxing smiled, and his expression became more meaningful. Wanru, don't you know what I want? Lu Wanru immediately understood what Jin Yuxing meant. This guy actually wants her to be his girlfriend. If it were in the past, Lu Wanru might have agreed. However, she really didn't like Jin Yuxing, and this feeling of being forced also made Lu Wanru very uncomfortable.
After hesitating for a while, Lu Wanru shook her head and said,
Boss Jin, I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to fall in love for the time being, so I really can't be your.
Lu Wanru wanted to refuse Jin Yuxing, but was interrupted by Jin Yuxing before she could finish her words.
Wanru, that's not what I meant. I don't want you to be my girlfriend. Don't want to be a girlfriend? Lu Wanru was stunned for a moment and didn't understand what Jin Yuxing meant for a moment. What does this man want to do? So what do you want? Lu Wanru couldn't help but ask. If it's not about being a girlfriend, other conditions are not unacceptable. I want you. Stay with me for 3 nights.
As long as you agree, I will lend you the 300,000 without interest for 1 year. According to the bank's deposit interest rate, the annual interest is 9,000.
That should be enough to pay for you for 3 nights, right? Chapter 160 Selling Yourself.
9,000 for 3 nights and 3,000 for 1 night, that's already a high-end price.
Of course, the high-end one is 3,000 per time, not 3,000 for 1 night.
Overall, Jin Yuxing still got the upper hand. After all, with Lu Wanru's looks, she would definitely be the best among the best in a brothel. The 300,000 yuan from Jin Yuxing was not given to Lu Wanru, but loaned to her.
After maturity, you naturally have to get your principal back.
So, what he did was really smart. I spent 9,000 yuan to sleep with the goddess for 3 nights.
3 nights are enough to trample on all the dignity of the goddess. When you've had enough fun, you can kick the goddess away.
So, Jin Yuxing's idea is still very beautiful.
What? Mr. Jin, you are not kidding, right?
When Lu Wanru heard Jin Yuxing's words, her face suddenly darkened. She didn't expect that Jin Yuxing was such a dirty person. Lu Wanru felt that it was extremely insulting to be Jin Yuxing's girlfriend for 300,000 yuan.
Unexpectedly, the other party looked down on her even more. Treat her like a prostitute.
Even if she was a prostitute, someone like her would earn more than 3,000 a night.
Thinking of this, Lu Wanru felt so aggrieved that she was about to cry. Where had she ever suffered such injustice before?
When he was with Suhi, although their life was not particularly rich, Suhi was able to satisfy his general material needs. Even though Suhi has no money now, Lu Wanru has no doubt that she will still be Suhi's girlfriend. Suhi will try his best to raise 300,000 yuan. I will never watch her suffer such a great injustice and just do nothing about it.
I'm not kidding.
Jin Yuxing's tone was full of drunkenness.
Wanru, this is my only condition. You're not a virgin anymore, so 9,000 yuan in interest for 3 nights isn't too much of an injustice, right? Besides, this is the interest rate of a bank loan. If you borrow money from a regular platform, the interest rate will be 12 or 13%, right? That would be tens of thousands of dollars a year, right? I'll lend it to you for a year without interest. If you only need 3 nights, it's a very good deal. Think about it. If you can, feel free to come to the Ifu Hotel downtown. After Jin Yuxing finished speaking, he hung up the phone. She did not force Lu Wanru. Whether she is willing to do it or not depends entirely on Lu Wanru herself. If Lu Wanru doesn't want to, then she doesn't want to, and Jin Yuxing won't force her. After all, there are so many women. As long as you have money, you can easily find a girl with the same appearance as Lu Wanru. The thing that is most abundant in this world is beautiful people, both men and women. Of course, if Lu Wanru is willing, Jin Yuxing will be very happy. Although there is no shortage of good-looking people, each person is special and independent. It's a pity to miss it. Bastards. They are all bastards. Seeing Jin Yuxing hung up the phone, Lu Wanru's eyes were full of anger. She originally thought that Jin Yuxing liked her and was pursuing her sincerely. Before, Lu Wanru almost agreed to Jin Yuxing's pursuit and became his girlfriend many times. But now Lu Wanru realized that Jin Yuxing had never wanted to have a serious relationship with her. Everything I did before was just to sleep with her. Lu Wanru had no doubt that even if she really agreed to be with Jin Yuxing would kick her away when he had enough fun. This is definitely something that could happen. That's why Lu Wanru was very angry. This is a scumbag, and a very scumbag. However, it was impossible for Jin Yuxing to do so, and Lu Wanru felt that her last support was gone. In the past, no matter how hard her life was, her parents would provide for her. But today, she said those words to her parents with full confidence. I had also promised my sister and Suhee that I would not ask my parents for money. In this situation, how could she ask her parents for money? When she thought of this, Lu Wanru felt a sharp pain in her head. At the same time, a line of clear tears flowed down. These are tears of grievance, tears of pain, and tears of regret. In this way, Lu Wanru sat in the room thinking for an hour. She even refused to eat when her parents called her. An hour later, Lu Wanru seemed to have figured something out and took out her cell phone to call Jin Yuxing. Hey, Wanru, how are you? Have you figured it out? Jin Yuxing's laughing voice came over. Boss Jin, I promised to accompany you for 3 nights, but I also have a condition. Lu Wanru made up her mind this time. Isn't it just 3 nights? What's the big deal? Just think of it as being fucked by a pig. There is one thing that Lu Wanru felt Jin Yuxing was right about. She is no longer a virgin, why does she have to think so much? As long as I can get 300,000 yuan and solve the urgent problem, everything will be fine. Of course, Lu Wanru was still very reluctant when making this decision. If there was any other choice, she would not take this path. Oh? What conditions? Tell me. When Jin Yuxing heard Lu Wanru agreed, his eyes suddenly lit up. If I could sleep with this delicate beauty, a few conditions would be acceptable. My condition is, I will accompany you for 3 nights, and you give me 300,000. Of these, 50,000 was given to me by you. Not borrowed by me. You have to lend me the remaining 250,000 for 1 year without interest. When Lu Wanru said this, she really said it with gritted teeth. 50,000 yuan for 3 nights is not a low price. But that's not the point. The point is, after taking this money, she will really be no different from those women who sell their bodies for money. What Lu Wanru is most worried about is that this is not the end, but just the beginning. Once some doors are opened, you can never close them again in your lifetime. However, this was definitely a huge surprise for Jin Yuxing. 50,000 yuan to buy Lu Wanru for 3 nights? This is definitely worth it. Lu Wanru's figure and appearance are worth the price if put on the market. He had absolutely no reason to refuse. Moreover, Jin Yuxing even felt that he could rely on this to take care of Lu Wanru in the future. The price of keeping a sponsor should be more affordable, right? This is all negotiable. For example, 100,000 a month? 250,000 for 3 months? As long as Lu Wanru is short of money, she is likely to accept his advice. As long as the initial line of defense is broken, the goddess will no longer be a goddess, but will completely become a dog. Of course, this is the same for both men and women.
When a man encounters such a situation, he sells his soul, and he will continue to sell it out if he encounters the same thing in the future.
This thing has nothing to do with gender, it's just a moral issue. Chapter 161, really entered the hotel.
No problem, Wanru, this is just small change. As long as you are willing to follow me, I will satisfy you. Jin Yuxing said with a smile.
$50,000 is really nothing. Okay, then I want the money today.
Lu Wanru was afraid that Jin Yuxing would go back on his word, so she put forward her own conditions.
No problem, I've already taken out all the 300,000 in cash, just come to the hotel and I'll give it to you. An obscene smile appeared at the corner of Jin Yuxing's mouth.
He was about to sleep with the goddess, so of course he was getting more and more excited.
Okay, I'll come now. Lu Wanru nodded.
Now that the decision has been made, there is no need to waste time talking.
After packing up, Lu Wanru went out. Wanru, where are you going so late?
As soon as Lu Wanru walked out of the room, she met her mother head-on.
I'm going out for a while and won't be back tonight. Lu Wanru said lightly. You're not coming back? Where are you going so late? Hearing her daughter's words, Bai Yuegui's brows immediately frowned.
No one knows a daughter better than her mother.
Bai Yuegui's intuition told her that her daughter must have gone out for something tonight. And it's not a good thing.
Thinking of the debt collection call that came at noon, Bai Yuegui suddenly realized something.
Could it be that my daughter is really willing to sell her soul for money? Mom, don't worry about it.
I'm just having a meal with my friends and I'm staying at their house tonight.
Lu Wanru lied. How could she be going to some friend's house? Instead, it was delivered to your door. But you definitely can't say this to your mother.
After all, once her mother finds out, she will definitely not be able to leave the house. Moreover, she couldn't bring herself to say such an embarrassing thing. So, I could only sneak out by myself. But it was obvious that Bai Yuegui was not someone who could be easily fooled, and she immediately started asking further questions.
Which friend's house? Does Mom know him? Mom!
When asked by her mother, Lu Wanru suddenly became impatient.
I have so many friends, how can you know them all? Don't worry, it's okay. I'm just in a bad mood, so I'm going to stay at a friend's house for 2 days. I'll be back in 3 days at most.
Lu Wanru and Jin Yuxing agreed to spend 3 nights together.
She was definitely going to suffer during these 3 nights.
Fortunately, the suffering occurred at night.
Jin Yuxing has to go to work during the day. During the day, Lu Wanru can also take a rest, which is a blessing in disguise. If it lasted 3 days and 3 nights, she would probably be tortured to death.
After saying this, Lu Wanru went out directly despite her mother's attempt to stop her.
This girl didn't even say where she was going. Watching her daughter leave home, Bai Yuegui frowned even deeper.
After hesitating for a moment, he turned back to the room and pulled up Lu Tiancheng, who had just lay down.
Old Lu, don't sleep anymore, get up quickly, Ru is out. Well, just go out. You're already an adult, what are you worried about? Lu Tiancheng sat up from the bed helplessly.
My daughter is already in her 20s, not a teenager, nothing will happen to her. When they were teenagers, they were of course worried that their beautiful daughters would be bullied. But now my daughter is in her 20s and knows how to protect herself.
You are such a heartless person. Do you know why your daughter went out so late at night?
She said she was going to have dinner with her friends.
It's so late, what are they going to eat?
Bai Yuegui glared at her husband unhappily and continued.
Have you forgotten the collection phone call during the day? Maybe your daughter is doing something to raise money. If I really did something shameful and fell into depravity, where would you let me go to cry? When she said this, Bai Yuegui's eyes also became red. They are my daughters, how could I not care about them at all?
If Lu Wanru really went down that path, Bai Yuegui felt like she would go crazy.
This shouldn't be possible? Although Ru is a little materialistic, she shouldn't do such a thing, right? After hearing his wife's words, Lu Tiancheng instantly came to his senses. As a father, how could he not care about his daughter?
Even if your daughter is a gold digger, she is still your daughter. If the father knew that his daughter was on a path of no return, he would definitely be very upset. His daughter is materialistic, and it all comes down to him being a useless father.
If he were a rich man and had raised his daughter in luxury since childhood, how could his daughter be materialistic?
So, Lu Tiancheng also became nervous.
How about we go out with our daughter and take a look? See where she went? Bayuegue suggested. Good idea, but I don't know if it's too late. Hearing his wife's words, Lu Tianchang's eyes lit up instantly. They are also really worried about their daughter. But my daughter was driving, so she might have gone out now. If he went out, it would be too late for them to catch up. After all, they still have to take a taxi, and then they have to catch up with the car. Go downstairs first, maybe my daughter is still in the car. Bayuegue urged. Okay. Lu Tianchang did not object and put on his clothes immediately. Maybe Lu Wanru was still making the final psychological preparation. When the old couple went downstairs, they were lucky to see that their daughter's car had not left. This made them feel relieved. As long as their daughter hasn't left, they can still catch up with her. After they went downstairs, they waited for another 5 minutes before Lu Wanru started the car and slowly drove out of the community. Seeing this scene, the old couple immediately got on their electric scooters and followed. After the car left the community, they were lucky enough to stop a taxi. Then, he followed Lu Wanru towards the city. At the same time, Jin Yuxing in the hotel also took medicine, used oil, and waited patiently for Lu Wanru's arrival. Today is his first time to officially meet Lu Wanru in the Huashan sword competition, so everything that needs to be prepared must be prepared. It would be embarrassing if I couldn't even show my sword. Lu Wanru doesn't drive very fast. Although she has bought the car for some time, she drives it seldom and can only be considered a novice driver. This also allowed Lu Tianchang and his wife to follow closely behind. After about 50 minutes, the car finally arrived at the Ifu Hotel in the city center. After parking the car, Lu Wanru looked around, then as if she had made up her mind, turned around and walked into the hotel. Seeing this scene, Bayuegue almost fainted. Their daughter actually entered the hotel. What they guessed turned out to be true. My daughter really gave up her dignity for a little money. Old Lu, what should we do? What should we do? We must stop our daughter. We must not let her be abused by others. Bayuegue was crying so hard that she couldn't speak. Don't worry, let's get off the car first. I'll call Xiao Su and ask him to take us in and get our daughter out. Chapter 162. What are you doing? After Lu Tianchang and Bayuegue got off the car, they called Su He immediately. Su He and Lu Wanrong had just finished washing up and were ready to rest. Of course, it wasn't really a rest, they were just doing what a young couple should do at night. As soon as he lay down, Su He's cell phone rang. Honey, who is it? Hearing the cell phone ringing, Lu Wanrong curled her lips and asked with some dissatisfaction. Who would disturb their loving life late at night? It's our dad. Su He said with a smile. Dad? Why aren't you sleeping so late? When Lu Wanrong heard that the call was from her father, her brows furrowed even deeper. She knows her parents quite well and normally wouldn't call them so late. If this call comes, it is very likely that something has happened, and it may be a big deal. Thinking of this, Lu Wanrong also started to get nervous. The importance of her parents to her is unquestionable. At times like this, I'm sure I'll be nervous. I don't know, let's pick it up and see. Su He shook his head and immediately answered the phone. Hey, Xiao Su, where are you? Can you come out for a while? It seems like Ru is checked into a hotel with someone else. As soon as the phone was connected, Lu's father's anxious voice rang out. What? You went to check into a room with someone? Su He glanced at his wife and his brows immediately frowned. It shouldn't matter if we book a room? We are all adults, you can't just deny them the ability to fulfill their normal physiological needs, right? Even if you are a parent, you shouldn't interfere in such matters, right? However, Su He soon realized something. Dad, you're not going to say that Lu Wanru went to get a room with someone else for money, are you? Su He thought of what Lu Wanru said during the day that they had found a solution to the money problem, and he immediately understood why Lu Tianchang was so anxious. If Lu Wanru really checked into a hotel with someone else for money, it wouldn't be simply satisfying her physiological needs, but she'd be selling herself out. This is a wrong path. To put it bluntly, she is going to be a whore. Even if you have to do it for a living, you should never take this path. This is not only unethical, but may also violate the law. Yes, that's for sure. She said she could raise the money today, but I saw she didn't go out all day, and suddenly went out in the evening. Your mother and I were worried, so we followed her here, and sure enough, we saw her enter a hotel. We want to go in, but we're worried that the front desk won't let us in, so we wanted to see if you have any solution. In fact, Lu's father and mother wanted to stop their daughter directly just now.
I'm just afraid of embarrassing my daughter in public. They really know their daughter well. If she was embarrassed, it would be more painful than taking her life. Because of this delay, I could only watch Lu Wanru walk into the hotel. Okay, Dad, Mom, tell me the location of the hotel, I'll be there right away. As Sui spoke, he stood up and put on his clothes. He originally didn't want to get involved in such trivial matters. But he could ignore Lu Wanru, but he could not ignore his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Today, if Lu Wanru really slept with someone else for money, her father-in-law and his wife would probably devastate. Therefore, Sui really has to take care of this matter. Okay, Xiao Su, I'll send you the address. Soon, Sui received the address. Hubby, I'm worried about my parents, I'll go with you. Lu Wanrong also got up from the bed and started changing clothes. Yeah, that's fine. Su-hee nodded. Actually, it is somewhat inappropriate for him, the ex-boyfriend, to do this. I would be unhappy if I changed any girlfriend. Fortunately, his ex-girlfriend is his current wife's sister. Of course, Lu Wanrong was also worried about her sister. Therefore, Su-hee agreed to let his wife go with him, so that it could save some trouble. Lu Wanrong moved quickly and changed her clothes in no time. Then the two of them left in a hurry. The hotel is not too far from their home, about 10 minutes drive away. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the hotel entrance and met Lu's father and mother. Dad, Mom, what's going on? Is my sister out yet? As soon as Lu Wanrong saw her parents, she immediately asked. No, I don't think I'll be able to get out for a while. You guys got here pretty quickly. As long as we go in now, nothing should have happened yet. Bai Yuegue said anxiously. Only about 15 minutes had passed so far. Lu Wanru went upstairs, took a shower, and dawdled for a while. She might not have taken off her clothes yet. Therefore, if we can find the hotel where Lu Wanru is staying now, it is still possible to stop her. Okay, let's go in now. Su-hee nodded and said. But the front desk won't tell us which room Wanru was in, right? Lu Tiancheng said with a frown. The front desk staff must be professional. Unless you call the police, they generally won't tell you which room the guest is staying in. This is also for the sake of guests' privacy. If anyone comes in, the hotel will tell them who you are, which room you are staying in, and who you are staying with. Isn't this a deliberate disclosure of your privacy? No one would be willing to stay in a hotel like this. Well, Dad, don't worry, I have a way. Just follow me into the hotel. Sui didn't say much, but just gestured for the two elders to follow him. Seeing Sui so confident, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Tiancheng relaxed. Then, a group of 4 people walked into the hotel. After entering the hotel, Sui found the elevator door and walked directly into the elevator. This is a high-end hotel and the elevator requires a card. However, Sui did not press the elevator upstairs, but went directly to the first floor. Honey, what are we doing in the basement? Lu Wanrong asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. Remember to act according to circumstances later. Su-hee smiled mysteriously. Under the confused gazes of the 3 people, the elevator opened and 4 people walked out. After walking out, Sui looked around and quickly found the place he was looking for. Security room? Honey, do you want the security to take us in? Lu Wanrong's eyes suddenly lit up. My husband is really smart. No, the security guard definitely won't bring it. I just want to check the surveillance video to see which room your sister entered. Sui smiled, then knocked on the door, pushed open the door of the security room and walked in. Many hotel security rooms are located together with the monitoring room. This hotel is no exception. As soon as Sui walked in, the security guard lying on a bed suddenly sat up. When the security guard saw a few strangers, his brows immediately frowned. What do you do? Chapter 163 found the room number. The security guard was sitting there playing with his mobile phone. When he saw someone breaking in, he was immediately startled and stood up from his seat. It's no wonder that the security guards are nervous. Apart from people in the hotel, basically no one comes to their monitoring room. Even if they are people in the hotel, they basically won't come over unless something happens to the guests. I guess the majority of people here are from the police. After all, it is very likely that some illegal and criminal things will happen in the hotel. Of course, this does not mean that the hotel is doing anything illegal or criminal. Instead, some criminals are doing illegal things in the hotel.
For example, some drug addicts. Another example is some abnormal transactions that violate ethics, morals, and laws.
These things are actually very common in hotels. Therefore, the police would occasionally come to the hotel to check the rooms. Of course, ward inspections are usually conducted when evidence is available or a report is received. If he really found out something illegal or criminal, he would definitely check the surveillance footage to confirm the evidence. Therefore, security guards naturally often receive police officers. When the security guard saw Suhee and the others, he subconsciously thought that the first one was a plainclothes policeman. But if you think about it carefully, this group of plainclothes police officers, including men and women, young and old, is really a bit strange. His intuition told him that these people were most likely not police officers but just guests. He wasn't even a guest, but someone who caught someone cheating. The security guards have encountered such things before. As for hotels, they are perfect places for a date with a mistress. Therefore, it is possible to catch an adulterer. Therefore, the security guard's tone was a little unpleasant.
Hello, security guard. We are here to look for someone and would like to check the surveillance footage. Suhee didn't say anything more and directly stated his purpose. Looking for someone? Looking at the surveillance? After hearing Suhee's words, the security guard was immediately satisfied with his own wisdom. As expected, he came to check the surveillance. In that case, he doesn't need to be too polite. Sorry, our surveillance is not open to the public. If you are guests, you can apply to our hotel manager. If the manager agrees, he will bring you to check the surveillance. Or you can call the police. When the police come, we can also provide surveillance. Besides that, our surveillance cameras are not available for loan. After the security guard finished speaking, he picked up his phone and started playing with it, and was unwilling to pay any attention to Suhee. Seeing this scene, Lu Tiancheng and his wife suddenly became anxious. If the security guard didn't show them the surveillance video, how would they know which floor their daughter went to and which room she went to? However, Suhee was not in a hurry. Instead, he took out an envelope from his arms and handed it to the security guard. Security boss, don't be so hasty to refuse. Look at this, is it good enough for us to see the surveillance? Hearing Suhee's words, the security guard subconsciously looked at his hands. When he saw a thick envelope, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is. The security guard couldn't help swallowing. Here's 10,000 yuan, security guard. My sister was tricked into the hotel. Please show us the surveillance. We will never tell anyone. As long as you let us see the surveillance video, the 10,000 yuan will be yours. I know there are no cameras in your office, so I just spoke up. Also, our phones don't have any recordings or videos, so you can rest assured. In order to reassure the security guard, Suhee took out his mobile phone and turned on the screen to let the security guard take a look. Lu Tiancheng and his wife and Lu Wanrong also did so immediately. They do this to make the security guards let down their guard. After all, there are still a lot of bad people nowadays. You clearly broke the rules a little bit to help others, but in the end they came back to bite you. So, now if you want people to break the rules, they won't do it. Even if you give money. I'm just afraid that after I receive the money, you will take videos and photos of me. Okay, then you can see for yourself. Sure enough, when the security guard saw Suhee's sincerity, a smile appeared on his face. He took the 10,000 yuan and put it under his pillow. Then, he pointed to the monitor and said, "This is surveillance. You can view any interface you want. I'm afraid the manager and the others will come over, so I can only show you for 10 minutes. Will playback or something be useful?" The security guard was very smart and set a time directly. It's just finding someone. If you have about the same amount of time, you can find it quickly. 10 minutes is enough. As for the manager, are they coming over? The security guards weren't worried at all. It is true that this is a monitoring room, but it is not that strict. It's not a military base, so how can you not let people come? At worst, the security guard can just say that it was his relative who came to see him. If he wanted, he could give 1,000 reasons. Okay, thank you, security guard. I can use it. Hearing the security guard's words, Suhee was overjoyed. He knew that the 10 minutes the security guard mentioned was definitely bullshit. However, 10 minutes was indeed enough for them. If we can't get it done in 10 minutes, it will be too late even if we find Lu Wanru. It has been almost 15 minutes since Lu Wanru entered the hotel.
In another 5 or 10 minutes, he would have finished his shower.
This is not the first time for Lu Wanru. When I was with Soo-hee, the two of us had already been together for a long time. So, if you really want to take a shower, some things will happen very quickly. Therefore, they must hurry up.
Well, okay, then you can watch it yourself, hurry up. The security guard nodded, then took out his cell phone and started playing with it.
Thank you, security brother. Soo-hee nodded and started watching the surveillance video. He estimated the time and quickly found Lu Wanru through the camera in the lobby. Then, based on the camera time and Lu Wanru's walking speed, the elevator was located. There are also surveillance cameras in the elevator. Moreover, this elevator does not require a card. After entering the elevator, Lu Wanru pressed the button for the 12th floor. Obviously, she was going to the 12th floor. After reaching the 12th floor, there are surveillance cameras in the corridors.
Jin Yuxing's room was very far back, and it took Lu Wanru almost 30 seconds to reach it.
Coincidentally, there is a surveillance camera right above this room. After Lu Wanru knocked on the door, it opened and she walked in. 1232. Xiaosu, it's room 1232. After seeing the room number, Lu Tiancheng was overjoyed.
With the room number, I can find my daughter.
Well, let's go now. Thank you, security brother.
Soo-hee didn't dare to delay, as everything would be easy after he knew the room number.
Then, a group of people left the security room and walked towards the elevator. Chapter 164, 20,000 more. Fortunately, the elevator does not require a card.
This surprised Soo-hee and the others. For a hotel like this, it seems a bit outrageous and not very safe that the elevator does not require card swipe. However, for them, it is a good thing that the elevator does not require card swiping. In this way, they can take the elevator directly upstairs. If you want to swipe your card, you have to climb up the stairs by yourself. After all, the security guards won't take them upstairs.
This is an illegal act.
The 12th floor is not high, but it is still very tiring to climb up.
So, if the elevator can be used, it would be perfect. Then, the family took the elevator to the 12th floor and headed towards room 1232.
On the other side, when Lu Wanru arrived at the door of room 1232, she was also extremely nervous and conflicted. I was about to stretch out my hand to knock on the door, but it hung in front of the door for a long time, not knowing whether I should put it down. Lu Wanru knew very well that once this door was opened, she would be on a path of no return in her life and would never be able to look back. She was struggling, wondering if it was really worth giving up her dignity for just 300,000 yuan.
If she could even give up her dignity, why didn't she ask her sister and Soo-hee for help?
At least, when you ask them, all you have to pay is your dignity. But if you knock on the door of this room, you will pay with your dignity and body.
Lu Wanru was really confused about what was more important.
But just as she was hesitating, Jin Yuxing, who had been waiting for Lu Wanru to arrive in the room, could no longer sit still.
Every 10 minutes he would open the peephole to see what was happening outside. This time is no exception.
However, Jin Yuxing was disappointed the previous few times as Lu Wanru did not come. But this time, as soon as he got close to the peephole, he saw Lu Wanru standing outside with a look of confusion on her face.
Seeing this scene, Jin Yuxing was overjoyed. He knew that the prey was coming.
So, Jin Yuxing immediately opened the door, not intending to give Lu Wanru any more chance to feel entangled.
Wanru, you are finally here.
After opening the door, Jin Yuxing welcomed Lu Wanru in with a smile on his face.
Come in. It's cold outside. When she saw Jin Yuxing, Lu Wanru couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Just now, her last bit of rationality was about to convince her to leave here. Who would have thought that Jin Yuxing would actually open the door in the end? Could it be that this is God's will? Even God wants her to sacrifice her body here?
Thinking of this, Lu Wanru seemed to accept her fate and followed Jin Yuxing into the room obediently. Seeing this scene, Jin Yuxing's smile became even wider. At the same time, he unnoticeably put a small blue pill into his mouth. Now that the goddess is here, it's time to start preparing.
Wanru, why don't you sit down for a while? Go take a shower later, don't be too stressed. There's a bathtub in the bathroom, so you can soak in it for a while. Also, after you take a shower, change into these clothes. As Jin Yuxing spoke, he took out 2 brand new sets of clothes and placed them in front of Lu Wanru. When Lu Wanru saw these 2 pieces of clothing, her expression suddenly changed. How can this be considered proper clothing? One piece of clothing is a JK uniform. but both the shirt and the skirt are different from normal JK. Especially skirts, they can't cover anything at all, and it's the same as not wearing anything when you wear them. As for the shirt, the size is obviously small. Lu Wanru has a good figure. A normal shirt can hardly cover her body, let alone such a small shirt. This JK uniform doesn't look like a formal uniform at first glance. As for the other piece, it is a black one-piece suspender stocking. Moreover, it is free to take off. If that were all, it would be acceptable. But this dress has 2 pieces of cloth missing on the chest. It's a bit too embarrassing to wear this. Seeing these 2 pieces of clothing, Lu Wanru's face turned red. This blushing is not due to shyness, but humiliation. It's not like she hasn't worn clothes like this before. But that was all sent to Suhee to see. Suhee is her boyfriend, so it doesn't matter what she wears. However, this time she was going to wear such clothes in front of her boss. Her boss is not her boyfriend. There is no affection between the 2 parties. Lu Wanru even wanted to get 300,000 yuan from the other party. 300,000, and she's wearing clothes like this. Do you really think she's a prostitute? Therefore, Lu Wanru felt deeply humiliated. However, Jin Yuxing doesn't care what Lu Wanru is thinking. This time he wanted to humiliate Lu Wanru. What goddess? What white moonlight? In the end, she kneeled before him for a mere 300,000 yuan? This kind of humiliation gave Jin Yuxing a great pleasure. Lu Wanru took a deep breath and bit her lower lip hard, but couldn't help but speak. Boss Jin, can you not wear this dress? I'm not used to it. Lu Wanru really didn't want to wear these clothes, they were too disgusting. Wanru, no, since you are here, you have to listen to me. Don't worry, that's all. I promise I won't do anything more perverted to you. Jin Yuxing said with a smile. Sometimes, a gradual approach is necessary. Let Lu Wanru accept this matter for now. As for what happens next, let us take our time. He had 3 nights, enough time to completely trample Lu Wanru's pride under his feet. Well, okay. Lu Wanru curled her lips. It has come to this and there is nothing we can do but follow their wishes. Boss Jin, can you give me my 300,000 first? Lu Wanru was worried that Jin Yuxing would cheat, so she planned to take the money first. After all, this guy had cheated once before, and Lu Wanru had suffered a loss, so she naturally learned her lesson. Of course. This is 300,000, take a look. Jin Yuxing agreed on the spot and then took out 300,000 yuan in cash. A heavy black plastic bag was placed in front of Lu Wanru. Lu Wanru didn't say anything, she just opened the bag and counted them. Mr. Jin, why is there an extra 20,000? After Lu Wanru finished counting, she found that there were actually 320,000 in the bag. It's 20,000 yuan more than what we agreed upon before. Yes, this 20,000 is my extra compensation to you. As long as you stay with me for the next 3 days, I will give you extra money. And this Chanel bag is also for you. As Jin Yuxing spoke, she took out a Chanel bag. When she saw the bag, Lu Wanru's eyes lit up instantly. She knew this black bag, and its market price was about 50,000 yuan. Among bags, it is also considered to be relatively expensive. Chapter 165 Giving Up Resistance. It seems that Jin Yuxing is indeed sincere. Lu Wanru's mentality also changed unconsciously. Maybe, it's not impossible to dedicate myself to Jin Yuxing like this? For the first time, she realized that sometimes making money could be so easy. This Chanel bag was something she had never dared to dream of before. But now, all you have to do is sleep with the man in front of you for 3 nights and you can get it. It was also the first time that Lu Wanru understood those girls who had gone astray. Even if they have good looks and good figures, their financial conditions are not enough to support them. In this case, who can resist such a quick way to make money? There are 30 days in a month. Even if you take 8 days off, you can use the remaining 22 days to make money. At least 10,000 a day, that means 220,000 a month. In this case, what is her 300,000 worth? Because of a bag, Lu Wanru's outlook on life and values gradually began to distort. Maybe, after walking out of here 3 days later, she will become the person she looked down upon before. How about it, Wanru, do you like it? Jin Yuxing smiled knowingly at Lu Wanru's expression. In fact, there is no need to ask this question anymore. For a gold digger, how could she not like a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars?
However, what Lu Wanru didn't know was that the bag only said on the label that it cost more than 40,000 yuan.
But in fact, this bag is a high imitation. At most, it would be 1 or 2,000 yuan.
Although Jin Yuxing has good conditions, he is not a fool. He was not planning to buy a genuine bag worth more than 40,000 yuan for a woman he was just playing with.
This is something only a fool would do.
Giving an extra 20,000 yuan was already the most he could do.
As for more, don't even think about it. But Lu Wanru obviously didn't know the tricks here.
After a moment's silence, she nodded.
Of course she likes this bag. As long as you like it.
Well, go take a shower first. After you finish your shower, remember to put on these 2 pieces of clothing. Jin Yuxing pointed at the clothes on the bed again.
This time, Lu Wanru was silent for a moment, then did not refuse.
She picked up her clothes from the bed, turned around and walked into the bathroom. Next, she began to wash up normally. Lu Wanru was still conflicted about taking a bath, and after hesitating for a moment, she decided to take another bath to calm down.
Maybe she will figure it out in a while.
This bath should be her last chance to regret.
Lu Wanru soaked for 20 minutes. Finally, the effect of Jin Yuxing's medicine took effect and he couldn't wait any longer.
So he walked to the bathroom door and knocked.
Wanru, are you done washing? Almost done?
After hearing Jin Yuxing's words, Lu Wanru suddenly came to her senses. She knew that it was too late to regret now.
In that case, I can only accept my fate.
Thinking of this, she shouted to the door.
Right away, I'll change my clothes and come out. After saying that, Lu Wanru got out of the bathtub.
Jin Yuxing also heard the sound of water.
After responding, he went back to bed and lay down.
There will be a shocking decisive battle soon, and he must conserve his energy. Coming out of the bathtub, Lu Wanru dried herself and looked at the words in the mirror.
22 is the most beautiful age in a woman's life.
The self in the mirror has lost the shyness of a girl and has become more mature. However, she still has the beauty that a girl should have. Tight skin, slim figure, and long black hair.
It is simply the most outstanding work of the creator.
But today, the piece is about to get stained.
Moreover, in a very humiliating way. Lu Wanru was very unwilling to accept this loss.
Looking at the 2 sets of clothes in her hands, she was still confused. But the confusion was eventually overwhelmed by the desire brought by money, and she began to put on her clothes slowly.
5 minutes later, Lu Wanru finally put on her clothes.
Looking at the handwriting in the mirror, Lu Wanru was a little dazed.
It's not like she hasn't worn this JK uniform before.
But, she originally sent it to Suhi to read. And now, the outfit was about to be shown in front of someone she didn't like.
This is ironic. Lu Wanru was very confident about her figure.
At the beginning, even though Suhi had been with her for a long time, after seeing this uniform for the first time, the uniform turned into rags the next day. What's more, this was the first time that Jin Yuxing was with him.
Lu Wanru can only hope that Jin Yuxing is only 30 years old and his physical condition is not as good as Suhi's.
This way, she can suffer less. Thinking of this, Lu Wanru put on a bathrobe, opened the bedroom door and walked out. She really didn't want to walk out like this, it was too embarrassing.
Boss Jin, I'm done washing. Lu Wanru wrapped herself tightly in a bathrobe and walked to the bed. At this time, Jin Yuxing could no longer hold back and nodded repeatedly. Well, Wanru, come here, take off your bathrobe and let me see it. Let me take a picture.
Jin Yuxing said with a smile on his face.
No pictures.
This time, Lu Wanru directly and sternly refused.
Taking pictures? Isn't this just waiting to be taken advantage of? If the photo was taken, Lu Wanru would really have no way back. Okay, if you don't want to shoot, then don't shoot.
Jin Yuxing didn't insist either.
While Lu Wanru wasn't paying attention, he glanced at the TV inconspicuously.
There is a pinhole camera facing the bed, which can naturally capture everything.
It doesn't matter even if the lights are turned off. Then take off your bathrobe.
A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold.
Jin Yuxing couldn't hold back any longer and started to urge him on.
You, turn off the lights first.
Lu Wanru bit her lip. She was really embarrassed. How could 2 people who have absolutely no feelings for each other do such a thing with the lights on? Okay.
Jin Yuxing nodded helplessly. He also knew that this matter could not be rushed.
As long as we break through the first hurdle, things will be much easier afterwards.
Anyway, Lu Wanru can't escape tonight, so just go along with her from the beginning. Thinking of this, Jin Yuxing immediately went to turn off the lights. As for Lu Wanru, she went straight into the bed and covered herself tightly. Jin Yuxing came to the door and prepared to turn off the corridor lights.
Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who is it? So late at night?
Jin Yuxing frowned and muttered something in dissatisfaction. He had just forgotten to turn on the Do Not Disturb light. Who would have thought that someone would come to disturb at such a critical moment? However, he is most likely a waiter. If the resident has found the wrong room, there will definitely be the sound of the door opening. So Jin Yuxing opened the door without thinking too much.
Who is this? Can't we sleep so late at night?
Your hotel service.
Huh? Are you Uncle Lu? Chapter 166 I want to.
Seeing Lu Tiancheng and his wife, as well as Su He and Lu Wanrong standing at the door, Jin Yuxing was a little confused for a moment. He never expected that the people knocking on the door were Lu Wanru's family.
This is a difficult situation. Ahem, uncle and aunt, why are you here? Jin Yuxing asked somewhat awkwardly. Where's Wanru? Is she in the room? Lu Tiancheng didn't care who Jin Yuxing was and started questioning loudly.
As for Su He, he stood behind his wife Lu Wanrong.
He has done everything he should do. As an ex-boyfriend, he has done his best. Next, it's the Lu family's family affairs.
As a son-in-law, he shouldn't interfere in other people's affairs. In fact, if there was no relationship with Lu Wanrong, even if Lu Wanru really went to the nightclub and became that kind of woman, so he would not ask a single question. Now, he just stood quietly in the back, waiting for his father-in-law and mother-in-law to deal with the problem.
Ahem, uncle, Wanru is indeed in there.
Jin Yuxing laughed awkwardly. The other person's parents were blocking the way outside, so he couldn't say anything more. But Jin Yuxing felt helpless.
The duck in my mouth is probably about to fly away again. Get out of the way, we want to go in.
After Lu Tiancheng confirmed that his daughter was inside, he pushed Jin Yuxing away at the door, turned on the light in the room and rushed in with his wife.
Lu Wanru had already heard her parents' voices outside.
She was so scared that she covered her head with the quilt and hid in the bed.
Lu Tiancheng and his wife rushed into the room and saw the clothes on the sofa at a glance. Aren't those two pieces of clothing what my daughter wears when she goes out? So, if the person lying on the bed is not my daughter, then who is she?
At the same time, they also noticed a half-open black plastic bag beside the bed, which contained stacks of red banknotes.
Seeing the banknotes, Lu Tiancheng was immediately furious.
He rushed to the bed and tore off the quilt covering his daughter's head.
Ah! Dad, Mom!
When Lu Wanru saw her parents appear in front of her, she was frightened out of her wits. She never thought that her parents would come here with her.
Okay. Wanru, you are really my good daughter. You'd do this for such a small amount of money? Do you still have any shame? Lu Tiancheng's face was full of disappointment. How could his eldest daughter, who once made him proud, become like this today? Bai Yuegui was also very uncomfortable and angry when she saw the weird clothes her daughter was wearing. Look at yourself, what are you wearing? Are you still a decent girl? Hurry up and change your clothes and go home with us. Bai Yuegui glared at her daughter, then pulled Lu Tiancheng outside. We're right at the door. We'll give you 10 minutes. After saying that, the two elders turned and left. Seeing her parents leave, Lu Wanru felt very sad. But, after all, she had not made up her mind to do this, and the appearance of her parents gave her a way out. However, Lu Wanru was still very sad and upset. After all, she also heard her sister and Su He were outside. In this situation, how can she face these people? Lu Wanru thought that it would be better to jump out of the window now. However, the windows of this hotel are all sealed, so I couldn't jump out even if I wanted to. Besides, if I jumped down, the scene would be too terrifying. Lu Wanru couldn't even do something like sacrificing herself, let alone asking for death. Thinking of this, she felt really useless and a line of tears flowed down her face. Then she started to put on her clothes while crying. On the other side, Bai Yuegui brought her husband to the door and then closed it casually. However, she didn't lock it, she just stuck the deadbolt on the door. As for Jin Yuxing, he was also standing at the door smoking. He is really annoying. It was clear that we were about to win, but then this happened. He took all the medicine and used oil. At this moment, it is as uncomfortable as it can be.
Boss Jean, I'm sorry, we have to take our daughter away in a while. Arriving at the door, Bayuague cleared her throat and spoke lightly.
It's okay, Auntie. This is your daughter. You can take her away anytime you want.
Jin Yuxing tried his best to appear gentle and elegant.
Although he couldn't sleep with Lu Wanru, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it.
The other person's parents have come to his house. If he still doesn't have a good attitude and the other person goes to the company to make trouble, he will be embarrassed. Although this matter would not affect him if it were brought to the company, it would still cause a lot of negative comments. Therefore, Jin Yuxing also wanted to resolve this matter peacefully.
Okay. Mr. Jin, sorry to bother you.
Bayuague said lightly.
Only she can talk about this matter.
Although she is a housewife, she still knows how to speak with moderation.
If it was Lu Tiancheng, he would probably explode immediately.
Therefore, it would be better for her to speak up at this time. Who knew that Lu Tiancheng's temper was still a little bad? Pointing directly at Jin Yuxing, he said.
Mr. Jin, stay away from my daughter from now on.
Although our family is poor, we are not willing to sell our souls for such a small amount of money. Lu Tiancheng attributed everything to Jin Yuxing. He could never accept how such an outstanding daughter could give up her soul for money.
She must have been tempted by Jin Yuxing. Hearing Lu Tiancheng's words, Jin Yuxing also frowned.
No one had spoken to him like that since he graduated from college.
As a small leader, he also wants to save face. Therefore, Jin Yuxing's brows suddenly frowned. Uncle Lu, I hope you understand that it wasn't me who found your daughter, it was your daughter who found me.
She owes more than 300,000 yuan.
If she wants to pay it off, she has to borrow money.
But she has lost her job, and neither regular banks nor online loan companies will lend her money. So, she can only borrow money from me. I lent her 300,000 without interest, as long as she sleeps with me for 3 nights.
She agreed to this herself, how can you blame me?
You can only blame your daughter for being such a slut. She sold herself out for $300,000. Jin Yuxing spoke very rudely and directly used the harshest words to provoke Lu Tiancheng.
However, there is nothing wrong with what he said. This is indeed true.
But only a father knows how harsh such words are when they fall into his ears.
Which father would want his daughter to be sold out?
Therefore, Lu Tiancheng was so stimulated that he started to tremble.
You bastard. You're the one who led my daughter on. My daughter is so well behaved, she would never do such a thing on her own initiative. Father Lu was so angry that he went up to hit Jin Yuxing.
At this moment, Lu Wanru also came out of the house dressed neatly.
Dad, what are you doing? I want to do this. Chapter 167, Emergency. Lu Wanru immediately stopped her father from taking action.
It wasn't that she felt sorry for Jin Yuxing.
But what happened today was embarrassing enough.
If Jin Yuxing is beaten, who knows what will happen next? First of all, if you hit Jin Yuxing, you will have to face the issue of compensation.
She definitely can't afford the compensation. Moreover, she was going to sacrifice herself tonight, after getting the money. What's the difference between this and that kind of woman? What if Jin Yuxing holds a grudge after being beaten and goes out to tell others what happened today? Then how can she live her life in the future?
Therefore, Lu Wanru definitely could not let her father beat Jin Yuxing.
You little bastard, how could you become like this? Lu Tiancheng cursed angrily and continued.
I really regret giving birth to a useless person like you.
Lu Tiancheng became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and then his eyes turned black and he fainted. Dad. Tiancheng. Dad, are you okay? Quick, take Dad to the hospital. Seeing Lu Tiancheng fainted, the 3 women suddenly panicked. Lu Wanru was completely at a loss and didn't know what to do. It is obviously impossible to rely on Jin Yuxing. This guy had already returned to the room and was not going to bother with them anymore.
Fortunately, there was also Suhi on the scene. Suhi picked up his father-in-law. Then he said to his wife,
"Wife, quickly search for the nearest hospital. Let's go to the hospital now," Suhi said as he rushed towards the elevator.
Lu Tiancheng is an adult and weighs about 140 to 150 kilograms. However, after Suhi was transformed by the system medicine, his physical fitness became very strong, and he had no pressure at all to pick up his father-in-law.
Good. Lu Wanrong was a little panicked at first, but after seeing her husband, she calmed down instantly. As long as my husband is around, nothing will happen.
Soon, Sui rushed into the elevator, followed closely by Lu Wanrong and the other two. After entering the elevator, Lu Wanrong had already found the location of the hospital.
Honey, there's a hospital nearby, 1.5 kilometers away. It only takes 3 minutes to drive there. After finding the hospital, Lu Wanrong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this is an economically developed area and there is a hospital nearby. 1.5 kilometers, it's not far if you drive.
Well, call the traffic police as soon as you get out of the elevator and tell them the route.
We're going to run a red light. He nodded.
The situation is urgent now, he definitely doesn't have time to wait for the traffic light. However, running a red light is risky, so you must report it in advance. At the same time, I also hope that if there are traffic police nearby, they can come and lead the way.
The traffic police nearby must be very familiar with the roads. Moreover, if there is a traffic jam or something, the traffic police on the scene can quickly make way for life. Good. Lu Wanrong nodded. The elevator went downstairs smoothly.
There are 6 elevators in this hotel, and I didn't encounter anyone going downstairs.
In less than 30 seconds, they reached the first floor.
Then, Sui rushed outside.
Lu Wanrong also contacted the traffic police in time.
Then, after getting in the car, Sui left his father-in-law in the back and drove himself. Although both Lu Wanrong and her sister can drive. But at this time, the 3 women in their family were all in a state of confusion and definitely didn't dare to drive. Sui had just gotten in the car and driven less than 200 meters when a traffic policeman on a motorcycle rushed over.
This is a traffic policeman patrolling nearby.
He rushed over immediately after receiving the call.
Comrade traffic police, hurry up, there is a patient in my car.
When Sui saw the traffic police, he immediately opened the window and shouted. After the traffic police confirmed that it was Sui's car that called the police, they immediately waved at Sui.
Follow me. Quick.
After the traffic policeman finished speaking, he rushed forward. Sui didn't dare to delay and stepped on the accelerator to chase after him. There are only 3 traffic lights in 1.5 kilometers.
2 of them are green lights and the last one is red.
There were cars lined up in every lane before the red light, and there were at least 7 or 8 cars in each lane. Fortunately, there were traffic police and they evacuated the people immediately.
In less than 30 seconds, a life channel was opened.
Seeing this scene, Lu Wanrong became more satisfied with her husband.
Sure enough, my husband had arranged everything. It's really reassuring to have my husband around. Led by the traffic police, they arrived at the hospital in about 3 minutes. Then, Lu Tianchang was taken to the emergency room for rescue.
Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his father-in-law being pushed into the emergency room. Once he entered the hospital, there was nothing else for him to do but watch how the doctor treated him. Next, all I have to do is comfort my mother-in-law and wife and let them calm down. At this time, Bayuague was sitting on a chair outside the emergency room, covering her face and crying.
Tonight was really a huge blow to her. First of all, my daughter actually did such an indecent thing. Then her husband fainted and was sent to the emergency room. Bayuague is also over 50 years old.
If she didn't have any serious health problems, she would probably have fainted this time. Sister Lu Wanrong sat beside their mother to comfort her.
In fact, the main comfort was still given to Lu Wanrong. Lu Wanru was also sitting there crying.
She knew that all this was caused by herself, so she felt particularly uncomfortable. If she hadn't done such an indecent thing, her father wouldn't have been so angry that he had to go to the hospital. As for Lu Wanrong, although she was also very upset, this matter had nothing to do with her after all. She didn't blame herself, she was just worried about her father's health. Sui was free here, so he bought a bottle of water for the 3 people.
Mom, drink some water. Dad will be fine.
Sui handed the water in his hand to his mother-in-law and comforted her.
Well, Xiao Su, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, your dad wouldn't have made it to the hospital.
As Bayuague spoke, she couldn't help but shed tears once again.
What happened today is really all thanks to Sui.
If it weren't for Sui, God knows what their family would be like now. Such a good son-in-law was probably given to them by God.
Mom, don't say that. I'm your son-in-law, and I should do all this.
Sui shook his head. He was speaking from his heart. At a time like this, if the son-in-law doesn't stand up, who else can? After saying that, Sui handed the other 2 bottles of water to his wife. Of course, one of the bottles was for Lu Wanru.
Although Sui no longer loves Lu Wanru, he is not so stingy as to not buy water for his sister-in-law. If we really do this, it would be a bit inhumane.
However, he himself would not give water to others.
Sui was also unwilling to waste time talking to someone like Lu Wanru. After living my life over again, I have already let go of some things. Chapter 168 VIP Ward. Sui handed the water to Lu Wanrong. Lu Wanrong understood what her husband meant and then handed the water to her sister. Sister, drink some water. No, I'm not thirsty. Lu Wanru shook her head and rejected her sister's kindness. She couldn't eat or drink anything now. Yes, just annoyance and regret. Then I'll put it here. Lu Wanrong didn't say much and poured the water at Lu Wanru's feet. Although she didn't say anything, Lu Wanru still hated her sister a little. If my sister hadn't been messing around and doing so many outrageous things, my father wouldn't have suddenly fainted.
The doctor who just performed the rescue has roughly confirmed the diagnosis.
My father died of a cerebral hemorrhage. If cerebral hemorrhage is treated promptly, the problem may not be serious. But there are also risks. If things go wrong, my father might have to stay in a Z's bed for the rest of his life. If this were true, Lu Wanrong would definitely hate her sister for the rest of her life. She wasn't worried that her father would be a burden to her by lying in bed. For Lu Wanrong now, she can afford to support her parents even if they are paralyzed in bed. She can afford to hire a caregiver with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. However, after he collapsed in bed, it was his parents who suffered. A person cannot walk normally and can only lie in bed. He has to rely on others to take care of his food, clothing, housing, and transportation. What is the difference between him and a living dead? Moreover, even if they wanted to die, they didn't have the ability to do so. This is really a very painful thing. That's why Lu Wanrong was angry. But there's no point getting angry, mother is still here. If the 2 sisters quarrel now, the only one who will suffer will be their mother. So, no matter how angry she was, Lu Wanrong resisted the urge to blame her sister. In the current situation, any accusations are useless. We can only hope that the hospital can be more reliable and cure my father. Time passes by every second. It was already late when Lu Tianchang was sent to the hospital.
The doctors worked on the patient in the emergency room for a long time, until around 1 o'clock, when the light in the operating room turned green.
This means the operation was successful. Soon, the attending doctor came out of the emergency room.
Seeing the doctor, the 4 of them quickly stood up and went to greet him. As the only man, Sui naturally had to take the initiative to ask about the patient's condition.
Hello, doctor. How is my dad? Well, the operation went smoothly, and you guys delivered it on time. The patient is no longer in danger. I hope he wakes up.
After a few words from the doctor, the 4 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as no one is hurt, then it's easy. After waking up, remember not to let the patient get too much stimulation. Also, it's best not to drink for the next period of time. When it comes to drinking, it's definitely okay for normal people to drink less. But if you are already sick, it is better to borrow it.
In fact, Lu Tiancheng didn't have any alcohol addiction, it was just that there was too much good wine at home, so he would drink a little occasionally.
But from today on, he might not be able to drink even a sip. Okay, doctor. We'll remember that. So when can my dad come out? He nodded seriously and then asked the question in his mind. Maybe I'll have to stay in the emergency room tonight. There are no vacant wards today.
I'll see if I can make one available for you tomorrow. In places like Shanghai, the medical level is very high, but at the same time, the wards can also be very crowded.
It is normal that there are no vacant wards. However, some emergency rooms have emergency beds. It's fine to stay here for a short night. There are no more wards? Doctor, are all the wards gone? Are there any VIP wards? He asked. If there is a VIP ward, that would be fine.
Although the money is a bit expensive, he is not short of money.
VIP ward? The doctor looked Sui up and down, and only then did he notice that Sui's temperament was indeed extraordinary. Although she is wearing simple clothes, the fabrics seem to be of very good quality. Look at Lu Wanrong next to Sui, she is also dressed very exquisitely. The bag she was carrying was also from Hermes. Presumably, this family must be rich. Thinking of this, the doctor nodded. There are VIP wards, single rooms, but they are expensive, 7,000 yuan a night. 7,000? Upon hearing the price, Lu Wanru and Baiyu were stunned. Isn't this too expensive?
7,000 a night is more expensive than 99.99% of hotels in Shanghai.
Moreover, it was during the peak period. For 7,000 one night, you can stay in the best hotel.
Of course, this price is definitely not enough for the best room in the best hotel.
But most of the rooms are available. But in the hospital, 7,000 yuan can only buy you a VIP ward. There is really no doubt that hospitals are a highly profitable industry. In fact, to some extent, this is reasonable.
If the price of VIP wards is not high enough, there is no need to set up VIP wards.
If it only costs 500 yuan a night, most middle-class or even well-off people can afford it.
After all, a general surgery will only take about a week, and the VIP ward only costs 3,500 yuan for a week.
That's nothing.
In this case, it is estimated that it will be impossible to get a VIP ward. This ward was originally designed for some special groups of people or wealthy people to live in when they need it. If ordinary people can use it, then when these people need it, there will be no vacant wards. Hospitals are businesses after all, and their purpose is to make profits. So, people must take this into consideration.
Besides, the world is inherently unfair. It is understandable that rich people can enjoy better treatment and better medical conditions.
That's why VIP wards have such terrible prices.
7,000 a night, that is 49,000 a week.
The average middle class may not be willing to spend so much money. Therefore, this ensures that the VIP ward will always be available. But the price still scared Baiyu away. She has not yet changed her mindset and still feels that her family is poor. She felt bad about spending money even if she stayed in an ordinary ward, let alone a VIP ward.
Xiaosu, this price is too high. Let's forget it. Someone should be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Then let your father stay in the ordinary ward. Don't waste this money. Your dad isn't a big problem anyway.
Baiyu knew that once she was admitted to the VIP ward, her son-in-law would definitely pay for it. Her son-in-law and daughter earned their money easily, and she couldn't bear to see them spend it so lavishly.
Chapter 169. You go back first. Making money is not easy.
Baiyu is very clear about this.
Moreover, the rescue cost tens of thousands of dollars. Although there is medical insurance reimbursement, Sua has to pay a lot of money.
Therefore, Baiyu didn't want her son-in-law to spend this money in vain anymore.
Mom, it's okay. It's not convenient to take care of Dad in the emergency room.
Only one person can stay in here, and you can't easily change people.
It will only take a day or two at most. We can move there when there is room in the general ward.
In order to make Baiyu accept it, so he could only say this.
Okay, Xiaosu, I'll go to the bank and get the money for you later.
Baiyu thought about it and decided that she should give the money to her son-in-law.
Mom, let's not talk about this. I'm your son-in-law and I'm not short of money.
Even if Dad lives here for a year, it's just the cost of a car for us, it's nothing at all. Sui smiled and waved his hand, then winked at his wife.
Yes, Mom.
Our milk tea shop can earn hundreds of thousands a day.
How can we be short of this little money for hospitalization?
Besides, I am your daughter and He is your son-in-law.
It is my duty to treat Dad.
That's it, doctor, we're in the VIP ward.
Lu Wanrong's one sentence directly put the final conclusion. Okay, I'll arrange it for you. The doctor nodded and said nothing more.
He had already figured out that this family probably had a super rich daughter and son-in-law.
Earning hundreds of thousands a day, isn't that rich?
As for the other daughter, she never spoke and was dressed very ordinary, so I guess her conditions were also very ordinary.
However, it is enough for one person to have money.
This person has money, so he doesn't need to worry about medical expenses. Soon, the doctor arranged a VIP ward for them. The ward was really nice, not just a private room but also a suite. Originally, the doctor planned to arrange an ordinary VIP ward for me, which was a single room with a bathroom. VIP wards are also divided into different levels. This kind of single room costs 7,000 per month. In fact, the facilities inside are similar to those of an ordinary 3-person ward.
There was only one bed.
However, Sui noticed that in addition to single rooms, there were also suites. The suites were much better.
One bedroom and one living room. Inside is the ward and a living room where you can rest.
In this case, it doesn't matter even if there are two people here to take care of it.
One can sleep next to the patient. As for the other one, he can sleep on the sofa in the living room. The sofa can also be converted into a bed, so you can rest at any time.
This room was obviously better than the previous single room. But the price is also more expensive, 15,000 a day.
Almost twice as expensive.
At first, Bayuague really disagreed.
But after Lu Wanrong's persuasion, she had no choice but to agree.
In fact, Sui also had some considerations. There was certainly no chance that they would be able to go home tonight.
I don't feel at ease going home either. Since I'm not going back, I can only stay here. Most people can't stand guarding for a whole night. So, the best thing is to have a place to rest. With this living room, everyone can take turns to rest. As for the price, it really doesn't matter.
Neither he nor his wife cares.
This little amount of money is really nothing. So the ward was decided.
Next, the four people began to take turns to accompany the child. In fact, Sui can also hire a caregiver. However, even if we hired a nurse today, I guess my mother-in-law would still be worried. So why not just have the whole family stay here with us? For the whole night, no one mentioned Lu Wanru's matter, as if it had never happened.
Suhi and Lu Wanrong didn't say anything either, because they were worried that Lu Wanru would upset her mother again.
If something happens to my mother too, it will be really troublesome.
No words were spoken that night.
At 7 o'clock the next morning, Sui bought breakfast for several people, and the family continued to wait in the ward. The doctor said that as long as Lu Tiancheng wakes up, he will be fine.
However, judging from the current situation, Lu Tiancheng has no intention of waking up. However, Sui did not feel tired.
Although he didn't sleep all night, his body was systematically strengthened. Not to mention one night, even if you don't sleep for a week, it won't have much impact.
However, the Lu Wanru sisters were very tired.
Especially Lu Wanrong, who had been busy all day and had not slept all night. At this moment, her eye sockets had turned slightly dark.
Xiaosu, Wanru, Wanrong, you should go back and rest first. Bayuague looked at her two daughters' tired faces and said with heartache.
Mom, you and sister should go home first.
Just stay at my house first. Dad, Suhi and I are here. Lu Wanrong shook her head and said. No, your dad is here alone, I won't feel at ease even if I go back.
Bayuague shook her head.
I'd better stay here. I can only feel relieved if your father wakes up. Just go back and rest. If your dad wakes up, I will notify you immediately. Bayuague said she didn't want to go back no matter what. This is also normal. Her husband was still unconscious on the hospital bed. As a wife, how could she be willing to leave him? Lu Wanrong wanted to say something else, but Bayuague was very persistent, so she had no choice but to go back. Wife, you two should go back and rest first. I'll stay here with my parents. I'm not sleepy at all. I won't be able to fall asleep even if I go back.
Sui said with a smile. He is in good physical condition, and since his mother-in-law must be here, he might as well stay here with her.
Hubby, are you sure? Can your body handle it? Lu Wanrong asked with some concern. Although a father's health is important, a husband's health is equally important. It's okay. If neither of us can handle it, I'll hire a nurse.
Sui smiled and nodded.
Well, okay, then my sister and I will go back first. Lu Wanrong was not being pretentious.
With her husband here with her, she felt much more at ease. My mother hasn't worked for many years, and she is indeed not as experienced in doing things.
Well, you guys go first. Good. Lu Wanrong nodded, and then said to Lu Wanru. Sister, let's go. Well, why don't I stay here too? I'm worried. Lu Wanru hesitated for a moment. She didn't want to go back now. If you go home, it's okay.
But she really felt a little uncomfortable going to her sister's mansion. After all, if she had not broken up with Suhi and accepted Sui's confession, then the one living in the mansion might have been her. Now she must be feeling uncomfortable watching the mansion become her sister's. Of course, what I feel more is the regret for being materialistic.
Chapter 170. How many are there in the world? Sister, it's okay, come with me, you can't help here. My home is very close to here.
As long as Dad wakes up, so he will notify us immediately.
We'll be here soon.
Lu Wanrong shook her head, then grabbed her sister's hand and walked out.
Hubby, we're leaving now. Daddy is in your hands now. Lu Wanrong waved at Su He. Well, go ahead. Don't worry, I'm here.
Su He smiled gently at his wife.
Seeing this smile, Lu Wanru's mouth was full of bitterness.
In the past, this was a smile that belonged to her alone. However, this smile no longer belonged to her, but to her own sister.
Aha! Mom, husband, we're leaving first. If you're tired, take a rest. Bye-bye. After Lu Wanrong finished speaking, she dragged her still reluctant sister away. In fact, Lu Wanru really didn't want to leave.
She didn't know how to face her sister.
She actually thought a lot during this evening.
Among them, more of it is an apology to Su He. Originally, she wanted to stay here, have a good talk with Su He, and try to get Su He's forgiveness.
At least, give him a formal apology. It's just that Lu Wanru didn't have the courage to speak. Then, he was pulled away by his sister. If you apologize, you can only find another opportunity next time.
The two soon arrived at the parking lot. Then, Lu Wanrong sat in the driver's seat. Originally Lu Wanru wanted to sit in the back seat, but was dragged to the front by Lu Wanrong.
Sister, please sit in the front. I'm not your driver, and it's impolite to sit in the back.
Lu Wanrong said lightly. There are rules when it comes to riding in a car. In a normal family car, if a male driver is driving, his wife sits in the passenger seat and the guests sit in the back, there is nothing wrong with that.
But if the wife is not there, then if you are a female guest, you must sit in the back. This is to keep a distance from the male driver and to show respect to the hostess. But if you are a male guest, it is best to sit in the front. After all, the male driver is not your driver, but your friend. What would it sound like if you were sitting in the back? Isn't it just that he becomes your driver and you become his leader?
Especially in official activities, the boss is driving, but you get in and sit behind him.
Do you really treat your boss as your driver? The same is true in reverse. If the driver is a female, male passengers will take the initiative to sit in the back. Unless the female driver invites you. This is also to avoid suspicion. Nowadays gossip is spread very inappropriately, so you still have to be careful.
Similarly, if the passenger is a female, it is best to sit in the front passenger seat, which is also a respect for the female driver.
All right. Lu Wanru curled her lips.
She also knew it was inappropriate for her to sit in the back. As a working person, she understands this principle. It's just that I was embarrassed to sit with my sister before. After all, she is my sister's husband's ex-girlfriend. It's so awkward for two people to sit together. It is no exaggeration to say that since my sister married her ex-boyfriend, the two of them have never been alone in the same space together.
This is the first time we are alone together after being married for so long.
In fact, both of them were quite nervous at this time. The sisters, who used to talk about everything, suddenly became silent.
For a moment, no one knew what to say.
Soon, Lu Wanrong started the car and headed towards home.
The hospital was indeed not far from Lu Wanrong's home, and it only took 5 minutes to reach the destination. After parking the car, the two got into the elevator in silence. They went all the way upstairs and entered the house, and then the two spoke for the first time. Sister, please sit down for a while. Do you want to eat something? I'll make you some noodles? Or dumplings or wontons? Lu Wanrong asked calmly.
She knew that her sister had never been involved in any domestic activities. Originally, they wanted to buy some outside, but neither of them had the nerve to ask, so they forgot about it. Fortunately, we eat a lot at home. There are both dumplings and wontons that are already wrapped. These things were made when Lima and Bayu Ague came over. They were worried that Lu Wanrong and Suhi were busy with work and didn't eat well, so they specially made these things and stored them in the refrigerator. As for why not buy ready-made? How can ready-made dumplings and wontons be as delicious as the ones you make yourself? Although they are all frozen, they are definitely more delicious if you make them yourself. Fewer dumplings. How about I cook it? Lu Wanru said somewhat embarrassedly. She really doesn't know how to do anything, but cooking dumplings should be no problem. Although I have never cooked dumplings before, even if I have not eaten pork, I have at least seen a pig run, right? It's okay, I'll do it, you take a rest first, it will be fine soon. Lu Wanrong shook her head, then took out the dumplings from the refrigerator and walked into the kitchen. Seeing that her sister had already gone in, Lu Wanru could only let her do it herself. As for her, she sat on the sofa and looked around the house. This was not her first time here. She had come here once before when we moved to a new house.
However, it was the only time.
That time, although Lu Wanru was also shocked by the luxury of the mansion, she did not appreciate it properly because of her inner pride.
Haven't lived here either.
Suhee and her sister were also there at the time, so she was too embarrassed to show it too obviously. And today, she can finally appreciate this luxury house. Looking at this luxuriously decorated mansion, you can see a river through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows.
There is no obstruction to the view. This place is the mansion that Lu Wanru has always dreamed of.
Her previous two investments were both in the hope of becoming rich quickly like Suhee.
Even if you can't earn that much, at least you have to earn enough to buy a house.
If you can't afford a big bungalow, you have to buy a small apartment.
But the reality is cruel. Not only did Lu Wanru not make any money, she also lost all the money she had. That's nothing.
The most important thing is, I almost went astray and made my father so angry that he had a cerebral hemorrhage.
Thinking of this, Lu Wanru wanted to die.
Looking at this luxury house now, she feels very regretful. If she had not broken up with Suhee, she would be the hostess here. Today, when she saw her sister driving the Mercedes-Benz G, only she knew how envious she was. Especially since she knew that the car was in her sister's name.
This made Lu Wanru even more envious.
She knew that Suhee was really a very good person. In the past, if Suhee earned 1,000, he would spend it all on her. Now, she and Suhee have broken up, but Suhee's habit has not changed.
The house and the car are all under my sister's name. How many men like this can you find in the world? Chapter 171 Apology.
If you meet such a man and miss him, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Standing in front of the window, Lu Wanru was a little dazed for a moment. She realized that everything she had done seemed wrong.
You were wrong.
Not only did you hurt yourself and make yourself regretful for the rest of your life, but you also caused your father to be hospitalized due to anger.
When she thought of her father, Lu Wanru couldn't help but want to slap herself twice. But in the end, I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
I could only squat down, hugging my legs and sobbing helplessly. On the other side, Lu Wanrong quickly cooked the dumplings. Seeing her sister squatting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Lu Wanrong suddenly felt a little sympathetic. After all, she is my sister and I grew up with her. Although my sister was a little materialistic, she protected and loved her when she was a child. Thinking of this, Lu Wanrong walked up to her sister and helped her up.
Sister, don't think too much, let's eat first.
Lu Wanru wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, took a deep breath, and walked to the dining table. However, she had no appetite at all so early in the morning. Looking at these dumplings, they are obviously made by my mother, so they must taste good.
But she couldn't eat anything. Lu Wanru even felt that she was no longer worthy of eating the dumplings made by her mother.
When she was a child, her favorite food was the dumplings made by her mother. Every time we make dumplings at home, the four of us work together. My father kneads the dough, my mother mixes the stuffing, and my sister makes the dumplings. As for her, she finished eating the dumplings and commented on them one by one.
Lu Wanru missed these happy days very much. If she had not broken up with Suhee, could she still be the big sister now? Lu Wanrong didn't think much about it and just started eating.
Soon, she finished the dumplings on her plate.
Man is iron and food is steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will feel hungry.
Lu Wanrong felt that she had no time to be sad. Only when she has rested well can she go and replace her mother and husband.
Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of her husband and mother's kindness if she came back to rest? Sister, eat quickly. After eating, let's have a good rest. We will go and bring Mom and Suhee back in the afternoon.
As Lu Wanrong spoke, she stood up and prepared to put away her plate. There is a dishwasher at home, but there are only 2 plates, so she doesn't plan to use it and just washes them by hand to save trouble.
Wanrong, wait a minute, I have something to tell you.
At this moment, Lu Wanru suddenly called her sister. Lu Wanrong had already walked away, but when she heard this, she stopped and turned around to look at her sister in a daze.
What do you want to say? Lu Wanrong asked calmly. Wanrong, I want to apologize to you. Lu Wanru plucked up her courage and said what she had always wanted to say. Apologize? Sis, why do you want to apologize to me? You haven't done anything to let me down.
Lu Wanrong shook her head and directly rejected her sister's apology. If you want to apologize, don't apologize to her.
My sister has obviously missed the point.
And, overall, Lu Wanrong still has to thank her sister. If her sister hadn't dumped Sui herself, she would never have had the chance to meet such a good man. If her sister had not dumped Sui, then everything she has now would belong to her sister. Therefore, it was impossible for Lu Wanrong to accept her sister's apology.
Because my sister doesn't owe her anything. My sister is the only one who lost money. I know I should apologize to Sui. I am sorry for him. I failed him. It's just that I can't speak. Lu Wanru cried and shook her head. Of course she knew who she should apologize to. But how could she, who was strong-willed by nature, bring herself to say it? Sis, if you can't open your mouth, then we have nothing to talk about. Sui doesn't love you anymore. He was so good to you in the beginning, but you didn't cherish him. Now no matter what you do, he won't change his mind. Besides, do you really know you are wrong? Or do you want to apologize only after seeing how good Sui has become? If Sui is just an ordinary person now, a worker like before, will you apologize too? Lu Wanrong's words stunned Lu Wanru. Yes, if Sui was still an ordinary person, no different from before, would she still feel that she was wrong? Obviously not. Lu Wanru knows what kind of person she is. If she hadn't failed in investments many times and been heavily in debt, and if her sister and parents hadn't seen her sacrificing her body for a mere $300,000, she would have died. She would never break down to the point of wanting to apologize to Sui. However, Lu Wanru still wanted to defend herself. She wanted to tell her sister that she really wanted to apologize. However, Lu Wanru was interrupted by her sister just after she said a word. Sister, stop talking. If you want to apologize, then apologize in person in front of Sui. You don't think I have the right to forgive you on Sui's behalf, do you? Lu Wanrong looked at her sister in front of her and asked back calmly. Aren't you Sui's wife? You are also qualified. Lu Wanru was stunned for a moment and said subconsciously. As a qualified husband, shouldn't you listen to your wife in everything? If Lu Wanru was Lu Wanrong, she would definitely make the decision on behalf of Sui. In her opinion, as long as she agreed, Sui would not be able to disagree. No, sister, you are wrong, I am not qualified. Lu Wanrong shook her head and denied it directly. I'm different from you. I know very well what kind of person Sui is. He loves me now, and I love him too. I know that no matter what decision I make on his behalf, he will be able to accept it. But love is always mutual, not just one-sided. I will never make a decision for Sui if he doesn't want to. This is respect, this is treating each other as equals. This is not one-sided temper to prove your position in the other person's heart. You have to know that no matter how much you love someone, your patience will eventually wear out. Will patience be worn out? Hearing this, Lu Wanru was stunned. She suddenly realized that what her sister said really made sense. It seemed that she always demanded something from Sui, but what about herself? It seems like he has never done anything for Sui. Perhaps, the reason why Sui accepted the reality of breaking up so decisively was because his patience had been wiped out. Over the years, I have indeed done a lot of outrageous things. It's normal for the other party to lose patience. In fact, no one knows that Sui's patience completely disappeared after he experienced death. What can a reborn person not let go of? Even if Lu Wanru really apologized to him, he would not take it seriously. Because at the moment of death, he had completely deleted this person from his heart. Chapter 172 Recovery. Will patience ever run out? After hearing her sister's words, Lu Wanru suddenly became dazed. Thinking back on the past, it seemed that he had gradually exhausted Sui's patience with him. Time and time again, every time she threw a tantrum, Sui would patiently comfort her. But she never showed any understanding towards Sui. She would be angry if Sui was late for a date because he had to deliver takeout. On her birthday, Sui came with a cake in his delivery man's uniform without having time to change, which made her feel embarrassed in front of her sisters and she got angry. I even told my sister that he was just a delivery man and I didn't know him. Until the last time, after graduation from college, she broke up. I originally thought that Sui would continue to pester me and beg me not to break up. But maybe Sui was really tired that day, so he agreed directly without any attempt to persuade him to stay. And he got together with his sister right away.
Before, Lu Wanru thought that Suhee must have changed his mind. Suhee must have been having an affair with my sister for a long time. Otherwise, how could he agree when his sister proposed to be with Suhee?
But at this moment, Lu Wanru completely understood that Suhee was disheartened.
He was no longer willing to continue arguing with her, so he broke up with her calmly without crying or making a fuss.
Moreover, he would agree immediately when his younger sister proposed to him. This is truly letting go.
And my sister is indeed the one who is more suitable for Suhee. My sister is not a troublemaker and always considers her husband in everything.
Even when she's acting coquettish, it's always just right. Who doesn't tea like a girl like this?
As for her, she completely lost Suhee. Moreover, I watched Suhee and his sister live better and better. And she could only look at the river and envy the fish.
Sister, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong.
It was my fault from the beginning. After Lu Wanru finished speaking, she finally shed tears of regret. She regrets it very much. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. The cause in the past will lead to the result today. You have to bear the consequences of your own actions.
Lu Wanrong didn't say anything, but just took out her cell phone.
Sister, I'll transfer 300,000 to you.
Just think of it as a loan from me. Go and pay back the money you owe me. As for my money, you can just pay it back slowly.
Lu Wanrong still felt a little compassion. After all, she is her own sister, how could she ignore her?
No need, sister. I'll find a way to get the money myself. Lu Wanru once again rejected her sister's kindness.
I'll sell the car and find another job. Don't worry, I won't do such a thing again this time. After selling the car, she will still have tens of thousands of dollars extra. These tens of thousands of dollars are enough for her to repay the loan for several months.
As for the remaining money, you can just pay it back slowly. As long as you have a job and save a little, you can pay it back quickly. Sister, are you sure? 300,000 is not a small amount. Lu Wanrong asked with a frown. Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you, sister. Please apologize to Suhee for me too. Lu Wanru said sincerely. All right. This time, Lu Wanrong did not refuse, but nodded and agreed.
She felt that her sister had indeed changed. Since my sister doesn't accept her help, forget it. If one day she is in trouble, I can help her again, which can be regarded as the friendship between sisters. Next, Lu Wanru stayed at her sister's house to rest for a while.
In the afternoon, Lu Tianchang woke up.
After the doctor's examination, all indicators were normal and I would be able to recover after resting for a period of time. This made the whole family feel relieved. After recovering, Lu Tianchang couldn't speak much yet, but Lu Wanru still stepped forward to apologize to her father and promised to work hard in the future and not make her father angry again. Although Lu Tianchang couldn't speak, he was satisfied when he saw his daughter turn around.
Finally, I can calm down and recuperate. Next, Lu Wanru left to find a job.
Her car has already found a buyer because of its relatively low price. I have to sell the car and go to work to earn money to pay off the debt.
As for Suhee and Lu Wanrong, they continued with their work.
Lu Tianchang also has a special nurse to take care of him. At the same time, Suhee also decided to find a special nanny for the old couple to take care of their daily life. The old couple are old and need protection. Not only his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Suhee also found a nanny for his mother. His mother is old and lives alone in a remote place, so Suhee is still very worried. Although my mother has lived there for many years and is very familiar with the neighbors, they can help take care of each other. However, with a nanny watching over him, Suhee felt much more at ease. This time, what happened to his father-in-law made Suhee realize that some money cannot be saved.
There are some things that cannot be left to the old man's temper.
When the elderly get old, they become like children and need their children to make decisions for them on many things.
For example, a nanny.
Suhee is not short of money. The money he earns in 1 hour can cover the annual expenses of 2 nannies.
In this case, what is there to save money on?
So, Suhee made arrangements directly for both sets of parents.
With a nanny, they can go to work with peace of mind. Time flies and soon it is the Spring Festival. This is the Spring Festival that the two families spent together after Suhee got married. At the same time, Lu Wanrong basically ended her academic career.
After the first semester of senior year, there are basically no classes.
The next thing to do is to use the second half of the year to look for a job.
However, Lu Wanrong has already started her own business, so she doesn't need to look for a job anymore, and there is no need to do so. After this period of careful care, Lu Tianchang also fully recovered. However, Lu Wanrong was very strict with her father and confiscated all the alcohol.
Only drink a little bit a week.
This made Lu Tianchang, who had just recovered, complain bitterly, but there was nothing he could do.
Men are like this.
When they are young, they are controlled by their mothers.
When they grow up,
they are controlled by their wives. When they are old, they are still controlled by their daughters. Therefore, there is a reason why many men favor boys over girls.
Without a daughter, no one would meddle in my affairs. As for the son?
Sons are not as careful as daughters.
Of course, this is a joke.
It doesn't matter whether you have a son or a daughter can also pass on descendants.
Lu Wanru also goes to work now. She found a job in a bank.
Of course, the money you earn working in a bank is definitely not as much as what you earn from working at the financial investment group, but it is also considered a formal financial company.
One of the biggest advantages of working in a bank is stability. As long as you don't make any mistakes in principle, you will basically not lose this job.
Lu Wanru resigned on her own initiative and was not fired.
Moreover, you don't need to give up your previous job to work in a bank.
All you need is a clean family background, a clean personal record, and no criminal record. The working experience at Gene 2 Group became a highlight for Lu Wanru when she joined the company.
Chapter 173, Buying New Year's Goods.
However, this has nothing to do with Su He. Now he only has one person in his heart, Lu Wanrong, his wife. As for the others, they are just passing clouds. He just needs to take care of himself and those who love him.
When the Chinese New Year comes, Lu Yanchase also has a holiday. In the past 6 months, Lu Yancha has earned enough money. Now that it's holiday, it's time to give employees a holiday.
The Spring Festival is the most important festival of the year for the people of Daxia, no doubt about it. People who are thousands of miles away will return home to celebrate the festival. This is a festival that all Daxia people attach great importance to. The Sui family is no exception. Hubby, this is the first time our two families celebrate Chinese New Year together. We must have a great time. Lu Wanrong said excitedly. This year is the first time she celebrates the New Year with her husband after getting married, so of course she is happy. Because their family only has daughters and no sons, and the eldest daughter is not married, the two families discussed and decided to celebrate the New Year together.
This would make it more lively.
Things like not being able to go back to one's parents' home on New Year's Day after getting married, or two families not being able to celebrate the New Year together, are all bad habits.
New era, new customs. Those bad customs of the old generation could have been abolished long ago.
After all, many children nowadays are only children on both sides of the family.
Is it possible for an only child to let the woman's parents stay at home to celebrate the New Year? This is obviously unrealistic. Therefore, many families now celebrate the New Year together, and there is no relationship at all.
Well, of course, I hired a housekeeping company to clean our house in advance. No need to do spring cleaning during the Chinese New Year. Spring cleaning during the Chinese New Year is also a tradition. However, Sui's house was not that dirty to begin with, so the housekeeping company came mainly to clean some dead corners and things like the range hood. Once these are cleaned up, there will be nothing else to clean in the house.
In fact, this is the most tiring thing before the Chinese New Year.
Cleaning, especially of some old rotten dust, is really tiring.
In addition, some clothes and other items also need to be washed. Just take these directly to the laundromat.
If you can make yourself more comfortable, don't work yourself to death.
Well, husband, you are so thoughtful.
Lu Wanrong smiled sweetly. It's really comfortable to celebrate the New Year without having to worry about anything. In previous years, when she celebrated the New Year at home, she would help her parents clean the house. Although it is what I should do, it is really tiring after working for a day. For the first time, Lu Wanrong felt that it was really a comfortable thing for rich people to celebrate the New Year.
Then shall we go buy New Year's goods next?
Su He suggested.
Since two families celebrate the New Year together, they must buy more New Year's goods. Nuts and the like are also given to guests when they come to visit.
You have to buy some meat and vegetables and stockpile them. You don't need too much, just enough to last for 4 or 5 days. If you wait until New Year's Eve or the 29th to buy it, there will be a lot of people there. So, some things need to be prepared in advance.
Okay, then the two of us shall go?
Then, after washing up, the two of them went out to buy New Year's goods. They first went to a large supermarket.
This supermarket requires membership.
Only after you have activated the membership can you enter the supermarket to shop.
Of course, Suha has members. They often come here.
The main point of shopping in supermarkets is that the quantity is large and the price is affordable, and the quality is also guaranteed.
However, the large amount is not an advantage for Su He and Lu Wanrong. There were only 2 of them, so they ate little. I can't eat too much. But now it's different.
There are 6 people in the 2 families, and Lu Wanru will also come to celebrate the new year with them.
With more people, there are naturally more mouths to feed. When buying things, you should definitely buy more. However, after walking around, the 2 of them just bought some drinks and snacks. I didn't buy anything like other nuts. It's not that the nuts here are bad. Instead, the nuts here are either sold in whole boxes or in small packages. There is no such thing as scattered names. This is more troublesome.
Although Sui's family has more nuts, they can't finish eating all the boxes of nuts they buy. It's not that they are stingy with the money.
As long as they buy in the name of Lu Wanrong, they can get cash back.
So, money is not a problem at all. It's just that if you buy so many nuts and can't finish them, it would be a complete waste. So, if you want to buy in bulk, you have to look somewhere else.
Hubby, how about we go back to our hometown? There's a market over there. It must be very busy these days. Lu Wanrong suggested. Not all people in Shanghai are so detached from worldly affairs.
In remote areas, such as where they live, many traditional markets are still preserved. These markets become particularly lively on the eve of the Chinese New Year. Moreover, Lu Wanrong felt that going to such places to buy New Year's goods would make the New Year feel more festive. In this supermarket, you can't even buy decent Spring Festival couplets, which is really meaningless.
No problem, there's nothing to buy here. Su He agreed immediately.
He also felt more comfortable shopping in that kind of place.
At least there's a little more choice there. Will the quality be poor? Then it depends on your own choice. You get what you pay for. Not everything in this world is better the more expensive it is. Sometimes, cheap things can be very useful. Well, then let's go settle the bill first, and then go to our hometown? Good. After the 2 paid the bill, they immediately drove back to their hometown. They didn't plan to take the things back first.
Anyway, there weren't many things and the car was big enough to put them all in.
However, it is still some distance from my hometown.
Fortunately, many people from other places have already returned home, and there are fewer cars on the road. So, they reached their destination in more than half an hour. However, after arriving at the place, Su He and Lu Wanrong both felt that they were wrong.
It seems that I shouldn't come here at this time. Honey, are we in the wrong place? Aren't there too many people here? Sitting in the car, Lu Wanrong couldn't help but smile bitterly. They forgot one thing before they came.
That is, although it is lively here, liveliness means there are a lot of people. If there are a lot of people, there may not even be a place to park. Just like now, they have been drifting on the road for 10 minutes and haven't found a parking space. Even if you want to park on the roadside, there is no place to park. It's not like there's really no parking space. If you want to park 1 kilometer away, you can still do so. It's just too far. They are here to buy New Year's goods, and soon they will surely be carrying a lot of things. It would be exhausting to carry so many things for a kilometer. Chapter 174: The Image of the Evil Mother-in-Law. Fortunately, on the 3rd lap, Sui finally found a parking space. It can't be said to be a parking space, it's just a non-motorized vehicle lane on the side of the road. If it were normal times, we would definitely not be able to park.
If you park your car for less than 5 minutes, a traffic policeman will come and ask you to drive away, or issue a ticket for violation. But now it is the Spring Festival, and the traffic police's law enforcement is also very humane.
At this time, no one will come to post a violation ticket. After all, everyone knows that during the Spring Festival, no matter how big or how many parking lots there are here, they are not enough to park so many cars. Relaxing occasionally is not irresponsible, but rather being close to the people. After parking the car, Sui took Lu Wanrong to the market.
The market is as lively as ever, even though online shopping is now very developed and everything can be bought online.
However, during the Chinese New Year, many people still choose to go to the market to buy New Year's goods. In fact, this can also be considered the flavor of the New Year.
During the Chinese New Year, you have to buy, and buy. Moreover, you have to go to busy places to shop. If we buy everything online, the New Year atmosphere will be gone. Honey, there are so many people here.
Nothing has changed in all these years. Lu Wanrong held her husband's hand, leaned on her shoulder, and walked while looking around.
Both of them live nearby.
In the past, I would come here to shop every spring festival. Of course, they didn't know each other until they were in high school.
Su-hee and Lu Wanru were classmates in high school.
Before that, they were not in the same school.
The two got to know each other after entering high school.
When he was in college, Su-hee would come here to shop with Lu Wanru every New Year.
As for Lu Wanrong, she was just a little follower.
In the past, she must have been very envious when she saw her sister and brother-in-law walking in front of her arm in arm. At that time, she was thinking about how good it would be if she could stand next to her brother-in-law. But today, her brother-in-law became the one around her.
Lu Wanrong felt like everything was a dream. Lu Wanrong is not a green tea.
If her sister had not abandoned Su-hee, her love for Su-hee would have been hidden in her heart forever.
Absolutely not revealing the slightest bit. However, her sister did not know how to cherish and abandon Su-hee, so it was reasonable for her to choose Su-hee at this time.
But that's all in the past. Even if someone talks behind her back, Lu Wanrong doesn't care.
Being with the one you love makes everything worth it.
There are still many things to buy for the new year.
Especially nuts. Now that they are prosperous, I'm afraid many relatives and friends will come to pay New Year's greetings. There is nothing we can do about it.
A poor person in a busy city has no one to care about him. A rich person in a remote mountain area has distant relatives.
Although Su-hee and Lu Wanrong were unwilling to deal with those hypocritical relatives and friends, this year both sides' parents celebrated the New Year with them. Relatives from both sides will definitely come to visit.
When someone comes to visit, you have to entertain him or even if you don't like him her. Proper etiquette should still be observed. So, nut snacks and fruit drinks are essential. Now that they have money, they can't be too perfunctory about these things. They still have to buy better quality ones. After all, they have to eat too, and if the quality is not good, they won't be able to eat it. In fact, these things are also sold in some high-end shopping malls. But the ones in high-end shopping malls are too expensive and Lu Wanrong can't bear to spend that money. So he originally thought that with the cashback system in place, he wouldn't have to worry about not getting his money back. But Lu Wanrong couldn't bear to do so, so she had to give up. Now Loyanchase and Hangzhou Capital are both on the right track. Even without a cashback system, Sui could still make a lot of money. They bought a lot in big and small bags.
I bought 10 kilograms of melon seeds alone.
Fortunately, most of the nuts are purchased in one store. The boss was also very capable and delivered the goods directly to the car for them. Of course, this also has something to do with how much Su-hee and his friends bought.
The more you buy, the better the service will be. In addition to nuts and other things, the two also bought some Spring Festival couplets, stickers, window decorations, and other things. As a daxia person, we must post these things during the new year.
In fact, Spring Festival couplets already exist. Su-hee is now a major client of the bank. Every year, the bank invites teachers from the Calligraphy Association to come to its branches to write Spring Festival couplets for its VIP customers. These Spring Festival couplets are given free of charge to VIP customers.
Maybe the top rich people would not look down on it.
After all, the top rich people all look for the best calligraphy teachers for one-on-one customization.
But for some middle-class people, these things are quite attractive. And it's free, so don't miss it. Don't pay for it yourself anyway.
However, Su-hee and Lu Wanrong still bought some. They do have Spring Festival couplets in their home, but the two old houses do not have any yet. I bought it today, and I'm going to the two old houses later to replace the Spring Festival couplets. After shopping for an afternoon, the two finally bought all the New Year's goods they needed. Then, he went to two more houses and put up the Spring Festival couplets.
Then I returned home.
We're back. As soon as she got home, Lu Wanrong shouted loudly. Lu Wanrong has a lively personality and can maintain the image of a lady outside, but in front of her parents, she is a very smart and lovely girl.
Rong is back. Oh, why did you buy so many things?
Suma Changhui heard the noise and came out from the kitchen.
Lu's mother Bai Yuegue followed closely behind. Moms, please help us get it. Lu Wanrong handed a pile of nuts to the two mothers with difficulty. Come on, give it to me.
As Bai Yuegue spoke, she and Changhui immediately took the things from their daughter-in-law.
Oh, I'm so tired, my arms have become thicker.
After the things in Lu Wanrong's hands were taken away by the two mothers, she immediately sat down on the soft high-end sofa, and at the same time, a pair of hands began to knead her little arms.
Come on, Xiaoa, give Rongrong a massage. As a husband, you should do the same. How can you let Rongrong carry so many things?
Chang Hui glared at her son unhappily and said with some resentment. Mom, I'm carrying so many things. Sui curled his lips. He swore that he was carrying much more things in his hands than his wife. However, this is obviously still not up to standard in Chang Hui's eyes.
Chang Hui has never been a wicked mother-in-law.
On the contrary, she treats her daughter-in-law even better than her son. Chang Hui has said more than once that she would never allow her son to bully her daughter-in-law. If there were ever a conflict between the two of them, she would definitely stand on the side of her daughter-in-law.
As a woman, you get married to enjoy life, not to suffer. Chang Hui wants to play the role of mother-in-law well.
Now is a new era, and the old image of the evil mother-in-law is no longer acceptable.
Chapter 175 New Year's Eve. Humph, you're a man, what's wrong with carrying a few more things for Rongrong?
Chang Hui rolled her eyes at her son. This boy really doesn't know how to be considerate to his wife. It seems that she, as a mother, must educate her son well. However, although they said this, in fact, both sets of parents loved Suhi very much. The New Year's goods have been prepared, and there won't be anything big to do in the next few days. When Suhi has nothing to do, he takes his wife and both sets of parents shopping to buy new clothes. There were 5 of them in their family, and one car could just fit them all. Buying new clothes during the Chinese New Year is also a tradition of the Dasha people, so it is certainly not to be missed. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was New Year's Eve. This year's New Year's Eve is the first one that the two families spend together. Sui also gave a big red envelope to the elders on both sides. Of course, the same goes for the Lu Wanru sisters. Although Lu Wanru has just started her current job, she is not under pressure from loans and she has also changed her personality.
You can save a lot of money every month.
So, when the Chinese New Year comes, she has some spare money to give red envelopes to her parents. This was also the first time that the parents received money from Lu Wanru, and they were very pleased. In the south, the New Year's Eve dinner is eaten very early, basically around 5 or 6 o'clock, the dinner is over. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, most people will not stay at home, but will choose to go out and play. Either go to a friend's house to play cards or mahjong, or go out to sing, drink, go to a retreat room, watch a movie, etc. After all, I won't stay at home to watch the party. These stores do particularly good business on New Year's Eve, even better than on other important holidays.
So even on New Year's Eve, the store will still be open.
The boss will also keep a few employees on duty in the store with high salaries. Therefore, New Year's Eve is still very lively, and there is no need to stay at home and watch TV.
Hubby, let's go out and play for a while? It's so boring staying at home. Lu Wanrong took Sui's arm and started acting coquettishly. It's not like they haven't gone out together on New Year's Eve before. However, Suhi and Lu Wanru always went out together. Singing, escaping from a secret room, or script killing, etc. Lu Wanrong is usually just a small fry.
Today is their first year together, so of course she wants to get back everything she didn't have in the past.
No problem, let's go out for a walk.
Sui smiled and nodded.
Anyway, there is nothing else to do tonight, so I might as well go out and have some fun. Aha! Hubby, let's go.
Good. 5 minutes later, Sui drove away from the community with his wife. They planned to go shopping in the city center.
Today is New Year's Eve, so the city center must be very lively.
However, they themselves are in the city center, but it would be faster to drive there.
Soon, the car arrived at the most prosperous area in the city center.
Shanghai is worthy of being a super first-tier city.
Even on New Year's Eve, the flow of people in the most prosperous areas is endless.
Wife, I think we shouldn't have driven here. Sui curled his lips.
He realized that driving here today was definitely a wrong choice. There are too many cars on the road today.
All kinds of luxury cars can be seen. Sui has seen more than one Rolls-Royce Phantom.
In addition, there are also many sports cars such as Lamborghini and Ferrari.
These young masters showed up one by one today.
The whole street looks like a luxury car show.
Sui drives a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which is also a luxury car, but it is nothing compared to these top luxury cars. However, Sui is not unable to afford these luxury cars.
Sui has already booked Ferrari and Lamborghini.
But it takes time to produce these luxury cars. So, I haven't got it yet.
Yes, honey, there are so many people here.
Lu Wanrong sat in the passenger seat and looked at the huge crowd outside, her brows furrowed.
It's Chinese New Year, don't these people need to celebrate it at home? How come they all ran out? Sui drove for 5 minutes and didn't even pass a single traffic light. You can't park anywhere in this area. The consequence of parking randomly is violation of traffic rules in towing. Honey, let's turn left and park the car inside the mall. Lu Wanrong pointed to a shopping mall in front and said.
In fact, even inside a shopping mall, there may not be a parking lot. But at this point, there is no other choice.
Okay, let's go to the mall. Sui nodded.
There were also many cars lined up outside the mall waiting to enter the parking garage. Fortunately, the cars were entering in an orderly manner and there was no jam here.
It seems that there is still vacant parking lot under the shopping mall.
However, when Sui arrived at the bottom of the parking lot, he still felt a little regretful. This mall is huge, so the parking lot is naturally not small. But at a glance, the entire parking lot was full of cars.
It's not easy to find the location. Moreover, while you are looking for a car in front, there will be people urging you from behind.
They wandered around inside for more than 10 minutes before finally finding a decent parking space and parking the car.
Wow! We finally have a parking space. If we come here again next year during the Chinese New Year, we must ride an electric bike. Lu Wanrong gritted her teeth and said.
Electric bikes are not allowed to be ridden in here, but they can be parked in the outer area. Then if you walk over here, the distance won't be far.
Well, now that we've found a parking space, let's go out for a walk.
Sui said with a smile.
Good. Then, the two of them held hands and took the elevator to the first floor of the mall.
The mall was still brightly lit, and even on New Year's Eve, most of the stores were open.
This mall is a high-end mall with many domestic and foreign luxury brands.
There will definitely be a wave of wealthy people coming to spend money on New Year's Eve, and some of them even spend dozens of bags at a time.
Of course, they were all given away.
It is normal to give gifts such as bags and watches during Chinese New Year greetings. However, Lu Wanrong had no plans to go shopping. She felt that she no longer lacked bags.
When it comes to things like bags, it's enough to have enough for your daily use.
There is no need to buy them blindly.
Lu Wanrong knew her husband's character very well.
If we really go shopping, it would be impossible not to spend several million tonight. She didn't want to waste so much money on the last day of the old year. So, Lu Wanrong directly dragged Sui out of the mall and then came to the riverside.
There is a river next to the city center, which is very famous.
This is a city that never sleeps, and it is brightly lit at night. Under the light, it looks very prosperous.
Chapter 176. Let us buy another house. The two of them strolled along the river bank. There are a lot of people on the riverside, and it doesn't feel quiet. However, moving among the crowd is sometimes a kind of romance. Honey, the river view here is so beautiful. Lu Wanrong was lying on the railing by the river, looking a little dazed. The view here is similar to what you see from their windows. However, the mood is definitely different.
There is a special kind of romance when two people stroll along the river bank and look at the bustling river scenery.
Yes, it is indeed beautiful. Why don't we buy a house here?
Sui suddenly pointed at Thompson in front of him and said with a smile. In fact, their home is only 2 or 3 kilometers away from Thompson.
If you walk here, it will take about 30 to 40 minutes. However, although the distance is not far, the price is too different. The unit price of Tangchen is among the highest in the country.
Any house here is priced in billions. When Sui just got married to Lu Wanrong, he couldn't afford to buy a house here even if he took out a loan.
I can't even afford the down payment. But now it's different.
The funds he had were enough to buy a house in Tangchen in full. Of course, compared to Tangchen's house, Sui wanted the villa across the river more. That is Wangjiang Prefecture. Wangjiang Mansion is the most luxurious villa in Shanghai, and any one of them costs a starting price of 1 billion yuan.
The villas there are real mansions.
With Sui's current wealth, he can afford a villa there.
However, just because you can afford it doesn't mean you have to buy it.
The cash he has is definitely not enough, and at the current rate of making money, it is not reasonable to buy a villa worth 10 billion all at once.
First of all, it's hard to explain Lu Wanrong's side.
Once the funds have reached a certain level, it is not easy to increase their value quickly.
For example, making money through the stock market.
If you only have a few million, it is not difficult to turn it into tens of millions in the stock market. But if you have billions and want to turn them into tens of billions through the stock market, that would be more troublesome. Billions of funds entering the stock market will have a significant impact on the stock market.
The market capitalization of some listed companies is only a few billion. Moreover, you will also be targeted by people with ulterior motives. The more money you have, the harder it will be to make quick money in the stock market.
Therefore, when funds reach a certain level, many companies will choose to invest in the long term.
Long-term investment is the best way to make money.
Of course, this is all a story for later.
The current SUI is obviously not suitable for buying a villa directly. The funding aspect is indeed hard to explain.
But there is no need to rush.
You can move in after a year or two. However, it would be great if I could live in Thompson.
Although housing prices have been falling in recent years, even houses in Shanghai are becoming less affordable. But the real core area, such as Tangshan. Even if housing prices in places like this really fall, they won't fall too drastically. After all, this is the most prosperous area. As long as there is no war, there will never be any trouble selling houses here.
There are too many rich people.
Now that everyone has money, they definitely want to live in a better place. For example, in our daily life, even if there is a real estate bubble, the housing prices in economically developed areas are not greatly affected. Therefore, if you buy a place like Thompson, you don't need to worry about big changes in housing prices.
You won't lose much if you buy it. Moreover, for wealthy people, losing hundreds of millions or tens of millions is not considered a loss.
When you have money, buy a few houses like this. If you go bankrupt one day, these houses may save your life.
Ah. Come on, husband. Where we live now is pretty good too. Lu Wanrong was shocked when she heard what her husband said.
I finally tricked my husband out of the mall and made him stop thinking about buying me a bag.
Who would have thought that my husband would actually plan to buy a house? And it's Thompson's house. This is much more terrifying than buying a bag.
You know, a house in Tangshan can buy several luxury bag stores. Haha, we have some liquid cash on hand now. I think we can buy some more fixed assets.
This way, if we get into any trouble, we can exchange it for money.
Suhee explained with a smile. His main purpose was to buy a house and get a cash rebate. The prices of Tang Chen's houses are all measured in billions, and the largest ones may cost several hundred million. If he could trigger a 3 or 4 times cash back, he would have tens of billions or even more in cash. Even if you just trigger double cash back, you can get hundreds of millions more.
How could he miss such a great way to make money? This makes money much faster than opening a milk tea shop.
Although milk tea shops are also very profitable, the speed at which they make money is still not as fast as that of cheating.
So, you must buy a house. Who can resist money?
That's true.
Lu Wanrong nodded subconsciously, then she suddenly remembered something and said to Suhee, "Hubby, we might as well buy gold. The price of gold has risen dramatically now."
Lu Wanrong has followed Suhee for so long, so she naturally knows the truth about gold in troubled times. She doesn't know whether it is a chaotic time now, but the price of gold has risen a lot, which also suggests that it is a chaotic time.
So, it is still okay to buy gold. Gold must be bought. Suhee nodded. Gold is the best risk-averse investment.
Buying gold, at least you won't lose money. Especially when it comes to physical gold, as long as you hold it in your hand, you don't have to worry about losing money.
When it really comes to the last resort, 100 kilograms of gold may be able to bring a businessman back to life. Therefore, buying gold is still necessary. However, the price of gold is a bit too high now, so you can buy it for everyday jewelry. As for gold bars, we'll have to wait and see. Suhee analyzed it.
Gold has already risen to a very high price, and of course, it may continue to rise. If you do futures, of course there is a way to make money. But if you are buying investment bars, it is not cost effective. After all, there is a big price difference between buying and selling today. Investors need to bear this price difference themselves.
Well, husband, you are good at investing, so you can make the decision. But if you buy a house, put your name on it. You bought so many assets for me, you must keep some for yourself.
Lu Wanrong thought about it carefully and realized that almost all the big items in the house now have her name on them. Whether it was the house or the car, they were all written in her name.
Although this is marital property, it doesn't matter whose name is written on it. In case of divorce, the property is also distributed jointly. But Lu Wanrong always felt unwell. Chapter 177 New Year. Ha, aren't yours and mine the same? I just want to tell everyone that you are my favorite. Sui laughed out loud. He was speaking from his heart. If you don't love your own wife, who are you waiting for to love her? Well, husband, why are you so nice to me? Lu Wanrong raised her head and looked at Sui with a pout. She always felt that it was all unreal, like a dream. Are these things really something she can possess? Do I need a reason to be nice to my wife? Sui lowered his head and looked at the beauty in his arms with a smile. The hands around his wife's waist also exerted a little force and hugged her tighter. He knew his wife was feeling insecure. After all, what he was doing now was what he had done to Lu Wanru in the past. Lu Wanrong saw it all with her own eyes. She asked this question because she was worried that her husband thought of her as a substitute for his sister. This is a sign of insecurity. A sense of security has always needed to be given by men. Sui herself knew very well that she really loved the poor little thing in her arms, and did not treat her as a substitute. At that time, Lu Wanru had already made Sui give up on her. Even if she repents now, Sui will never go back. Lu Wanru is a member of the Lu family, and there is no way the Lu family will give her up. But Sui will no longer have any deeper feelings for the other party. Husband, I love you. Lu Wanrong laughed playfully. Although the husband did not explain the reason, the temperature from his hands was enough to explain everything. This man really has feelings for me. Sometimes, some things don't have to be said. New Year's Eve was peaceful and nothing special happened. The two of them strolled along the riverside and then went to the bar to dance for a while. The bar was a place that originally held no interest for either of them. However, on New Year's Eve, many entertainment venues are still closed. So, it's a good time to go to the bar. This was Lu Wanrong's first time at the bar. And it's this kind of heavy metal bar. In the past, she would not come alone. After getting married, I will never come to such a place again. Lu Wanrong is a very cheerful and lively girl, but in some aspects, she is relatively traditional. In her eyes, a decent girl would not go to a heavy metal bar alone for nothing. Even if she were to have a party with friends, she wouldn't go. If you really want to go, your husband must accompany you. That kind of place is quite messy, and girls must protect their own safety. However, after going there, I felt it was just a small thing. The bar was indeed very lively and crowded. Especially today is New Year's Eve, there are even more people. But the noise inside was really unbearable for Lu Wanrong. The two of them stayed for 10 minutes, had a drink and came out. After coming out, they made an appointment with a few friends to go out singing. KTV is much more comfortable than a bar. Although there are places where music is blaring, it is not that noisy. After playing with friends until about 1 in the morning, the two of them went home. When you get home, you can go to sleep. There is no worry about fireworks in the city. Setting off fireworks during the Chinese New Year is a traditional custom, but in cities with so many tall buildings, setting off fireworks should still be banned where necessary. Moreover, some people really don't consider others when they set off fireworks. Of course, no one would say anything when fireworks are set off from 12 a.m. to 12 p.m., since it is New Year's Eve after all. But some people take this New Year's Eve too far. The sound of fireworks can be heard one after another until 2 or 3 o'clock. Even if it is New Year's Eve, we should still consider other people's rest. Moreover, there will be another wave at 5 o'clock the next morning. Although this has a festive feel, not everyone likes it. Fortunately, fireworks are prohibited in the city center, so there is no such trouble. The two went home, washed up, and went to bed. As for whether you really sleep, that is not something that can be told to outsiders. The next day was New Year's Day. According to the customs of the Su and Lu families, they do not pay New Year's greetings on the first day of the Lunar New Year. So, I basically just lay down at home on the first day of the New Year. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, you need to go out to pay New Year's greetings. The main thing on the second day of the Chinese New Year is to visit my grandparents to pay New Year's greetings. In the past, Sui only needed to visit his two uncles' homes. His grandparents died many years ago. So, I usually go to my uncle's house after getting up in the morning and come back after lunch. However, this year, in addition to visiting his own uncle's house, he will also visit Lu Wanrong's uncle's house. The wife's maternal uncle, also known as the maternal uncle, needs to be visited.
The next few days were basically spent visiting New Year friends. It was the first year of his marriage to Lu Wanrong, and they needed to visit many relatives.
Of course, many relatives also come to visit their home.
When relatives from both sides knew that they had moved to the city center and had become rich, they would definitely come to pay New Year's greetings. This is not just about social etiquette, but also about trying to get close to Su-hee and the others.
This is all normal.
A poor person in a busy city has no one to care about him. A rich person in a remote mountain area has distant relatives.
Su-hee and his family are so rich now, how could their former relatives not come to curry their favor?
The next day, Su-hee first took Lu Wanrong to visit his uncles to wish them a happy new year. By the third year of junior high school, they are just distant relatives.
For example, my parents' uncle.
As for Su-hee's family, they didn't have any guests until the third day of the Chinese New Year.
However, most of the guests just sat for a while and then left. Not many people stayed to eat.
By the fourth day of the new year, Su-hee and his friends had almost finished their New Year celebrations. It's almost time for people to come to their house to pay New Year's greetings.
The rest are some more distant relatives. Su-hee didn't plan to visit those more distant relatives.
Because there is no need. I go to someone's house with some gifts, put the gifts down, and then turn around and leave.
I won't even drink a glass of water. What's the point of interacting with relatives like this?
So, I decided not to leave starting this year. Anyway, the older generation is gone, so there is no point in moving on. Moreover, when their family was in such difficult times, no one thought of taking care of them. Although taking care of someone is a favor, not taking care of someone is a duty. But no care means no care. Now that their family is rich, others may not rush to flatter them, and they will not rush to show off or act pretentious. Let us just treat us as ordinary friends from now on.
Of course, most of them are relatives from Su-hee.
He can still make the decision regarding his relatives. As for the relatives of the Lu family, Su-hee doesn't need to worry about them. Lu Wanrong is already married, so there is definitely no need for her to visit her distant relatives to wish them a happy new year.
Lu Wanru will naturally go to all these. If Lu Wanru gets married one day, these relatives will probably be abandoned.
On the fifth day of the new year, Su-hee and Lu Wanrong were free at home.
At the same time, there were guests coming to the door. Chapter 178 Relatives.
The person who came was a relative of the Lu family, so he was considered a distant relative.
He is the son of Aunt Lu Tianchang. Lu Tianchang's father had 5 children in total.
Among them are 3 sons and 2 daughters.
Lu Tianchang is the boss, the eldest brother.
Both of my younger sisters married and moved to other places.
One went to Zheng province and the other went to Su province.
It can be said that the two sides are still very far apart. In the past, transportation was not very convenient, and if you married far away, it meant you would no longer have this daughter.
This is indeed the case. In the past, Lu Tianchang's 2 younger sisters would only return home to celebrate the new year once every 2 or 3 years. This was when Lu Tianchang's parents were still alive.
After their parents passed away, the 2 younger sisters basically wouldn't be able to come and wish their eldest brother a happy new year for 4 or 5 years.
Lu Tianchang and his 2 younger brothers would visit their sister every year. Of course, when my father was alive.
Since their father passed away, their 2 sisters rarely come to visit them.
Of course, they rarely go back.
After all, Zheng province and Su province are quite far apart. The Chinese New Year is only a few days long and everyone is very busy. No one has that much time. If you don't leave, even if you are siblings, the relationship will become more and more distant. In fact, technology is very advanced now. If we can talk on the phone more often, we will still have feelings for each other.
Now you can make video calls, and they're free.
But even so, the other party didn't have a phone call. In addition, when their father passed away, the 2 younger sisters only brought red envelopes of 500 yuan. At that time, everyone's conditions were actually not very good.
But taking only 500 yuan after his biological father passed away is also quite outrageous.
Of course, when the parents-in-law of the 2 younger sisters passed away, the 3 brothers only got back 500 yuan. The 2 daughters then went to complain to their mother, saying that they should get at least 1,000.
My mother was so angry at that time.
It is said that a daughter who was married off is like water spilled. It would be fine if he didn't come to support his parents on normal days, but he treated his father's death and took 500 yuan as if it was no big deal.
500 yuan 10 years ago is equivalent to 7 or 800 yuan today. Besides, isn't it normal for a daughter to give her father a little more? The two daughters haven't even fulfilled their obligation to support their parents, yet they still care about such trivial matters. It's really disgusting. It was precisely because of this incident that the three brothers of the Liu family gradually lost their patience with their two sisters. We had less contact afterwards. Even though they rarely come to pay New Year's greetings, they won't be particularly excited. Lu Tiancheng was a little surprised that they came to pay New Year's greetings suddenly this year. Although my two younger sisters are a bit of a jerk, it should be said that they married pretty well. Everyone in my family is in business. Although we live in the countryside, the rural areas in Jiang Province and Su Province are still very nice. Their houses are also 4 or 5-story buildings. The cars at home are also Mercedes-Benz and BMW worth 4 or 500,000. It can be said that their lives are really pretty good. It is precisely because life has become better that they look down on their poor relatives. It does seem a bit strange that he suddenly said he wanted to come and wish New Year's greetings to these poor relatives. Moreover, Lu Tiancheng heard from his two younger brothers that the two sisters only planned to wish a Happy New Year to him, the eldest brother. I am not planning to wish my second and third brothers a Happy New Year. This is the most incredible thing. Wife, what's going on? Are they in some trouble and want my help? Lu Tiancheng couldn't figure out the reason, so he could only ask his wife. Ask you for help? What can an old man like you do to help? I guess my second and third brothers told them on the phone what a great husband Rong married. Or maybe another relative said it. They know our family is rich, so they come here to flatter us. Flattery? Hearing this, Lu Tiancheng nodded subconsciously. If it is flattery, then it is very likely. Well, wife, what should we do? Why don't we let them go to our old house? Don't cause trouble for Xiao Su and Rong. Lu Tiancheng said with a frown. It's a good thing to have someone flatter you. After all, who doesn't like to be flattered? But based on Lu Tiancheng's understanding of the sisters, they will definitely have to borrow money after flattering them. It is normal for brothers and sisters to borrow money from each other for emergencies. If Lu Tiancheng had money and a good relationship with his brothers and sisters, he would definitely not be stingy. But the problem is that he doesn't have a good relationship with his two sisters. Moreover, when he was injured at the construction site and needed money for medical expenses, no one lent him money. Although you can't blame others for borrowing money. Lending is a favor, not lending is your duty. But this refers to friends. If your closest relative, brother or sister, and your elder brother who used to love you very much wants to borrow money. If the purpose of borrowing money is to treat an illness, then it's a different matter. If you are not willing to spend even a penny when you need help, how can you expect others to be nice to you when they become rich? This is impossible. Therefore, if someone really came to borrow money, Lu Tiancheng would definitely not lend it. Dad, it's okay, they can come if they want. If they really need to borrow money, Su He and I won't lend them money. When Lu Wanrong heard this, she spoke immediately. She believed that the money she and Sui earned was not easy, and every penny was hard earned. If they are relatives or friends with whom I have a good relationship, I will just lend them the money. But Lu Wanrong remembered clearly how the other party insulted their family when her father was injured and borrowed money. So, she would definitely not spend a penny. As for whether my parents will lend me money, they also have the will but not the ability. Lu Wanrong knew that her two aunts were in good condition. There is no need for them to borrow money from others for small amounts of money, such as 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. As for the extra money, such as hundreds of thousands, Lu Tiancheng couldn't take it out. Lu Tiancheng did have about 1 million in his bank account. But those were all given by Lu Wanrong as a gift to the old couple. They wouldn't even touch the money here if their eldest daughter wanted to borrow money, let alone their younger sister with whom they had a bad relationship. They planned to return this money to Lu Wanrong later. Since I am going to return it to my daughter, I will definitely not spend a penny. If that is the case, how can I lend it to others? Yes, Dad. We are both stingy people. No one can take a penny from us. Sui said with a smile. Having lived 2 lives, do you want to get money from him? Dream on. Okay. After getting the consent of his daughter and son-in-law, Lu Tiancheng said nothing more. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, the customer called. Hey, big brother, we're at the gate of your community. Cars are not allowed in here. Can you please say hello to the security guard? As soon as the phone was connected, a slightly harsh voice was heard. Chapter 179. My sister arrives.
Fourth sister, please park your car outside the community.
Outsiders are not allowed to enter the community parking lot, Lu Tiancheng said quickly. Sua's house comes with 2 parking spaces, and later Sua bought 3 more parking spaces.
Some of the high-end cars that Sui ordered have not arrived yet, so there are parking spaces.
However, no outside vehicles are allowed to enter the community.
This is also to protect the rights and interests of property owners. If any car could drive in and park for a while, then the owners themselves might have no place to park. After all, this is the city center, with a lot of people and cars.
If it's not managed, the cars outside will really fill up the parking lot.
Therefore, most parking lots will not allow cars from outside to enter. Of course, rules are dead, but people are alive. In hotels like Suwa that have multiple parking spaces and some vacant spaces, if there are really guests coming, they will be allowed in as long as they say hello to the security guard. If there is only 1 parking space and the vehicle is already registered, then there is nothing you can do. However, Lu Tiancheng did not want to let his 2 younger sisters' cars park in.
There are places to park outside, why do you have to go into the parking lot? However, there is a fee for ground parking outside.
Parking around here is not cheap either, it costs dozens of dollars an hour. That's why Lu Tiancheng's sister called him.
Parking outside is really too expensive. However, Lu Tiancheng obviously had no intention of letting his sister and the others enter the community parking lot. Parking for a day only costs a few hundred yuan. They have driven thousands of miles here, so how could they be reluctant to spend such a small parking fee? Brother, the parking lot outside is very expensive. Can you please tell the security guard at the door to let us in?
The person on the other end of the phone became anxious when he heard Lu Tiancheng's words. They also want to stay in this mansion for 1 night. If the car is parked outside for a day and a night, it would cost thousands, right?
No, there's nothing I can do about this. I'm not the owner.
Just park outside first, it's only for a few hours and it doesn't cost much.
Lu Tiancheng started pulling it up directly.
There was silence for a moment on the other side, and finally they could only stop outside. After blabbering on for a while, he hung up the phone.
5 minutes later, Lu Tiancheng received another call.
The person on the other side said that they were already downstairs in the apartment building and asked Lu Tiancheng to open the door.
Okay, I'll open the door for you. Go straight to the elevator when you come in, I'll press it upstairs.
You also need to swipe your card to get on the elevator.
But just press the elevator button upstairs and the elevator will come up naturally. Okay. After a response, the person on the other end of the phone hung up. Xiaosu, Rongrong, I'll go to the door and press the elevator button. Lu Tiancheng put away his phone and prepared to go out to pick up his relatives. Dad, let me go out with you to answer it. He is an elder after all.
Sui quickly stood up from his seat. He also has a little understanding of the relationships between the families. But after all, it was the first time that Sui met these people, so he didn't have much ill will towards them.
Someone came to visit him at his home.
It is only right and reasonable for him, as the male host, to go and greet them.
No need. These people are not worthy of your reception.
It's already very polite of you to invite them to your home.
Lu Tiancheng quickly shook his head to signal Sui not to go out.
This is their relative, and in a sense has nothing to do with Suhi.
Okay, then I won't go down. Suhi nodded.
Since his father-in-law said so, he certainly wouldn't object.
After saying this, Lu Tiancheng walked out of the room, then came to the elevator entrance.
Seeing that the elevator was already on the first floor, he pressed the down button. There is 1 elevator for each household here, and if they are on the first floor, it basically means that their relatives have arrived.
Soon, the elevator arrived.
When they arrived at their floor, the elevator door opened with a slight ding sound.
Hey! Brother! Long time no see.
As the elevator door opened, a slightly sharp voice rang out.
Then, 8 people walked out of the elevator. Seeing these 8 people, Lu Tiancheng forced a smile on his face. He knew all 8 of these people.
Especially the 2 middle-aged women in the front, they were his biological sisters, the 4th and 5th sisters. The one who just spoke was the 4th sister.
Next to the 4th sister is the 5th sister.
Behind them are the 4th brother-in-law and the 5th brother-in-law. The next people to walk out of the elevator were the son and daughter-in-law of the 4th brother-in-law and the 5th brother-in-law.
It's really lively when everyone shows up together. If it were in the past, Lu Tianchang would definitely be very happy to meet again after a long separation.
However, now they are just welcoming with smiles, but it is not certain that they are that happy. Fourth sister, fifth sister.
You are here.
Lu Tianchang greeted several people with a smile, his tone neither humble nor arrogant.
Yeah, big brother, long time no see.
The fourth and fifth sisters said this with a smile, and then immediately called their son and daughter-in-law over.
What are you two doing standing there like idiots? Hurry up and call me uncle.
The two mothers glared at their children unhappily, as if blaming them for not calling for help. The two children are one fat and one thin, one tall and one short. The tall and fat child is my fourth sister's child. He is 1.8 meters tall and weighs 200 pounds. This height combined with weight is definitely a large base number.
He is 2 years older than Lu Wanru. Let us just call you big brother.
Next to the eldest brother is his wife, who is 1.6 meters tall and looks petite and pretty. However, there was a hint of sarcasm on his face, and he seemed difficult to get along with. The child of the fifth sister is a short and thin boy, let us call him the second brother. 1 year younger than the eldest brother, which means 1 year older than Lu Wanru. Although he is short and thin, he is not particularly short, probably about 1.7 meters. However, compared to his older brother, he is indeed a little shorter. Although my second brother is a little short, his wife is very tall. Although his facial features are ordinary, he is 1.7 meters tall. The second sister-in-law was still wearing flat shoes, but when she stood next to the second brother, she felt taller than him.
This is quite intriguing.
I don't know why my second sister-in-law fell in love with my second brother.
Could it be the ability of money?
That is possible. Although my second brother's family is not wealthy, they can still drive a car worth 4 or 500,000 yuan. Overall, the conditions are acceptable.
This is the ceiling among ordinary people.
It is not difficult to find a beautiful girl to be your wife.
Uncle.
Hearing their mother's words, the four of them hurriedly greeted Lu Tianchang.
Oh, hello. I didn't realize you were all married. Come inside. Lu Tianchang actually knew that they were already married. And the wedding has already taken place. It's just that the two younger sisters did not invite their uncles to the drinking party. Chapter 180: What to do after divorce. Not to mention inviting me to a wedding banquet, I didn't even get a phone call.
If Lu Tianchang hadn't seen the moments posted by his two younger sisters, he wouldn't have known that his nephew was already married.
If you don't even invite your uncle to your wedding, then it's obvious that you don't value this uncle very much. In this case, Lu Tianchang would not be particularly close to his nephew. However, as an adult, he was still polite on the surface. Lu Tianchang does have this emotional intelligence. As he was speaking, Lu Tianchang entered the house with a group of people.
After entering the house and looking at the luxurious decoration, everyone, led by the fourth and fifth sisters, paused for a moment.
Luxury. It's so luxurious.
The decoration inside this house is definitely the most luxurious they have ever seen.
The living room alone is much bigger than theirs.
Moreover, there is a huge floor-to-ceiling glass right in front of the living room.
Looking out through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see a river. The view is very wide without any obstruction.
Various modern electrical appliances and traditional Chinese furniture are cleverly combined in the house. These furnitures don't look cheap at all, they are definitely made of top-quality mahogany.
For a moment, everyone was a little confused.
At the same time, Su-hee and Lu Wanrong heard the noise and came out of the room.
Dad, are my aunt and the others here? Lu Wanrong asked with a smile. After hearing Lu Wanrong's voice, the two families finally recovered from their shock. Oh, it's Rongrong. She's getting prettier and prettier. When she saw Lu Wanrong, the fourth sister's eyes suddenly lit up.
Before they came, they had heard that this little niece had made a fortune.
Now that I've seen his true face, I must flatter him. You are the fourth aunt, right? Lu Wanrong asked uncertainly.
At the same time, he turned his eyes to his father and asked for his advice. These people rarely come to her house, and basically they just come to sit and chat, and they don't even sit down to eat. Therefore, Lu Wanrong had no impression of her two aunts. It's already good enough to be able to recognize the general appearance. Of course, the reason why she is the fourth aunt and not the fifth aunt is also based on appearance. After all, fourth aunt is much older than fifth aunt, so it is easy to tell them apart.
Yes, this is your fourth aunt. This is fourth uncle. This is my fifth aunt and uncle. Behind us are the eldest brother and his wife and the second brother and his wife. Lu Tiancheng briefly introduced everyone to Lu Wanrong, and then introduced Su He, who had been standing behind him without saying a word. This is my son-in-law Su He. Just call me Xiao Su like me. Su Hua. When they saw Sui, fourth aunt and fifth aunt's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my! Big brother, you are so lucky, Xiao Su is so handsome. Indeed, he is handsome and a perfect match for our Wanrong. That's right, Wanrong, you really found a good husband. The two sisters sang in unison, as if they were really happy for Lu Wanrong. But they are so jealous in private. But they heard that this family could be what it is today because of Su He. In other words, the Lu family is where they are today entirely because they caught a rich son-in-law. This made them feel helpless. My tummy wasn't good enough and I only gave birth to a son, not a daughter. If they had a daughter, they would definitely bring this rich husband home. Fourth aunt, fifth aunt, you are too polite. Su He smiled faintly. He has heard such compliments many times, so naturally he doesn't take them seriously. However, you still have to be polite on the surface. It would be inhumane to keep a straight face when others praise you. Although Su He didn't like the feeling of being praised, he didn't say anything. After the two sides got to know each other, Lu Tiancheng asked everyone to sit down. Brother, your house is nice. This must be tens of millions, right? You've been getting better and better over the years. As soon as fourth aunt sat down, she started speaking with a smile. Yes, I do. Lu Tiancheng did not comment. But, I didn't buy the house. Xiao Su bought it, and it's in Wanrong's name alone. Lu Tiancheng started showing off right away. The house worth tens of millions is bought after marriage, but it is registered in the wife's name alone. This is definitely something to brag about. After all, looking at the entire daxia, there are not many people who can achieve this level. Ah? You're just going to embarrass Wanrong? Xiao Su, what are you thinking? Aren't you afraid that Wanrong will divorce you? Wu Gu was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously. She didn't expect that Su He was so generous and gave away a house worth tens of millions of dollars. Even though he was giving it to his wife, isn't this a bit too generous? They can't do it anyway. They also bought a house for their son in their hometown, and they were worried that the house would be stolen by their daughter-in-law, as it was bought before the marriage. After the purchase, even if the daughter-in-law's name was added, the house actually has nothing to do with the daughter-in-law. Things purchased before marriage are basically considered premarital property. To be fair, they would never rent the house to the woman alone. Wu Gu thinks that this problem of hers is quite normal. But when Sui's family heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. Fifth sister, what you said sounds like you are cursing Xiao Su and Rong Rong to get divorced. They've been married for less than a year, and they haven't even had their wedding yet. You're saying they want a divorce, isn't that a bad idea? Bai Yuegue, who had been sitting aside and had said little, spoke first. She has never had a good feeling towards these two sisters-in-law. Now seeing these two sisters-in-law cursing her daughter and favorite son-in-law, she was of course unhappy. Ah? Sister-in-law, that's not what I meant. Seeing that her sister-in-law was angry, Fifth Aunt realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly changed her words. They came here today with a request, and they certainly couldn't offend the Supreme Elder to death. So, you still have to admit your mistakes when it's time. Seeing that the other party had apologized, Bai Yuegue said nothing more. Then, everyone started chatting again. However, as they chatted, my fourth uncle and fifth uncle started bragging. Both of them are in business. Of course, the business wasn't too big and wasn't too very good. It's enough to show off and brag in front of ordinary people, but it's a bit funny when it comes to Su He and the others. Xiao Su, what business are you in? Fourth uncle was the first to ask the question. Fourth uncle, Wanrong, and I opened a milk tea shop together. Su He said lightly. He wasn't about to brag about his accomplishments, so he didn't mention running a financial company. Running a milk tea shop is not a shameful business. Besides, Sula's milk tea shops are nationally famous. Chapter 181. Have you heard of Lu Yancha Color? A milk tea shop? Fourth uncle was obviously stunned for a moment. They only know that Sui made money, but they have no idea how he made the money or what business he was doing. In their opinion, those who can afford to buy a house here are most likely engaged in e-commerce, live streaming or other businesses. These businesses make money very quickly. If they are doing this kind of business, they might as well let Sui take charge. Especially since their two families are from Jiang Province and Su Province respectively.
These two provinces are where e-commerce is particularly developed. For example, in Jiang Province, the first village of Daxia online stores, the first village of Daxia online live streaming, etc., are all in Jiang Province. This place has natural advantages for doing e-commerce.
My fourth uncle and his family are from Jiangxi Province.
It is absolutely a pity that we don't have the opportunity to do this despite having such a huge advantage.
It's not that they don't have opportunities, it's just that they really don't know how. My fourth uncle's son never went to college. After graduating from high school, I followed my family into business.
They are doing traditional business. The eldest son himself has no business sense.
Moreover, they are not willing to learn new things. He is not even willing to try the new features in the chat software, let alone do e-commerce. Not everyone can do e-commerce. All the rules, indicators, etc. must be studied systematically.
And you have to be able to operate it yourself.
It's impossible that you don't know anything and then just spend money to set up an e-commerce company, right? That's not impossible. As long as you can invest tens of millions into this company as original capital.
In this way, you will naturally succeed. However, those who can spend tens of millions of dollars at a time to engage in e-commerce may not be interested in the small profits of e-commerce.
Take Suwa for example. He can now invest 100 million yuan in an industry at any time. But he will definitely not do e-commerce.
No matter how well you do in e-commerce, at best you are just an online shop owner. No matter how much money you make, it is only for ordinary people.
For billionaires like them, investing in anything is more reliable than investing in an online store. What is being talked about here is an online store. If it is an online store platform, the nature is different.
Therefore, there are very few e-commerce bosses who invest tens of millions right from the start. Basically, they started from a small workshop or a basement, and then gradually expanded to a small company and then to a large factory. Of course, if you have money, for example, an investment of hundreds of millions, then you can indeed develop faster. But the prerequisite is that the boss himself must have some understanding of the industry.
It is difficult to do well in life if you don't understand someone.
Therefore, they really hope that Suwa is doing similar business. In this way, they can also join in the business. But who would have thought that Suwa was not engaged in e-commerce or selling goods?
He actually runs a milk tea shop. What future can he have? Hey, Xiaosu, we thought you were in e-commerce. Opening a milk tea shop, what technical content does it have? You should be a rich second generation, right? This house should be bought by your family, right? You can't make much money running a milk tea shop. Fifth uncle sneered over there.
In his opinion, the daily turnover of a milk tea shop is only 1 or 2,000 yuan, and it would be considered good if he could make 1,000 yuan a day after deducting the costs. Earning 1,000 a day is only 30,000 a month, which is really a little too little.
It's not as good as their business.
So, he was very disdainful.
Yes, Xiaosu, we originally thought that you could guide us, but who would have thought that you would open a milk tea shop? Can you make a net profit of 800 a day? Fourth uncle couldn't help but complain.
Milk tea shops really have no future.
I really can't make much money.
After listening to what the others said, so he immediately understood what they meant and continued.
My milk tea shop only makes about 1 million a day.
He is not bragging.
The milk tea shop now has 5 branches in Shanghai.
Each company's daily net profit is around 150,000 to 250,000.
It's really easy to make 1 million a day. Moreover, Suwa is already preparing to open branches in Jiang Province and Su Province. Shanghai's 5 branches are not many, but if the company wants to maintain this profit, the Shanghai branches cannot continue to expand.
The number of consumers in a city is limited. Although Shanghai has a population of tens of millions, milk tea is not a necessity. If we really open one in every shopping mall, it will most likely affect the day's sales.
Sometimes, hunger marketing is very effective. No matter how delicious milk tea is, you will get tired of it.
If the time cost of drinking once is very high and the taste itself is also particularly good, then customers will continue to consume. As long as we keep the 5 stores with a daily turnover of 1 million, we will continue to make money.
Moreover, Sui has no plans to open Lianka milk tea shops across the country.
Even in provincial capitals, not every city has to open one. If they are to be opened, they can only be opened in provincial capitals and first-tier cities with developed economies and large populations.
For example, the imperial capital must be opened. For example, the neighboring Hangzhou City, South City, etc.
You don't need to open too many stores in these provincial capital cities, just 2 stores are enough to guarantee profits. And now, it is really not difficult for Suhi to earn 1 million a day.
1 million a day? You must be bragging. I've never heard of a milk tea shop making 1 million a day. Fourth uncle simply sneered. Do you really think they are just country peasants who know nothing? A million a day? Why didn't you say 10 million a day? Since you are bragging already, you have to exaggerate it, right?
Fourth uncle, you may have some misunderstanding about milk tea shops.
Not all milk tea shops are unprofitable.
Suhi smiled faintly. Then he turned his gaze to the 4 young men behind him, including the eldest brother and the second brother.
Big brother, second brother, I wonder if you have ever heard of Lu Yensha color? Willow color?
The eldest and second brothers were stunned for a moment, looked at each other, and shook their heads at the same time.
Never heard of it. What is this? Is this the name of your milk tea shop?
These 2 people usually just play games and rarely watch short videos, so naturally they don't know what Lu Yensha color is. However, just as they finished speaking, the 2 wives beside them exclaimed.
Lu Yen tea color? Cousin-in-law, are you talking about the popular internet celebrity milk tea shop, Lu Yen Tea? It is said that asking the runner to buy 1 cup costs more than 1,000 yuan?
The 2 sisters-in-law looked shocked. Of course they know this milk tea shop. Usually, they have seen this milk tea shop on the internet more than once. Some of my friends in the circle of friends also drank this milk tea when they visited Shanghai. If you have tasted this milk tea, you can definitely take photos to show off. Chapter 182 Not qualified to make the decision. Neither of them expected that the boss behind Lu Yensha was actually their brother-in-law whom they had never met.
Well, the boss is Wanrong, I just invested some money.
Suhi said lightly. For him, Lu Yensha's existence was mainly to give his wife a career.
Give your wife something to do.
As for how much money he makes, Suhi doesn't care.
After all, with the cashback system in hand, even if they don't have any industry, they can live more comfortably than most people in the world.
Oh my god, I didn't expect that Lu Yen tea color was actually opened by Sister Wanrong.
This is really surprising. The 2 sisters-in-law immediately started bragging to Su Yan and Lu Wanrong. Although they are a family, they are very clear about how excellent Lu Yensha is. It's so popular on the internet that there are long queues every day. The daily revenue of such a milk tea shop must be terrifying.
Of course, the daily profits are also terrifying. At least it is not comparable to their small business. Although they really wanted to show off in front of their sister and brother-in-law whom they had never met, they couldn't do it now.
Wife, is this Lu Yen tea color very famous? Isn't it just a milk tea shop?
The way the eldest brother looked at his wife and his younger brother's wife was definitely a little strange.
A milk tea shop, no matter how good the business is, can only make a few thousand yuan a day, right?
Earning several thousand yuan a day is definitely not a small amount for ordinary people.
But to them, it's nothing.
So, something was not right with my wife.
Something was very wrong.
My sister-in-law originally wanted to explain.
She knew that Suhi and Lu Wanrong's business was now very big.
Even if you don't have a good relationship with such relatives, at least you can't offend them. However, before she could open her mouth, her mother-in-law's disdainful voice came over.
No matter how famous it is, it's just a milk tea shop, nothing fancy. It's not as good as our fabric shop, which can make 1 million a year.
After the 4th aunt finished speaking, the 5th aunt immediately followed up with a voice. That's right, I've already said that studying is useless, but you still don't believe me.
Look now, with such a high level of education, didn't he still open a milk tea shop in the end? You don't need a degree for this. What a waste of money. Neither woman's children went to college.
When they found out that both Lu Wanru and her sister were admitted to prestigious universities, they were extremely jealous. They all married far away into rural areas.
The rural areas in Jiangxi province and Jiangsu province are developing very well.
It can be said that some rural areas are even better than 4th and 5th tier small cities. But the countryside is the countryside after all, and there are still a lot of quarrels.
Moreover, although rural people value making money, they also value learning.
Those who study well always get more praise from others. Especially if you study well, you can also go to a very good unit.
For example, a state-owned unit, or directly entering the system. Therefore, having good academic performance is still an advantage and can also be used as a source of showing off.
Before, fourth aunt and fifth aunt both felt that their family was rich and lived much better than the eldest brother and his family. But when it comes to studying, I am always surpassed by them. In the past, during the Chinese New Year, whenever this matter was mentioned, they would feel a little ashamed to hold their heads up. But now it's different. Having good academic performance isn't necessarily useful. Didn't you end up opening a milk tea shop? Opening a milk tea shop is something you can do as soon as you graduate from junior high school. What technical skills are required? So, they feel like they are okay again. After the fourth and fifth aunts said this, Lu Tiancheng's face turned ugly. What does it mean to waste so much money? He does not agree with this view at all. It is inevitable for children to receive education. Only good education can cultivate good children. Reading will never be a loss-making thing. Reading more books will only bring benefits. Even a nerd has his own meaning of existence. Just when Lu Tiancheng wanted to refute, fourth aunt spoke next. By the way, big brother, I plan to bring my mother-in-law to Shanghai for medical treatment in a few days. She may need surgery. But the surgery needs an appointment. Can we stay at your house before that? Your house is so big, it should be okay to leave 2 rooms for us, right? Living at home? Lu Tiancheng was stunned. She didn't expect that her sister would actually make such a condition. From the perspective of social etiquette, it is appropriate to let a married sister live at home. But the problem is that this is not Lu Tiancheng's home, but the home of his daughter and son-in-law. Although the property certificate is in the daughter's name, the house was bought in full by Su He. In a sense, this is the son-in-law's home. It's not good for him, the father-in-law, to come and disturb his son-in-law's home, let alone other people. So, this is obviously inconvenient. Seeing that Lu Tiancheng didn't say anything, fourth aunt's brows immediately frowned, and then she winked at fifth aunt. Brother, you can't be unable to do even such a small request, right? This house is so big, it shouldn't be a problem to leave 2 rooms for fourth sister and mother-in-law, right? You are our eldest brother. Fifth aunt began to use moral blackmail. Although they have not had much contact with Lu Tiancheng in recent years, once a person's character is formed, it is not easy to change. They knew their eldest brother's character very well. As long as they use moral blackmail, the eldest brother will definitely agree to their request. In fact, the fifth aunt knew very well what her fourth sister wanted to do. Aren't you just jealous of your eldest brother's house? Based on their understanding of the eldest brother, as long as they live here for a long time, this room will be theirs by default. At that time, you can't drive them away even if you try. Even if they were really driven away, they could find excuses to ask their eldest brother and others to give them some money. It's even possible that the eldest brother would be soft-hearted and just give the house to them. This is not an impossible thing. When they were young, their older brother always treated them like this. That's why fourth aunt suggested moving in. Fifth aunt actually wanted to move in too. But she didn't have any good reason. The excuse that mother-in-law is sick has already been used by fourth sister. She can't also say that mother-in-law is sick, right? If you really say so, it's too coincidental. So, I can only let fourth sister move in first. As for her, I'll see if I can take advantage of her in other ways later. Fifth aunt's words immediately caused the whole family to start using moral blackmail. Things like we are all family and should help each other. If you don't know, you would really think that this is a family with a very close relationship. These people talked to each other and Lu Tiancheng almost agreed. However, he gritted his teeth and remained true to his heart. Sorry, fourth sister, this is not my home, I have no right to make the decision. Chapter 183 A Hard Beating. Lu Tiancheng shook his head. This house is not his, so he certainly has no right to make the decision. When they heard that Lu Tiancheng was rejected, the faces of fourth aunt's family immediately turned bad. Brother, no way? You are the head of the family, and you don't even have this little right? How come you've become so ugly after not seeing you for a few years? Fourth aunt began to take care of herself in seclusion. The words he said became more and more unpleasant. Of course, Lu Tiancheng felt very uncomfortable when hearing these words. Just when he was about to retort, Su He on the side spoke. I'm sorry, fourth auntie. Although our house is not small, there are quite a lot of people. My mom, my father-in-law and mother-in-law, as well as Wanrong and Wanru all live here. There really is no vacant room. Su He said lightly. Su He doesn't care who the person is. Anyone who is detrimental to their family is an enemy.
You want me to live in your house the first time you meet me, and you also want to blackmail me morally?
This may work for others, but it is definitely useless here in Suwa. As long as I have no morals, no one can kidnap me. Of course, Sui is not really an unkind person. If they are really serious relatives, they will come politely to ask for help and stay for a few days.
Suhi wouldn't refuse either. Suhi is not the kind of person who doesn't want any relatives.
He also has great respect for the elders who truly care about them. After all, everyone will encounter troubles. If you can turn a blind eye to even those who care about you, then you have lost the most basic morality as a human being.
Suhi definitely couldn't do such a thing.
As for these messy relatives with impure intentions, who I may not see for several years, they come up and use moral blackmail.
Suhi wouldn't give them a good look either.
So, Suhi directly refused.
However, Sui obviously underestimated the shamelessness of these new relatives he had just met. Xiao Su, this isn't a problem. I see your house has 4 rooms, right? Isn't there 1 room left? Let's do this.
You and Wanrong should share a room.
Your parents can just let them live at home. It's not far from here anyway. As for Wanru, she doesn't usually live here, right? How can a sister-in-law live in her brother-in-law's house? Aren't you afraid of gossip? That way there will be 2 rooms. 1 for me and 1 for my mother-in-law, isn't that just right?
As for your mother, it's only right for you to help me take care of my mother-in-law.
Fourth aunt talked to herself.
After hearing these words, Sui exclaimed that he was a great guy. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless.
Does this old woman really think of herself as the Empress Dowager Cixi? How can he have the nerve to say such a thing? Why should Sui's mother take care of her mother-in-law? How much money should she be paid?
Not to mention that these 2 people are just Sui's wife's aunt and her mother-in-law. Even if they are Sui's own aunt and her mother-in-law, it would not be Sui's mother's turn to take care of them. This request is not only unreasonable, it is simply nonsense.
Sui was not angry, but looked at fourth aunt as if she were a fool. Fourth aunt, are you kidding? Are you kidding? How can you be kidding?
Fourth aunt did not understand the meaning of Sui's words, and asked back with a smile.
Xiao Su, we are all family, you wouldn't refuse to help with such a small favor, would you? I heard that your mother doesn't have to go to work now.
Since she has nothing to do, it's only right for her to help take care of your aunt's mother-in-law, right?
Should it?
Sui didn't expect that this fourth aunt would be so shameless.
Lu Wanrong on the side couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to refute. Fourth aunt, what do you mean by that? How can it be right?
Why does your mother-in-law need my mother-in-law to take care of her? How much do you pay her per month? Also, if you need to see a doctor, book a hotel nearby.
Our house is small and can't accommodate so many people. Lu Wanrong no longer had any good feelings towards this fourth aunt.
It doesn't matter if we leave a room for them to stay for a few days. But this guy came up and asked for 2 rooms.
Do you really treat this place as their home?
Even a married daughter should have her own room in her parents' home, but this is not the home of her, the so-called fourth aunt. Fourth aunt's family's home had long been demolished. Of course there would be no room for them here.
It makes sense. Wanrong, how can you say that? I'm your aunt. You won't even give us a room when I come to see a doctor? Is this how you honor your elders?
Fourth aunt's face also darkened, and she directly used her authority as an elder to try to use moral blackmail.
Elder? Fourth aunt, do you think you act like an elder?
Lu Wanrong snorted coldly.
As an elder, what have you brought to us younger generations? From childhood to adulthood, you have never even given me a red envelope of New Year's money, right? How dare you call yourself an elder? Okay, even if you are the elder, does that mean my dad is also your elder?
When parents are not around, the eldest brother is like a father.
After you get married, how long will it take for you to come back to see your eldest brother? Don't even mention my eldest brother. Even if it's my grandparents, how often do you come back to visit? You don't even respect your own elders, so what qualifications do you have to act like an elder in front of me? Lu Wanrong is simply the best mouthpiece.
Her words directly express the thoughts of the entire family.
She didn't use any insulting words.
But these words still made the faces of the families of fourth aunt and fifth aunt turn purple.
Fifth aunt was better off, after all,
Lu Wanrong wasn't pointing fingers at her. But fourth aunt's condition is not very good. Lu Wanron was almost pointing at her nose and saying that she was ungrateful and unfilial.
The most important thing is that what Lu Wanrong said was true.
When Lu Wanrong's grandparents were still alive, her fourth and fifth aunts would only come home to pay New Year's greetings once every few years.
Can a daughter like this really be filial? Or they don't even come to visit when someone dies, but instead come to take advantage of the situation by talking about family affection and acting like an elder? Do they really think that they are the only smart people in the world and everyone else is stupid? Anyway, Suhee and Lu Wanrong are not stupid.
If you want to scrape the oil from them in this way, just dream on.
You, Rong, you are going too far. She is your aunt. Brother, look at your well-taught daughter. Does she still have any sense of propriety? How can she say this about her own aunt? If this were my daughter, I would have given her a beating. Fourth uncle led Lu Tiancheng with a gloomy face.
According to his guess, the eldest brother would definitely stand up to stop his daughter.
Chapter 184. The new year is over.
In my fourth uncle's family, if any daughter dared to speak like this, she would have been slapped long ago. Although nowadays in economically developed areas like these, preference for boys over girls is rarely seen anymore.
However, it cannot be said to be completely eliminated. The situation of favoring boys over girls still exists. For example, their family is very typical. It's a good thing that fourth aunt gave birth to a son. If she had given birth to a daughter, she would probably have no status at all in the family. It's just a pity that Lu Tiancheng didn't have any more children after having two daughters, which shows that their family does not favor boys over girls. Especially since my daughter is so outstanding. Normally, they themselves are reluctant to beat or scold their daughter, so how could they blame their daughter for an outsider? Fourth brother-in-law.
What our Rong said is right.
You yourselves don't act like elders, so why should we let our children act like elders? Besides, look at yourself, how do you look like an elder?
As soon as Lu Tiancheng said this, the people on the opposite side were stunned for a moment. Only then did they realize that they seemed to have said something wrong. This big brother seems to be a bit protective of his child. However, Lu Tiancheng had not finished speaking.
Well, now that you're here, we've met each other. If you have nothing else to do, go ahead. We have to go out and visit relatives here too. Lu Tiancheng immediately ordered them to leave.
In fact, they did prepare lunch today.
After all, they are my own sister and nephew.
They have come all the way to pay New Year's greetings to their home, so I should at least invite them to have a meal, right? But now Lu Tiancheng has changed his mind. His two younger sisters did not come to wish their elder brother a happy New Year sincerely at all. Some people even come here to cause trouble on purpose.
Who would be happy if they were still thinking about their house during the New Year?
In that case, there was no need for him to keep them for dinner. Hearing this, the fourth and fifth aunts were stunned for a moment. They obviously didn't expect that their eldest brother, who loved them so much in the past, would actually order them to leave. For a moment, both of them looked dazed.
Brother, are you going to chase us away? Fourth aunt couldn't help but ask. I'm not trying to get rid of you. We have to go out to celebrate the New Year and can't keep you here. Since you are here, why don't you go and see your second and third brothers? They are your brothers too. Lu Tiancheng said lightly. Brother, we came here specially to see you. Aren't you being too unkind? Do you still regard us as your sisters? Fifth aunt curled her lips and said angrily. I treat you as my sisters? Then do you treat me as your elder brother? Who goes to pay New Year's greetings empty-handed? Look at your family, are you carrying anything here? Even if you carry a box of milk, it's better than coming empty-handed, right? Hearing what fifth aunt said, Lu Tiancheng immediately became unhappy. Who goes to pay New Year's greetings empty-handed? This is so rude.
Just as Lu Tiancheng himself said, even carrying a box of milk is better than going empty-handed. When it comes to carrying things, it's mainly about the thought.
Who can't afford milk nowadays? Isn't it just being polite?
However, my sister, brother-in-law, and two nephews are not even polite to me. They were afraid that after carrying 2 boxes of milk, the Lu family would not be able to return the gifts.
This is really looking down on people. Lu Tiancheng couldn't understand why his lovely sister had become like this today. Is it really innate, or is it changed by the environment?
Lu Tiancheng did feel sorry for his sister, but he felt sorry for the sister of the past, not the sister of the present who was only interested in profit and was even disowned by her parents.
In that case, why should we be polite? After hearing what Lu Tiancheng said, several people felt a little embarrassed. Indeed, they seemed to be acting very unbelievably this time. But they still wanted to fight for it, but before they could say anything, Lu Tiancheng once again ordered them to leave. With no other choice, they could only leave in disappointment. Xiao Su, my dear mother-in-law, I have made a fool of myself in front of you. After a few people left, Lu Tiancheng immediately apologized to Su He and Cheng Hui with a wry smile. He actually felt very guilty for being disgusted by such relatives during the new year. It is indeed embarrassing to have such relatives. Dad, what a joke, we are all family. Su He smiled and said that he didn't mind. These relatives will not have any contact with him in the future, so of course he doesn't mind. Moreover, since he is his wife's relative, he can certainly tolerate it. Yes, father-in-law, please don't say that. Who doesn't have a few stupid relatives? We are a family, let's not talk about different things. Cheng Hui also spoke with a smile. Although she was present just now, she did not interrupt. It's not her place to butt in other people's family affairs. Now that the outsiders are gone, what is there for the family to not say? Well, my mother-in-law is right. Hearing what Cheng Hui said, Bai Yuegui beside her also smiled. Then, both parties quickly forgot about the matter and went about cooking and minding their own business. On the other hand, Fourth Aunt and the others still haven't given up. After going downstairs, I found a supermarket and bought 2 cartons of milk, intending to send them back to ease the relationship between the two. However, once they go out, it is not so easy for them to come back in. Although the security guard knew that they had just gone in after they came out, he received a call from the Suwa boss. So he directly told the security guards not to let these people in anymore. He had long guessed that these villains would definitely come again. After obtaining consent from my father-in-law, he gave orders to the security guard. So, no matter what Fourth Aunt and the others said, the security guards refused to let them go. Seeing this, Fourth Aunt and the others just started making a fuss. The security guard had no choice but to call the police and have them all taken away. Although they cannot be convicted, it is enough to give them a hard time. This matter has come to an end. The time during the new year passed very quickly. I ate and drank every day and felt very comfortable. All the stores of Lu Yen Tea have a long holiday. And it's paid vacation. After being busy for half a year, it's time to give the employees a holiday. Similarly, Hengsi Capital also took a holiday. Hengsu Capital makes more money than Liankase, and all employees, including cleaners, are on paid leave. The holiday lasts until the 15th day of the first lunar month. The reason why it is on the 15th day of the first lunar month is because school starts on the 16th day of the first lunar month. When school starts, they naturally have to start working. Sui also has to continue to start his own way of making money. The milk tea shop is now on the right track, and Hengsu Capital has become a well-known financial investment company in Shanghai. However, Suwa did not stop there. Financial investment must be made, and the real economy must also follow suit. Relying closely on finance is not safe. Only by combining real investment with finance can the industry become bigger and bigger. Chapter 185. Do you think I'm a sow? Suhi is a reborn person, but the time before his rebirth is very short. It is somewhat difficult to make a fortune by relying on the memories before rebirth. Before his rebirth, he was living a life of luxury and had no idea what industry could make money. Moreover, because the time difference between rebirths is too short, there is no time to invest in profitable industries. However, Sui unexpectedly discovered that through the stock market chart, he could see some investment opportunities in entities. For example, a stock market chart may indicate that a certain company will acquire a technology company in a few days. After the acquisition, the stock market rose. The cost of this company is not high, and Suwa can also acquire it. Then he will buy the company at a higher price. It cannot be called an acquisition, it would be more appropriate to describe it as an investment. After the investment is successful, you can just sit back and wait to collect money as a boss. As for the rest of the company's operations and management, he doesn't need to worry about it at all and can just sit back and make money. There are many similar examples. Through the stock market trend chart, Sui has invested in hundreds of companies. These businesses all grew up within a few months to a few years. Of course, all investments are made in the name of Hengsu Capital. In other words, Hengsu Capital is the major shareholder of these companies. And Suhi is the only shareholder of Hengsu Capital. Coupled with Hengsu Capital's own strength in the securities market, he became a top capital tycoon in just a few years.
Of course, this is all a story for later. About half a year after the new year, Lu Wanrong finally reached graduation season.
This time, the whole family, including her sister Lu Wanru, attended Lu Wanrong's graduation ceremony.
Of course, Sui also bought an extra large diamond ring again. He stood at the entrance of the graduation ceremony auditorium, holding flowers in his hand, waiting for Lu Wanrong to come out and propose to her.
The proposal ceremony is what Sui owes Lu Wanrong.
At this time last year, Sui proposed to Lu Wanru, but was rejected. Afterwards, Sui was reborn and married Lu Wanrong on the spot. At that time, Sui promised Lu Wanrong that he would give her a proposal ceremony in the future. The proposal scene was already covered with roses.
999,999.
All the roses in Shanghai are gathered here. During the 2 hours of the graduation ceremony, the scene was decorated into a grand sea of roses. There were 3 luxury cars parked right in the middle of the ocean. A Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Lamborghini Termini, and a Ferrari. These 3 luxury cars were all ordered by Suhi in advance, and they finally arrived one after another half a month ago.
Of course, all the luxury cars are named after Lu Wanrong.
Only by writing her name can Suhi get the cash back.
Now most of the Su family's assets are in Lu Wanrong's name.
It seemed that Suhi suffered a loss, but he gained more. The cash reward obtained just from purchasing these properties is several times the amount.
Therefore, Sui did not lose anything at all.
It was a grand proposal scene, and any girl would be moved and even envious after seeing it. Of course, Sui must have obtained the school's prior consent before he could set up a proposal shop here. The school did not agree at first, but Sui directly donated a building in the name of Lu Wanrong.
There is no cashback for donations, even if the donation is made in the name of Lu Wanrong. However, donations are tax deductible. This is still very good. So, Sui asked Hengsa Group to donate money. For the school, as long as the donation is received, it doesn't matter who the donor is.
The person who transfers the money specifies who made the donation, and that person will be the one making the donation.
In addition, Lu Yanchase also donated 10 million yuan as subsidies to poor students.
Therefore, Lu Wanrong was also named the best graduate and best alumnus at today's ceremony.
Once you donate money, things will be much easier.
So, when Suhi was arranging flowers in the square, security guards and others were also directing the work.
It must be directed. It's such a big scene and there are so many people in the school.
If no instructions are given, some people might go in to pick flowers or take photos, disrupting order. Although the quality of students in universities is relatively high, there are still some people who do not follow the rules. Therefore, the presence of security guards is also necessary.
After everything was arranged, he waited until the graduation ceremony to propose. Lu Wanrong didn't let Sui wait too long.
After the ceremony, Sui saw her.
Next comes the proposal process. Lu Wanrong originally thought that today was just a graduation ceremony and never expected that there would be such a grand proposal ceremony waiting for her.
Although Suhi had said before that he would hold a proposal ceremony, Lu Wanrong didn't take it seriously.
Since the person has already married someone, the ceremony doesn't matter. But even though she says this, which girl really wouldn't care about this?
Therefore, seeing such a grand proposal ceremony, Lu Wanrong must have been very moved. As for the others, they were full of envy.
School beauty and rich man, perfect love. However, although everyone is envious, no one is jealous. Lu Wanrong is this year's outstanding graduate and also the proprietress of Lu Yanchase. Everyone knows that Lu Wanrong is very rich.
Therefore, people would not associate Lu Wanrong with being a rich man.
Everyone just thought that this was a love story between two rich people.
Of course, no one will spread rumors about a love relationship between two people of equal social status.
Ms. Lu Wanrong, will you marry me?
Sui knelt down on one knee and handed the ring to Lu Wanrong. He had a faint, confident smile on his face.
This confidence not only comes from Sui's own strength, but also from his belief in a fact. That is, this time, he believed that Lu Wanrong would definitely agree to him.
After Sui finished speaking, before Lu Wanrong could answer, someone around started to make a noise.
Marry him.
The first person spoke up, and then everyone started shouting in unison.
Marry him. Marry him. Marry him. Someone once said that confessing love or proposing marriage in public is actually moral kidnapping. When you confess your love or propose in front of so many people, isn't that forcing the other person to marry you or be with you? When I meet someone who is thin-skinned, I feel embarrassed even to refuse. However, this is when there is no emotional basis between the two parties.
If there is love, then confessing it in public or proposing marriage will be a natural thing.
For example, today, Sui proposed to Lu Wanrong. Goddess, don't hesitate, marry him now.
Seeing that Lu Wanrong didn't speak for a long time, the onlookers became anxious and shouted again.
Marry him! Marry him! Marry him!
Others also urged him on. Lu Wanrong blushed, tears welled up in her eyes, and she couldn't help but yell at the boy who had just called her goddess.
Now that I have the marriage certificate, of course I have to get married. Phew! Hearing Lu Wanrong's words, everyone burst into laughter.
It turns out that the goddess had already been married, but she was just missing the final ceremony.
In that case, what else can they say? Just bless you. Next, Sui put the ring on Lu Wanrong's finger personally.
With everyone's blessings, the two hugged each other.
In the distance, Sui's mother, Lu Wanrong's mother, and Lu Wanru all sent their blessings to the two. Lu Wanru's eyes were also filled with tears.
She knew that there was no possibility for her and Su He to be together anymore. However, at this time she had already gained enlightenment. Once lost, it is lost forever.
Now, all I have to do is wish my sister the best.
The proposal ceremony went smoothly, without the usual mistress or ex-boyfriend appearing to disrupt the situation. Whether it is Su He or Lu Wanrong, both of them live a very clean life.
After the proposal, the next step is the wedding.
Of course, Su He had arranged all of this. He wanted to make Lu Wanrong the happiest bride in the world.
3 months later, after Sui's continuous efforts, Lu Wanrong finally became pregnant. After testing, it was confirmed that they were twins, a boy and a girl.
This made Su He overjoyed. Twins, a boy and a girl, having both a boy and a girl at once, is definitely the happiest thing in the world.
After 10 months of pregnancy, Lu Wanrong was finally due to give birth.
Su He waited nervously outside the operating room.
Why haven't you given birth yet? Why haven't you given birth yet? Su He was so anxious that he was spinning around. An hour has passed since Lu Wanrong went in, but no news has come out yet. Don't worry, son. Wanrong is in good health. She didn't have any dizziness or vomiting during pregnancy. She should be fine.
If a natural birth is really not possible, the doctor will also notify us to perform a cesarean section.
The medical level is very advanced nowadays. The mother and daughter will definitely be healthy.
Wanrong is a boy and a girl, so giving birth to them will definitely be more difficult than giving birth to an ordinary child.
Cheng Hui kept comforting her son.
She knew her son must be very anxious at this time. But at this moment, there is no point in being anxious, and we can only leave everything to the hospital. They gave birth in the best hospital in Shanghai, so even if any accidents happened, the hospital would be able to handle them.
Wanrong is very afraid of pain. I'm afraid she can't hold on. Su He was still very worried. Don't worry, Su He. Didn't your sister get an epidural? It shouldn't hurt too much.
Lu Wanru also came up to comfort her at this time. Although she has never given birth, she has heard many girls who have given birth mention painless injections. For today's mothers, painlessness is simply a ray of light in the world. After the epidural, childbirth will be as pain-free as possible.
Well, now we can only wait. Su He nodded.
In fact, what Su He was most worried about was that his special physique would cause harm to his wife.
When he was just reborn, the system rewarded him with genetic modification potion.
His genes have been enhanced. He was enhanced, and his children must have been enhanced.
However, Lu Wanrong is just an ordinary girl.
It would be troublesome if her body couldn't bear the burden of 2 children. Fortunately, Su He was worried too much. After Lu Wanrong was with Su He's genes had already subtly transformed her. The two had been together for more than a year before, but Lu Wanrong had not gotten pregnant because her body was slowly getting stronger as Su He fertilized her. Her current physical fitness may not be as good as Su He's, but it is better than most girls in the world.
This is also why Lu Wanrong did not experience any dizziness or vomiting when she was pregnant. She will definitely have a safe birth this time.
About another hour later, the green light outside the birthing room finally came on.
This means that Lu Wanrong's fertility is over.
This made Sui's family feel relieved. After the birth, no one came out to sign any operation form, which means that the birth went smoothly.
Soon, 2 nurses came out holding 2 children. Is Lu Wanrong's family here?
Yes. Su He hurriedly went to meet him. Lu Wanrong's family, the delivery went smoothly, and both the mother and the baby are healthy. The nurse said with a smile.
Many girls will care about their childbirth.
When they report the situation to their family members in the hospital, their family members will first ask whether the child is a boy or a girl, but they will not care about the condition of the mother. This can make girls feel that they are not valued. But the reality is that most hospitals will take the initiative to say that both the mother and the child are healthy.
In fact, you know it without me saying it.
The babies came out and the nurses were smiling. In this case, the mother must be healthy as well.
Of course, asking the mother first is also a humane thing for the family members to do. Be healthy, be healthy. Hearing the nurse's words, the family breathed a sigh of relief.
Sui took the 2 children from the nurse one by one. Then he handed the 2 children to his mother and mother-in-law to hold. Afterwards, the child was taken away by the nurse. Soon, Lu Wanrong also came out of the delivery room. At this moment, she looked a little haggard, but her overall condition was good.
Wife, thank you for your hard work. The whole family immediately went to greet them. Thank you for giving me a pair of dragon and phoenix. From now on, our family will definitely be happy.
He said excitedly.
Lu Wanrong smiled sweetly, full of happiness. 3 years later, in a manor near Shanghai. Ah. He. I'm pregnant again. This is my 3rd child. Twins again. We already have 4 children. Are you going to let me live? Ha, wife, we have a big family, so of course you have to have more children. This is in line with national policy. I want you to give birth to 100 children for me. Oh my god, do you think I'm a sow? Hey, you are my cutest little pig. Pooh. The happy life continues.